that those projects are built by the local 825 operating engineers and their contractors. They even built MetLife Stadium and the stadium before that. That's why their advocacy organization, ELEC, the Engineers Labor Employee Cooperative, fights for those priorities every day. That's ELEC, representing the hardworking men and women who build New York and New Jersey.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan. It's KM to AM on WFAN. Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, I'm here a little bit earlier tonight. They got that Monday night football game, well, at least the first one, up out of the way. I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm coming on Monday night at midnight, and then it's a whole weekend of events and games and news and things, and my notes are way too long for a 2-hour show, but I think we'll get everything in tonight. Keith McPherson here, by the way. Another KM to AM kicking off Monday night as we have 2 Monday night games. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. Obviously, Week 7 of the NFL is about to conclude, and we will talk all about the Jets and the Giants. Man, we're heading into the NBA starting. The Rangers played tonight. I'm definitely going to have to talk to Paul about that Rangers game because I actually watched the game, and I'm like, yeah, we'll get to it before Paul gets out of here. But let's start here. You know, driving in, I had a thought in my car where my baby seat is, and checking the rear view and seeing the baby seat and not seeing the mirror where my son usually is. But my son has this thing he does, and the parents know out there, my son's 2.5. So once your toddler is able to speak and they get curious and they ask questions, there's a lot of why, but how? Are we there yet? And something my son says in the car, in the back of the car, in the car seat all the time, we could go on a 5-minute trip to get gas. We could go on an hour trip down the shore back home. He says, Daddy, where we at now? And so as I'm putting my notes together and as I'm writing all of these things and taking things from the internet about the Jets and Giants, and I'm trying to come up with a line of thought because I'm not about to Monday night quarterback this thing. You've heard all of that today. My line of thought is where we at now? Going into Week 8 with the New York Giants, where are we at now? That was the craziest game of the season. That was a hell of a game from start to finish. If you're an independent observer, and just watch football in the NFL. That was insane. It's like everything that could happen. You know how they have the Buffalo Wild Wings commercial where they're pressing the button? I didn't know who they were throwing the game for. I'm like, who do they want to win? Where we at now with the New York Football Giants? Is this Giants football? See, that's the thing. It is Giants football. Even though watching them go up and have a lead and watching Dart make plays and Skattebo run hard and that Giants defense, the G-men out there on the road and mile high in the altitude, the lead up to the game, everything, gassed it up. And I'm at the bar, and you know what? I actually got to take some ownership of this because right now I'm not even watching the ALCS because I had to drive in here, and as I'm driving in here, Paulie texts me, George Springer 3-run home run, and I said, see, I should have stayed where I was. I got to take some ownership because I watched the Giants lose that game to the Dallas Cowboys, and I watched the Giants lose that game to the Denver Broncos in the same place. First Street, Hoboken, where they have the tent set up and people are outside drinking. I was at the Shannon. Shout out Patrick. Appreciate the hospitality. It's a Bills bar. And I'm watching that game with other people, and I'm in disguise because I'm wearing a Michael Vick throwback. Somebody even pulled up on me. They were like, yo, I got you in fantasy this week. I need a big night out of you tonight. I'm like, nah, this is a throwback. This is not Bijan. But I'm watching the Giants fans, and they're in disbelief. But some of them are getting beer muscles where they're like, oh, we're back, baby. This is Giants football. This is the Dart era. Yo, we're for real now. You seeing this? You seeing this? Boom, touchdown again. And it's a game that you have to win. And I know nobody wants to hear this. But the Giants are different with Jaxson Dart. 888-808-1019. Let's try to be positive, before we be negative, because that's all it's been is negativity. And I know, I get it. I've been on the fan for the 4 years that Brian Dable has been here. I understand. The first night that I hosted a show, they fired Jason Garrett. What did that do for Joe Judge? And I know there's a lot of people talking about firing Shane Bowen. He's not getting fired. I know there's a lot of people talking about firing Brian Dable. He's not getting fired because of what you're seeing. He actually hit in the draft on a quarterback that a lot of teams wish that they had. A quarterback that is going to make plays. So as we're second-guessing his interception, as we're second-guessing Brian Dable's decision to go for it on a 3rd and 5 with his quarterback and not run the ball, as we're thinking about going for 2 versus this is the Jaxson Dart era. And with these quarterbacks in the NFL that look like Jaxson Dart as rookies, you go. It's go time. And if you're a Giants fan, you should be excited about go time because it's on for the whole time that he's on this rookie contract. The Giants are going to compete. You should be excited for the rest of the season and not with the eye on the playoffs. Where we at now, this is not a playoff team. Unless they somehow run the table in the division. But where we at now, if you're a Giants fan, you have your quarterback of the future. And as long as he stays healthy, it's a long future of Jaxson Dart. Hopefully they can get Deonte Banks up out of here, give him that number 2 jersey. I hate the number 6 jersey. I don't think it's as cool. 2, they need 2. But anyway, you have Skattebo. You have Abdul Carter. Well, I love Abdul Carter. He got involved with the back and forth on Twitter. And then the viral moment of him being hurt in the game and them trash talking him and him popping up, you like to see that. I like to see how the Giants went into that building, not afraid. How they did what I said needed to happen earlier in the week. I said, you got to go in there and score first. Take the crowd out of it. They're celebrating Super Bowl 50. They're honoring a player who lost his life. There's going to be a lot of emotion and energy. Have you ever been out there to the altitude? It's different. And those folks were leaving the building. They thought the game was over. They were going to go roll one up, pop another Eddie. They were on the way out of there. That's crazy that the Giants found a way to lose, but it really isn't because that's Giants football in this era. 888-808-1019. But it takes some time to shed that skin. It's going to take some time for guys to grow up like Drew Phillips. It's going to take some time for rookies, and guys that are playing for the first time together to get it. that you can't make crucial mistakes. You can't have penalties. You can't leave the door open, because that's what the Giants did in the whole fourth quarter, was just leaving the door open, and they're all at fault. The head coach, the defensive coordinator, the offensive coordinator, the quarterback, the defense, they're all at fault together. They win and lose as a team. If they would have won that game, we would have sang the praises of the offensive line, Andrew Thomas, Jermaine Illuminor, these guys holding off Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper, dealing with Zach Allen, dealing with the Denver defense, which is arguably the best defense in the league. And Jaxson Dart went in there with no fear and lit them up. Did you guys at least get a good feeling about, we're watching something different here with this kid? I know it didn't end in a win, but you know what? When the schedule came out, nobody had that as a win. Nobody had it as a win just in the first 2-3 weeks of the season. But the difference Jaxson Dart makes, you will look back on these learning experiences. You will look back on these growing pains. And the Giants will have to add more talent. They will have to not be so dumb with their kicker and the kicking situation. That's the one thing there's no excuse for. That's the one thing that has been consistent. You want to talk about Giants football? This is the New York field goal Giants football with this kicker stuff. It is insane that in this NFL, where games are literally won by just having a good kicker, having a kicker that can kick it through the uprights from 60 yards out. Brian Dable's supposed to be an offensive mastermind. How do you not make sure you have that to get points with your rookie quarterback? I know Dart, he ain't seen a play he can't make. I know he's thinking he's going to score every time. But damn, fool me, can't fool me. Fool me, can't fool me. Fool me, can't fool me again with the kicking situation, from Graham Gano to Younghoe Koo to now this McAtamey. What a bum. Now, I know on the first one, the missed extra point, they said the snap was an issue. But the second one, as we got late into the game, that's just pressure. And then it puts pressure on everybody else, because now you're running your offense to score, not be able to get 3. Now you're running your offense to go, because you can't count on your kicker to get you those 3 points. There's so many little spots in the game. And what I'll say about the Giants, it's this game made me think of 2 things with other New York sports, and we are miserable as hell in New York. And I don't know, hopefully the Knicks change it. But I thought about game 1 with Aaron Nesmith and how the Knicks did everything to leave the door open. They gave them the probability was so low, and they gave them the odds exponentially to come back and win that damn game. That's what the Giants did every step of the way. Every step of the way. 33 points in the fourth quarter. You got to be kidding me. In the league. And then I also thought about Aaron Boone and the New York Yankees. The cracks in your armor will show. What you do in the dark will be seen in the light. This is the NFL. They're going to expose you. This is the NFL. You're in their building, in the altitude, in the thin air. They're waiting for you to get tired. They're not out of any game. They've played these games. They came back from down 14 against the Eagles. They came back, you know what I'm saying? The Broncos are sitting there waiting, saying, we're not out of this game. We're not done yet. And you literally breathe life into them by making little mistakes that come from having young rookies on the field, and not just rookies, second-year guys, third-year guys, and then also having coaches that haven't won enough in the NFL. You got to lose to know how to win. Well, damn, when does it change that the Giants have lost so many games that they know how to win these games now? You want to blame Shane Bowen for dropping guys into coverage? Cover! I get it. Brian Burns is yelling and screaming in the tunnel, but he's a player. He's frustrated. He's the best player on that defense. And he probably feels like the other best player on the defense before he got here, Dexter Lawrence, should have been on the field. But instead they go with Robert Harris, 95, whatever his name is, and he had an opportunity in this game to make an interception and probably would have called game. So many little things. Jalen Hyatt is running down the middle of the field. That ball is not there. It's an overthrow. Maybe Dart overthrew it. Maybe Jalen Hyatt's got to run head down to get all the way to that green grass. There's so many little things in my notes that I stopped writing at one point. I'm like, even the lucky touchdown, right, off the deflection that the Broncos get, then the Giants come back with one. And that's another thing. I could do this all night. We were worried about their receivers, and I told you, Jaxson Dart does not give a damn who it is out there. Malik Neighbors, whatever. Jalen Hyatt, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Wandale, cool. Look at these tight ends. They're a threat. Look at how they use Bellinger. Look at how they use Theo Johnson. Works out. Works out, man. You guys got to stay the course here. I know you want to fire Dable because as a head coach, you see him lose games like this and they're fireable offenses. I know I said it after the Dallas game to fire Shane Bowen. I don't feel as much like that. This time around, everybody's at fault. But as a Giants fan, I like the joy that you had, and it sucks if you bet on that game. I hope you bet touchdowns and not them to win. But the joy that you had for about 2 hours, that's euphoria as a fan that, had just been down for years. And, the Giants haven't had any type of, since I guess like the playoff run, but not even then, because this is different with Dart and Skattebo and this offense and the plays that they're able to make now. Going in there against that Denver Broncos defense and putting up unanswered points like that, you just gotta finish. And they will learn. They will learn how to finish. I know, it's the NFL. It's you can't excuse it. Back-to-back weeks, they put up over 30 points. Is this Giants football? Yes, it is Giants football when Andrew Thomas is healthy. It is Giants football when you have a 22-year-old kid in Jaxson Dart, and I can't tell you how much I admire this kid. It is hard as hell to play the quarterback position. It is so hard to play the quarterback position for the New York Football Giants, take all that he's taken in the last 6 months to learn, and then go stare in the face of guys that called you out in the media, guys that have been in the league, guys that are looking at you like we're going to light your ass up, and he's just got the eye of the tiger. He's locked in. I hated to see when the game ended, he looked shocked. He did everything that he could do. He took the lead late. Like he fought, and I know people are going to get on him for the interception, but say what you want about it. Running back gets blown up. Maybe they shouldn't have called the play, but that's football, man. The better team won. The team with the better record, the team that was in the playoffs last year, the team with the better coach, the better team won. But you didn't go in there and lay down. It was a 7.5 point spread. Anybody that took that, they lost that bet. You got to come away from this and just understand this season wasn't supposed to be a season to go to the playoffs. Not with Russell Wilson. I know some of you dreamers, I give you that. Go ahead and dream. But the whole thing was you bringing in Russell Wilson until Jaxson Dart is ready. Brian Dable told him, I'm banking on you to save his job, essentially. And I think he has. And I know the quarterback doesn't belong to Brian Dable. He belongs to you, the fans. He belongs to the organization. He belongs to the New York Giants. But you got one, man. You got one in that kid. You got one in Skattebo, too, who can make something out of nothing. Who scores a touchdown, he's flexing on him. Like you have it. You can see it. They are building, but it doesn't happen right away. It doesn't happen right away. It will. It will. And you have a long time, and I know nobody wants to hear that, bro. No, we got to win. We got to win these games. We got to close. Okay. But these guys will remember these moments. I bet you Drew Phillips will look alive, and that's another thing, too. Like, what are you going to do when Paulson Adebo, Javon Holland, these guys go down? You got to play Deonte Banks. You're thin, in the thin air. It was like the sum of all things. I couldn't believe how that game ended, but it was thrilling. It was riveting. And if you're a Giants fan, I know you're tired of the moral victories. I know you're mad that they blew that one because you felt good for about 2 hours. But feel good that you've got this quarterback, you've got this running back, you've got some players on defense, and the rest of the season you're going to compete. I have a show tomorrow, 7 to 12, and we're going to talk through it. But by the time we get to the end of my show, I'm going to say, flush it. Forget about it. It's done. It's over. Okay, it's disappointing. But go down to Philly, kick their ass. Take both games from Philly for the first time since, I don't know, I was a kid. And then march on through the rest of the season now where everybody said you had the toughest strength of schedule. You didn't stand a chance. See who you could beat. See who you could upset. See what happens. See what other teams lose. 888-808-1019. We'll start with the Giants, and I'll certainly get to the Jets after I watched the Lions defense hold Baker Mayfield to 9 points. We're showing the defensive coordinator over there a lot. Seems like they aren't missing Aaron Glenn too much. We'll talk about the Jets, but that's depressing too. Once Tyrod is in the game versus Andy Dalton, I'm not watching that game, and there's better games on. I got better stuff to do. Keith McPherson on the fan. It's 11 o'clock. We got to go to the break and the update. Call me up. We will be right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios. where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also by Elevate Premium Hydrogen-Infused Water, the world's first and only super water. Well, the Blue Jays are one pitch away from going back to the World Series for the first time since 1993. Jeff Hoffman trying to close it out against Julio Rodriguez, who has homered earlier in this game, and he's able to get the strikeout. He strikes out the side in the ninth. Blue Jays into the World Series. They beat the Mariners 4-3 in Game 7 of the ALCS. Well, they'll now take on the Dodgers. George Springer with the big 3-run shot. That was in the 7th inning, a go-ahead 3-run blast after Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez had each gone deep for Seattle. But the Mariners still haven't reached the World Series, and the Blue Jays back since Joe Carter on the walk-off in 1993. Monday Night Football, Game 2 going on now. You got the Seahawks in front of the Texans, 14-0. That's early in the second quarter. Earlier tonight, the Lions ripped the Bucs 24-9. Jahmyr Gibbs, 136 yards rushing and a couple of touchdowns. Giants still wondering how they let one get away in Denver, but with a day of reflection, Brian Dable steadfast. He's not making any changes to that coaching staff.
No, I'm not considering that. But we all got to do a better job. Starts with me. And there's plenty of opportunities to finish that game the way we wanted to, and we didn't get the job done.
Rangers finally scored at home. Artemi Panarin tally in the first period, but that's all they would get. They fell to the Wild 3-1.
We just didn't play well enough to win. It doesn't matter. We know who we're playing against. We have to find a way to bear down in those tight 2-1 games when, to be honest, we didn't deserve to win, but that was a game we could have stolen. It's happened to us so far. It's just not good enough. We know that. We're going to turn the page and move on to the next one.
That's JT Miller as Igor Shesterkin made 29 saves. 56 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, here we go. Inside the 11 p.m. hour right now, and that just killed my entire mood. I can't even fake it. Watching George Springer hit that home run, I didn't even look at it during the break, Paul. He's like, come in here, watch this home run. Why'd you take Wu out? What? Like, I don't understand. And I said I blame myself because I left. I got off the couch. I think I watched maybe the second inning Kevin Gossman pitched. And that umpire, he was trying to help the Mariners. I'm sick watching this. I got to change the channel. I don't want to watch some pop champagne. I can't, bro. I can't. I'm a hater. I'm a Yankee fan, obviously. So, of course, you start to think about, wow, If we got past the Blue Jays, would that have been us? Probably not. We probably lose to the Mariners. But still, it's a division rival. It's a team that we hate. It's a team that just by a game. I bet you next year when I'm talking about 162 one-game seasons and I'm taking all these calls and we're going to these games and we're mad as hell after them, I hope. I can't even say I bet you because the Yankees don't care about, like, they don't think like we do. They don't care about what we think. Like, but I would hope that they have a little more urgency from a game-to-game series basis, especially division games, man. Now I got to watch a World Series. I love baseball, and I like watching the World Series. Now, the year after I go to the World Series with the Yankees, I got to watch the Toronto Blue Jays versus the Dodgers. That's a lose-lose situation for me. That's a lose-lose. I don't want to see the Blue Jays do what the Yankees couldn't do. If the Blue Jays somehow in their formula is able to go knock off the Dodgers, and then if they get rolled by the Dodgers, then it's, okay, confirmed. First team to go back-to-back since the Yankees that I grew up on. They're the new evil empire. Everybody kissed the ring. The Dodgers are in a dynasty, going for their third in a row going into 2026. And then we're going into a lockout. Yippee! This is fun.
You know what I'm excited about? Pump up the Kendrick-Drake rivalry one more time. One more time.
Kendrick would probably come out and perform at the World Series. For the Dodgers, Drake wouldn't.
I think Drake might go to Toronto. Drake loves the spotlight, loves Canada.
I don't know if Kendrick would either, because I don't know how much they pay for that. And I know I was getting inside intel last year, like Major League Baseball reaches out to the people that perform and they decide that. Like, they chose Fat Joe for us and Ice Cube for the Dodgers. Maybe you got to be slightly washed. I don't know if guys in their prime are taking that stage. It's baseball. It's not the Super Bowl.
If baseball is smart, that people who make those decisions, the first calls you make for an LA-Toronto World Series is to Kendrick Lamar to Drake.
And
maybe they'll probably
decline.
say no, but you have to make the call.
K-Dot did the Super Bowl. Drake is never doing the Super Bowl. And I'm waiting on Drake to drop Iceman. All right, let's get to the calls, because I opened up Giants and we're veering way off. And I can't watch them pop champagne, so I got D'Amico Ryans and Clint Kubiak on my screen, and I'm watching the second Monday Night Football game where Sam Darnold and the Seahawks are up 14-0. Stay tuned for when I talk about Sam Darnold leaving the Jets and how silly I was to think that a quarterback was going to enter Florham Park, enter what the Jets are, and get better. Dumb. Just like, how did I not know? The Jets have quarterbacks leave and prosper. Nobody comes there and gets better. Let's get back to the Giants, though. Eddie's in Brooklyn on the Fan first. What's up, Eddie?
Yo, Keith, what's up, brother?
You know,
I'm
dealing with
furious.
some stuff.
I'm furious, man. I'm furious as a Giants fan. I'm furious as a football fan. They go to a practice, they decide that Younghoe Koo is not as good as this guy. You're telling me Younghoe Koo can't make an extra point?
Why'd you get him? Why would you get him?
What makes no sense. This guy got cut by Rutgers, the worst college football team ever. How the hell they put this guy in front of Younghoe? Who does that?
Nah, an unprepared. I don't want to call him inept. I think it's just so stupid that they've had issues and lost games over their kicking situation for this long and haven't learned yet. It's gonna come back to bite you in the ass every time.
Unbelievable. I swear to God, after the first kick, the first touchdown we had, the kick looked like it barely went in. And I said from there, we should just go for two. This guy is going to drive us crazy.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I wasn't even familiar with the dude. He's like a part of the international project that the NFL does. And for the New York Football Giants to let their fate lie on his leg, he's not cut out for the situation. I heard about his stats at Rutgers. It's too big for him.
On top of that, as soon as Dable got out of the game and Deonte Banks came in, that's when the whole game went to hell.
Yeah. No, I was around some people saying...
the whole game went to hell. They had no points.
Kiss the game goodbye. This guy sucks.
It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. As a Giants fan, I was so excited for 2 hours wearing my Giants hat. After the game, I'm like, yo, what the hell is this, man? This is the life of a Giants
fan. Pain. Absolute pain. Thank you for the call, Eddie. I know it's pain, and it's similar pain that you felt before. It's not exactly like the Dallas Cowboys loss, but it's similar. It's similar. Similar feeling to, late in that game, think you got it. And then you're watching the clock, and you just know there's too much time. You're watching the clock, and you just know in their case, all they had to do was go down and get that field goal. You knew Will Lutz wasn't missing in his building. Great game for the NFL, especially with all the buildup. Like, I was with my wife and my sister, and I'm trying to sell them, like, why is this a big game? Why are the Giants relevant now? Like, for a few reasons. I mean, coming off of beating the Eagles, but I'm like, it's the trash talk. And I'm like, I love that these young players, they talk trash on Twitter and Instagram or whatever it is, and then they got to settle it on the field. And then after the game, it sucks because, like, Nick Bonito is able to tweet, 5 and 51 got out of there. They were hard to find. Okay, to the victor go the spoils. You can say whatever you want now, but you should have taken an L. And then even Jonathan Cooper post-game, like, I was low-key trying to give him a compliment, Jaxson Dart. I was trying to say some good, but they made it more than it was. And, yeah, you survived because this is a young team, and this is a group of coaches that still don't know what to do to win. Ross is in Rockville Center. Ross, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, Keith? How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm just trying to avoid any of the American League Championship messaging, and the Toronto Blue Jays have the pennant and are going to the World Series.
I was trying to find you a silver lining, but I just can't find it, man. I'm sorry.
I guess if you're I am an overall baseball fan, my silver lining going into it was like, hey, one of these teams is going to the World Series. The Mariners never. The Blue Jays not since '93. Like, good for those fans, good for the game, but I don't want it for Toronto. And I hate their little want it all banner. It's like, even the graphics look stupid. Looks like somebody made that that's in middle school. It's like, I don't know. They're janky to me.
I wanted to see the Mariners in there, man. I did want to see the big dumper hit away. And I wanted to call back because a couple weeks ago I called, and I guess it took a little bit longer than I expected to get on, so I ended up in left field playing softball when you finally picked up.
That was a good call because we could hear you had to take off after one. That was an interesting interesting theater of the mind, visualizing you at a softball game out in the outfield with your cell phone calling WFAN, where you have your like AirPods in, listening to the radio while you're out there.
No, I forgot my AirPods. I had the phone on speaker, and I'm like, please don't let the ball get hit to me. And it got hit like a shallow ball to left field, and I ran really, really fast, as hard as I could. I came back I missed it, but I came back to the phone, and I guess you guys moved on.
Yeah, we had to. We got a lot of people. Let's move on now. So where are we at with the Giants? Are you upset? Are you encouraged? Are you trying to fire somebody? What?
I think you got to be encouraged, man. I watched the first part of that game, and the Giants looked like it was like Strahan and OCU Monera. I couldn't see the Denver doing anything, man. They were completely stopped, and the offense was moving. And I'll tell you the truth. I had a 6-game parlay going. You were talking about betting before. I had a 6-game parlay going. The last thing that I needed was Denver money line in order for me to win a big bet. And I'm looking at the score. I'm like, this team's not doing anything. 19-0. And I sold that bet out for $20. Took the early
Oh,
sell
you
for
cashed
$20.
out?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I did.
Never cash out. It's not worth it ever. Sometimes, but that cash out will get you. Thanks for the call, man. I mean, and especially if you're a Giants fan, ride. Let it ride. Let it ride. Well, I guess now, because you had... if you're a Giants fan, you should have known better. Let it ride. They're going to find a way to screw it up. Oh, man. That's why the NFL is nuts. And it's janky, too. We're seeing a lot of, is it a catch? Is it not a catch? I don't know if you guys saw the TJ Hawkinson catch, not a catch in the end zone. I'll find his audio and we'll play that. Like, people are starting to really have a feeling that, like, the officials are all over the place, and then, like, New York coming in with rulings. It's not right. And you felt that last week with the Chiefs. And now, look, the Chiefs got Rashee Rice back. They're about to roll. Don't be surprised if they're the favorite to come out of the AFC. But, yeah, there was a couple side-by-sides, like Travis Kelce, that being a catch. Obviously, it wasn't. And then even Devontae Smith, I'll play what, TJ Hawkinson, the tight end from the Vikings, had to say. But yeah, back to the Giants. If you're a Giants fan, you got to feel like, yo, we're coming out of the wilderness, bro. Or you're out. I mean, it doesn't materialize in 4 straight wins, you know. It wasn't going to materialize in beating the Chargers, the Saints, the Eagles, the Broncos. It's the NFL. There are good players on the other side, experienced players on the other side, good kickers on the other teams, good coaches on the other teams. The Giants still have to shake off that bum-ass Giants football and ascend to the Jaxson Dart, Cam Skattebo, Brian Burns level that they can get to with this team. But what's going to really eat at you is, let's say they do get hot. Maybe they beat the Eagles. Maybe they go on a little bit of a run. You're going to be kicking yourself over these games that they should have won early in the year. 888-808-1019. Like, if you're a true diehard fan, it's hard to just live in the, like, yo, we've got our quarterback. Yo, we've got a running back. Yo, we're coming out of the wilderness. Like, now we're competing. This is better than. You're going to think about, well, damn, maybe if Dart was playing week 1, we could have beat the Commanders. Maybe if Dart was playing against the Dallas Cowboys, like, we have the ball and Dak doesn't get the ball those times and they can't put 40 on us and get in the, you know, range with Brandon Aubrey. Maybe even that Chiefs game, which was like stagnant for a while, he only had 9 points. You know, we saw a little bit of Cam Skattebo, but like maybe Dart is able to hang with the Chiefs. We're able to surprise the Chargers coming across the country. Should have beat the Saints. But you beat yourselves. 5 straight possessions, giving them the ball as you're going in to score points, flips the game. Can't do it. Can't come up without 3, without 6. And then you get the Eagles game, which was really the game to put you on to the entire NFL because it was the only game on, the defending champs. People were thinking they were going to watch that game, then watch Saquon's documentary after. It was a real coming out party for both Jaxson Dart and Cam Skattebo and the Giants defense. And then you had extra rest, and you go to Mile High to face a team that struggled against the Jets. How about the Jets getting beat back-to-back weeks, giving up 13 points? Defense, can't be too mad at the Jets' defense. 13 points in the NFL shouldn't be enough to beat you once, let alone twice. But here we are. Jets' offense is nothing. But yeah, the 32 points should be enough to win you that game. Tom is in Poughkeepsie next on The Fan. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Keith.
Hey.
I've listened to you for like 3 years. I don't think I've ever called in. So I was going to talk Giants real quick if you got a sec. Yeah, like I just don't think Dable's a leader of men. I don't think they're ever going to win with Dable. I mean, you played college sports. You can't be a head coach and be throwing your head or your quarterbacks under the bus year in and year out like Dable's done. Did it with Daniel Jones.
Or even yelling at your defensive coordinator. Yeah. And we all know the past with Wink Martindale. And, like, this guy is only here because you couldn't figure it out with the good defensive coordinator that you had that's over 60 years old, has a ton of experience, and honestly anchored your Coach of the Year season. But let me digress.
Yeah, I just, like, you saw it with Daniel Jones. Like, anytime the season was going downhill, he throws the guy under the bus. He did it with Russell Wilson. I was so infuriated when Jaxson Dart got hurt and went into the concussion tent. You throw Russell Wilson out there for 2 plays, and you lose your mind on a quarterback.
The stadium lost their mind. I was there. People immediately started booing, and I had eyes on him, and you could tell he was like, I got to get this kid back in here. Like, this game could flip, and I can't have that.
I understand that, but as a head coach, you can't embarrass your quarterback like that.
This guy's still learning on the job as well. He's still very much learning on the job as well.
I don't think Dable's it if you're ever trying to win a Super Bowl.
But okay, so stay with me, Tom.
Yeah.
I alluded to Jaxson Dart belongs to the Giants organization and the Giants fans. Like, I've already heard Dable say my quarterback because Dable wanted to draft him with the number 3 overall pick. Dable did all of the research on him and Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward and anybody else, and this is the guy that they wanted and they went to get, and he's helped develop him. Now, there are Giants fans that are going to tell you, don't make the same mistake twice. We saw Daniel Jones in his first year have some success, and then we changed coaches on him a couple times after that, and it didn't work out. So Are you saying that you think Jaxson Dart is going to be Jaxson Dart no matter who the head coach is, no matter who the offensive coordinator is?
I think Jaxson Dart's a dude. Like, you watch him play, he looks like a dude.
I think so, too.
I think he's just a dude. I think they just
He's
need
a
to find a better
competitor.
coach, and I don't think Dable's it, honestly. And I'm speaking as a Jets fan, unfortunately. I've watched a lot of Giants games because my buddy's a Giants fan.
Yeah.
And I can't watch the Jets anymore. I just can't watch them. It's just embarrassing.
Thanks for the call, Tom. Appreciate you making your first one. To me, a couple things, and we'll start to get in the Jets a little bit more. But Jaxson Dart is cold-blooded, man. Like, when you see those Mamba mentality type guys like Jaxson Dart, they don't give a damn who's calling the plays, who the head coach is. And if he was able to pick up this Giants offense, which many people say is complex, and Brian Daboll's got a lot of wordage and if he was able to pick that up from April to September, really August, he could pick up another offense. Where we at now? We are at the point in the season where some Giants fans think Dable already saved his job because he helped bring in Jaxson Dart and he helped develop Jaxson Dart. But honestly, I think Jaxson Dart was developed. And a lot of what they're running, Pat Leonard had a report about it, how they've taken a lot of concepts from Ole Miss and implemented them into this offense. Hell, you got to give Jaxson Dart even more credit because he's doing it without Malik Neighbors, their number one offensive weapon. He could do it without Brian Dable. 888-808-1019. So what I'm saying is here, Brian Dable now has to show us that he can coach, that he can win these games, that he can oversee the entire operation, be CEO. Don't be flipping out about Shane Bowen. You could stop it. You could call timeout. You could change the defense. You could put Dexter Lowe. You have the most ability to affect the game. Aaron Glenn, you are the next one. Where we at now as we start talking about the Jets, where we are at now is dangerous territory for a guy like Aaron Glenn that has talked a good game. I told you week 3. I told you week 6. I kept saying this guy put up a facade. It is gone now. Aaron Glenn is in above his head. And we will talk about Justin Fields, and we'll start there with him and Tanner Engstrand and this Jets offense. And now Tyrod Taylor, which isn't much better of an option. But, hey, it's the Jets. It is what it is. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. Stay with us. I'm coming right back.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Just step in and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Drive into fall event.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
All
All your favorite NBA players are back, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. With more markets open for more of the game, DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WFAN. That's code WFAN. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. 21 and over. New York only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
It's football season. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. And ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's cross-climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin cross-climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
And the World Series is set. The Toronto Blue Jays versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yay. Keith McPherson on The Fan. Let's take some calls. I did find the audio that I want to play, and we will continue to talk about the Giants, but I do now need to bring in a little conversation around the Jets, and not all of it, but just, the first part of it before we hit 12 so we can get some Jets calls as well. As Sam Darnold is on my screen, and he's not seeing ghosts anymore. And now Sam Darnold is on his, fourth team? Maybe he's fifth. He was with the Panthers. He was with the Niners. He was with the Vikings and the Seahawks. Am I forgetting another team? Where did he first go after the Jets? But either way, I am disappointed, and I need to apologize to anybody that I led down a path of thinking that Justin Fields was going to be good. You know what I thought about Justin Fields? And if you've heard me, I've leaned on discovering him when he was coming out of Georgia as one of the top players in the country, and then even watching him on the streaming show QB1 when he was in high school. And I thought the kid was supposed to be the next Cam Newton. He had so much confidence in himself. After Jake Fromm took Georgia to the national championship, he still went to Georgia thinking he could beat him out. And he kind of played like a Tim Tebow to Chris Leak role with Jake Fromm, but then he transferred to Ohio State. They go to the national championship, and I'm thinking this kid is he's the leader of the team. He's got something. He just needs to be more polished. He goes to the Bears, and the Bears is not a successful place for many quarterbacks. They've gone through their fair share. And, I remember seeing him light up. Maybe it was a primetime game. Maybe it was Monday Night Football. Him and DJ Moore. DJ Moore had 3 touchdowns, and he balled that game. So I'm like, it's there. It's in there. Obviously, we saw the season that he had with 1,000 yards rushing. So I'm looking at this kid in modern-day NFL, and I'm thinking that he could fit the Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. Quarterbacks got to be able to boogie a little bit. They got to be able to run. You got to be mobile. You have to be able to pick up yards with your legs. Look at Jackson Dart. You got to be able to create and improvise and move around. But, man, has he become a prisoner in this offense. Man, has he sank in this Jets uniform, in this Jets building. And silly me for thinking that a quarterback would come in there and get better. When quarterbacks go there, they leave and they prosper. Aaron Rodgers was there, wanted to come back, and that sucks for Jets fans too, because not only are you 0-7 with a head coach that seems like he's in over his head, he's going to have to learn this entire year. They're looking at Jeff Ulbrich and that Falcons defense, which they beat the Bills last week. I know they just lost to the Niners, but you know what? They're also looking at Rob Saleh, who knows all of Jeff Ulbricht's tricks, and so does Shanahan, but they're looking at Rob Saleh. Rob Saleh's right back to being a good defensive coordinator. They're looking at Aaron Rodgers, who is with the Steelers. They've won 4 games. They just lost another game, but they're probably gonna win that division. They're probably gonna be in the playoffs. You probably will have to watch Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. First year he's away from gangrene. Devontae Adams goes to London, where the Jets couldn't score, and he scores 3 touchdowns on his own. Way different situation. But you see what I'm saying? Now it's starting to get compounded. People are saying, oh, well, last year they had Aaron Rodgers and they had Devontae Adams. They should have tried to run it back with those guys. But whose decision was it between Woody and Muji and Glenn to tell Aaron Rodgers to kick rocks? I think it was all of them together. And now they look really stupid, because the quarterback that they wanted was Justin Fields. 888-808-1019. The Jets gave Justin Fields $30 million in guarantees. And silly me again, I'm thinking Aaron Glenn, Tanner Engstrand, who were in his division while he was in Chicago. They saw enough tape of him, film of him. They know what to do with him. I remember selling you guys on they're going to play to his skill set. You know what I'm saying? We know he's not Joe Burrow. They're not going to ask him to be. They're going to run some design runs. They do that. He gets his head blown up, has to come out of the game, whatever. They're going to roll him out. They're going to have him in the shotgun. They're not going to put him under center. He's not Jared. Well, what do I know? What do I know? What do they know, actually? Tanner Engstrand, a first-year offensive coordinator, and Aaron Glenn, a first-year head coach. They look silly, man. They cannot get that offense together at all. And you watch Justin Fields, and it's frustrating, because their offense can't get going. He doesn't know where to go with the ball. He's throwing the ball into coverage. They cannot and then even listen to Dan Orlovsky, who really broke down his throwing motion is so long. You ever watch Dan Marino throw? Dan Marino used to have a board on his helmet. There's so many fables of Dan Marino and how his quick release and how he worked on it and wouldn't have it. When you're a quarterback, they teach you to put the ball back. When you have the ball up, you push it back first. Justin Fields has the most elongated pushback loop before he throws the ball. In the NFL, you can't take that much time on top of not knowing where to go pre-snap read. So if they do have plays that come open, they're not open for Justin Fields. They also have no wide receivers. So Tyrod Taylor, good luck if you end up being the starter, which they haven't announced yet, because you know what? Similar to the Yankees, I always say the Yankees die hard on their trades and their contracts because there's pride involved. This is what we decided. We have to see it through. We're not going to give up, but it's clear Aaron Glenn is listening to all the noise. It's clear he can't block it out. It's clear in that building they hear everything. The Jets might have somebody listening to me right now, according to Joe B. Joe B said they have some minions or something that listen to everything the media says. Well, check me out. I'm not Joe B. I'm not a Jets fan. I'm not a lifelong Jets fan. I'm an NFL fan who wanted to see Aaron Glenn and Justin Fields work. And it might be over. It hasn't worked. He's 0-7. And where we at now is people say you can fire this guy. Where we at now is Jets fans are looking at them to lose out. But I'll tell you this before we get back to the phone and I start to bring some Jets fans in, and we can talk about that stupid game, but I turned it off. I knew they were going to lose. I knew that Carolina, once Bryce Young went down, I knew Carolina wasn't going to score more than 13 points, and I even tweeted out, can't lose back-to-back weeks with your defense holding them to 13, but of course they did. Where we at now, some Jets fans want you to lose out, but you know they're going to win a stupid game. And it shouldn't matter if they win one stupid game because the Titans are there with them. The Titans drafted their quarterback with Cam Ward. Their first pick should not be a quarterback, even though Cam Ward turns the ball over every game. He's their franchise quarterback. And then the Saints, not for nothing, Spencer Rattler has been better this year. And they drafted Tyler Shuck, the project that, the kid that went to Oregon and Louisville, they drafted him. They have two young quarterbacks. There's really no reason for Kellen Moore to spend a number one pick on a quarterback unless he really falls in love with, Mendoza or Moore or one of these guys next year. Mateer, Simpson. Now Jets fans are starting to look at these quarterbacks and say, who can we draft? Who's coming out? Who's going to be the guy? And that's unfortunate because there's still a lot more games left. Still 10 more weeks left. And you're hoping that they lose out, and they're going to find a way, I think, to win one or two stupid games. But then you're going to be in a spot where you're like, do we fire this coach or do we see it through for another year? Do we trust Aaron Glenn, a defensive-minded coach, a former defensive back, and Tanner Engstrand, a first-year offensive coordinator, and Darren Muji, a first-year GM? Do we trust them to identify who the quarterback of the future is, draft him, and develop him in a place where quarterbacks come to die? 888-808-1019. John is in Maspeth on the Fan. What's up, John? Johnny boy. You cut him. So John, actually, his fantasy baseball team, which is called June 13th Mets, they got to win against me tonight in fantasy. They got to win. It's my own fault, though. I end up losing by 16, and I played two players that put up 0. Darren Waller, who got hurt, and Jamison Williams, who's just boom or bust, literally as boom or bust of a fantasy player as you could find. I thought he would boom tonight at home in Detroit. KM to AM. I was wrong. I had the points on the bench to beat him. I could have played Kyle Pitts. I could have played Romeo Dobbs. I could have played, let me see. I had the points on the bench to beat him. But you know what he had? He had Christian McCaffrey go all the way off. 40-burger. Bo Nix, 40-burger. T. Higgins, Thursday night, which it's tough to beat a guy like that. Tough to beat a guy when two players put up 40 points. 888-808-1019. Phil is in Manhattan with us next. What's up, Phil?
Hello. I just got finished watching Game 7 of the ALCS, and I'll tell you something.
Home runs.
George Springer.
Home runs win. Yeah.
And let me tell you something. George Springer, I would take George Springer and Freddie Freeman over Aaron Judge any day in a clutch situation. And I'll tell you something else. One other thing. Okay? Aaron Judge can hit 1,000 home runs, and he will never be the equal of Mickey Mantle. Ever, never, never.
Nobody's saying that, Phil. Take it easy. Maybe we step away from the radio, get ready for bed. Now, I didn't say anything about Aaron Judge tonight. I didn't even mention his name. And both Freddie Freeman and George Springer are 36 years old. And they're dogs. They're killers. I've seen them kill the Yankees both with my own eyes. I'm not disagreeing with you. Judge did finally have his breakthrough postseason. Didn't really amount to much for the team because the team failed around him. George Springer hit a 3-run bomb tonight to take the lead. You know what has to happen? And I don't know what happened because I left. I can't tell you who was on. Runners have to get on. For him to hit a 3-run bomb to win the game, to send Toronto back to the World Series for the first time since I was in pre-K, guys got to get on base. Judge didn't have guys get on base, but when he did, when we were facing elimination, he did hit a 3-run bomb off the foul pole, off Louis Varland, who gave up one tonight.
So Wu gave up walk to Barger, IKF single, sack bunt.
They took Wu out, though? Because he finished his business. I'm going to look at it now.
Yeah, he let the first 2 runners on in the bottom of the 7th, and when you're in a winner-take-all game...
You can't do it. You gotta get somebody else.
Yeah, that's the reason why. And... Springer with the biggest moment in Toronto sports history since, who knows when, with Vladdy walking in with the Austin Matthews jersey.
Yeah, I thought, I'm like, that's going to be a meme. This guy doesn't have a clue, but he just reversed the curse.
Guys crying on the field with the Sportsnet interview.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to watch it. I don't rock with them at all. Like, I don't even feel good for them. I don't. Not this year. Not how. Come on, bro. Buck Martinez,
I wouldn't listen. No, if
Vladdy, George, if they want to just give it to the Yankees, just tell us.
No, listen.
I was on Sportsnet. I probably was on Sportsnet radio the entire season. I probably did like 10 different appearances. And shout out to them for reaching out to me to keep me in the fold as their Yankee fan. But I know I talked a lot and the Yankees didn't back it up. So
yeah, no, I would hate it if my team got their ass kicked by someone and that team went to the World Series, which is exactly how Yankees fans feel. And that's not a shot.
That
the Blue Jays just crushed
the Dodgers.
them. Yeah, the Blue Jays crushed them, and they didn't deserve to win. And now the Blue Jays are 4 wins away.
Yeah, well, they're not going to win the World Series. But that's what I said. What's the lesser of two evils here? Your division rival that you just missed. The Yankees pissed me off because there were so many games this year that they wanted to either blow on Devin Williams, Mark Leiter Jr., Luke Weaver, Will Warren lit many games on fire. They wanted to, and it's so stupid because for years the Yankees have been so cavalier with the regular season. And now this is the year. If the Toronto Blue Jays beat the Dodgers, which the fix could be in, folks, especially after Dave Roberts runs his mouth, 4 more wins, and let's really ruin baseball. The baseball gods might not take too kindly to that. And if the New York Yankees watch Toronto win the World Series the year after, I don't even want to speak on it. I really don't. I hate this. I hate sports. I'm glad I got into hockey when I did. I was watching a Rangers game tonight. What happened to the Rangers? What happened? From riches to rags, 888-808-1019. At least I can go there with that. Chris is in the Bronx on the Fan. What's up, Chris?
Keith, why you got me thinking about the Yankees again, bro? I was thinking about the Giants.
Phil from Manhattan called, and I can't even go on Twitter. It's all over Twitter. Sucks.
It's bad. But, dude, the Giants, I don't understand. You got to explain this to me, man. Why do teams like the Giants get a lead late in the fourth quarter and start playing a prevent defense because all it prevents you from is winning. Dude, against Dallas, Dak Prescott, they had him shut down. I mean, he couldn't really do anything. Then the Giants get a late fourth quarter lead. Dallas has no time left.
Especially against Bo Nix, though. Like Dak is not Bo Nix. Dak can throw under pressure. Bo Nix, the whole thing this year is he has been making mistakes. He is not the same with pressure in his face. But if you give him time, as the Giants did, he's throwing the ball where it's got to go.
Well, they did the same thing with Dak. I mean, he only had like 40 seconds to go the whole field, but when you drop your whole secondary back, you do him a huge favor.
Yeah,
and then they did it again this weekend.
The Giants' strength is supposed to be their front, their defensive line.
Yes.
And
so
you're taking out Dexter Lawrence, and you're only rushing Kayvon, Brian Burns, and then Robert Harris. I don't know. It looks bad. It looks bad after the fact.
That's what I don't understand. I mean, if you have a lead late in the fourth quarter, why not just stick to the plan that got you there? Rush the quarterback, put pressure on them, and see if they could do something. If they haven't done it all game, why would they be able to do it now? But no, they go into this prevent defense.
Because that's what you plan to do.
Man.
You try to keep everything in front of you. You don't want to get beat for the big play, but they get beat for the medium in between play, and it's just enough.
It's so frustrating because honestly, they should be 4-3 right now, not 2-5, and we could actually have a season.
And late in the season, because Dart is getting better. Like I'm watching him, I'm like, this kid is learning the NFL, the speed of the NFL. He's recognizing defenses. He keeps his eyes downfield. He will find a wide receiver. He'll throw the ball. He knows when to run. Like we're gonna get to the point late in the season where they have some games and they're right outside the in the hunt graphic. And I already said, Giants fans are going to be thinking back to these games that they should have won. Thanks for the call, Chris. 888-808-1019. You got to let it go. As I said, I'm going to do the 5-hour KM to AM tomorrow, and I'm going to say in the beginning of the show that by the end of this show, forget about Week 7. Forget about the Broncos loss. On to Philly. You cannot have a hangover from that loss. You can go into Philadelphia and beat them. You just matched up with them 2 weeks ago. That win in your division against a rival right down the turnpike is more important and bigger than going and beating the Broncos and all of a sudden, a beef that got stirred up off of Twitter. There's forever beef with the Giants and the Eagles. 888-808-1019. We'll bring Paulie in to talk Rangers after this next break. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to The Fan.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
This is not just a this year issue. This is not just a Jaxson Dart, like Dable with Dart issue. He was giving games away last year that they should have won. The NFL wins are hard to come by. You can't be giving them away. Dable's been doing this for years.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
During the Jeep Drive into Fall event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $389 a month for 24 months with $2,249 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-8925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 11/3. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Hey everyone, this is Boomer Esiason, and I'm here to tell you all about United Healthcare and their Oxford products. They've served me well for 41 years, and I've been very happy with the coverage that I've received. In fact, they're not only my insurance carrier, United Healthcare also supports my foundation in our quest to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. So when you play pro football, you learn pretty fast that you can't win without teammates you can rely on. The same is true for your health plan. And that's why Oxford plans from United Healthcare include all kinds of benefits for your employees, like $0 deductible options, virtual care with $0 copays, and the ability to earn up to $700 a year just for taking healthy actions. Care for your employees and savings for you? You'll get that too. Check out Oxford now with more ways to help your employees and bottom line stay healthier. Contact your broker or visit uhc.com/Oxford to learn more. Oxford insurance products are underwritten by Oxford Health Insurance Incorporated.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Life can change suddenly without any warning whatsoever. When you're sidelined due to a debilitating personal injury, it's crucial to have a trusted team on your side. The Rothenberg Law Firm has over 50 years of spectacular courtroom experience, ensuring that you're not facing those obstacles alone. Winning and collecting billions for our clients, we are committed to helping you recover whatever you deserve. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888.
Leading lawyer for injured ones, injurylawyer.com.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier immediate orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers 4 convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. From the field or sports court straight to a top-rated walk-in orthopedic doctor. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
Trying to find the right car at the right price? Yeah, right. Well, Ramsey Auto Group makes it easy. Visit any Ramsey location or RamseyCars.com for a great selection of low-priced certified pre-owned vehicles. And we'll even buy your car or current lease. Get the right car at the right price right here.
Say it all, save a lot. RamseyCars.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Let's go! Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Oh boy. Yeah, getting ready to, deal with the next 2 weeks of baseball. And, Kendrick Lamar versus Drake. LA versus the 666, whatever. I just saw a video of the clubhouse. Like, I'm trying to avoid this stuff, but I'm always on Twitter because you never know. I might have to hit you with an alert or something coming out. I just looked at their clubhouse. I don't know what the hell they do in the Rogers Center clubhouse, but it literally looks like a nightclub. Like, they have like LED lights, strobe lights. It's crazy. Anyway, just to tie something together from earlier when I was talking about the officiating, the NFL is bogus if you really pay attention. I've been saying that since like 2017. It's bogus. It's entertainment. There are things that shouldn't go on, but they go on anyway. Here's TJ Hawkinson talking about the catch that he made in the game and how he feels about New York helicoptering in that, wasn't there, wasn't on the field, but just watching a video in super slow-mo and overruling the call on the field.
I know that you're talking about your touchdown that was overturned, but even the look on your face when you were watching the replay, just how incredulous it was even watching it secondhand. What are your feelings on that?
I mean, there's nothing to overturn it. I was out there. I felt it. Hands under the ball, snag it, and I don't understand. I don't obviously understand the catch rule at this point. Jay had one like the exact same thing last year in the corner of the end zone. So they got to figure it out. It's New York can't call in and say that it's not a catch when every other ref out there says this. I mean, that's all it is to it. That's all there is to
Yeah, so if you're going to do that, get it right, because in this modern day time with social media, when you pick and choose which one you overturn or which one you don't allow, especially on a touchdown, people are going to feel some type of way about it. Like, we all saw that Travis Kelce catch. It was nonsense. Obviously, the Chiefs, who are masters of the NFL officiating, they got up and ran a play, and so you move on. But no, the NFL is super bogus, man, with some of these calls. And they don't care. They throw flags on every roughing the passer, pass interference. You Giants fans saw it. So you just don't know who the fix is in for. And when you come out on the short end of the stick losing, you feel like it's rigged. You feel like it's set up, especially with all the gambling now. I don't know, man. The referees and New York being involved. That's just another thing to throw on New York. Yep. New York sports suck, and the NFL offices in New York, and they're fixing games. Speaking of New York, the New York Rangers played in the middle of Manhattan tonight. They scored a goal in there. The bread man. Yeah, they can score goals at Madison Square Garden, but then they didn't score another goal. And I watched that whole game. I even tweeted out at the 5:55 mark in the third period, what happens next? What the Rangers about to do? They end up giving up 2 goals and losing the game. So, Paulie, your thoughts before we go to break on where your Rangers are? I know it's early. Let's not make a big deal out of this.
Yeah, I mean tonight was honestly probably the worst game they've played, which is saying something. I thought tonight, like, even getting out to the 1-0 lead, they missed a ton of chances. And even Mika Zibanejad said at post game about he has to bury that chance in the third period. Mm-hmm. They just have to bear down. They have to win a game at the Garden for the first time this year. They got a goal. That's step one. But they actually played pretty bad hockey tonight. Again, early, no need to overly, overreact. But they played bad hockey.
JT Miller tonight can't say, I like the brand of hockey we're playing. Let's not make too big of a deal of this.
Right, and even JT Miller said, I'm looking at it, we have to find a way to bear down in these tight 2-1 games. Let's be honest, we didn't deserve to win. But that's a game that they could have stolen.
It was close for a majority of the game. It was 1-1 for the whole game.
Yeah, so again, that's a game that they didn't deserve to win, but they had a chance to steal it, and they didn't do that. Plenty of time. It's early. I think the offense before tonight was actually playing pretty well.
Yeah.
And it really comes down to, it's puck luck. Sometimes when it's hockey, it bounces off someone's stick. It goes to the net. You know this by watching doubles games now. A lot of it is pretty random.
Yeah, and there's not that much scoring for the most part where, 1-1 game, it gets tight and it doesn't go your way, But at least they had on some nice blue shirts. I like those new
very nice, the Centennial jerseys.
Sucks to get booed out the building with them on, but if you're a Rangers fan, go buy you a fresh Centennial 100 years of Rangers hockey sweater. 888-808-1019. I've got 2 hours left. I'll say good morning on the other side. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every hockey player knows the secret to becoming a great skater is time on the ice. But rink time? It's tough to get, expensive, and so inconvenient. This winter, what if your kids could skate anytime they want, right in your own backyard? With Yard Rink, they can. In about an hour, you can transform your yard into an amazing outdoor rink. It's easy to set up and plays like a professional rink. Watch their hockey skills explode to the next level while they're having the time of their lives. Even Yard Rink ambassadors ambassador, Wayne Gretzky, says he wishes he had a yard rink when he was a kid. Order today at yardrink.com and save hundreds by using code RADIO21. Nearly 300 sizes are available, starting at just $9.99. Plus, get 2 puck retention nets and your favorite NHL team logos free. That's YARDRINK.com. And save 21% by using code RADIO21. Give your kids more fun-filled ice time and help their hockey dreams come true.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Everywhere in New York City, city agencies are busy delivering for you. Since 2022, a record-breaking 183,000 small businesses have opened. In 2024 and 2025, major crime dropped across the city. And now, every kid gets access to a brand new universal after-school program. That's NYC, delivering for you, every day, everywhere. Find out how at deliveringforyou.nyc.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your tri-state Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Police Officers Right to Sue.com. For the first time since 1993, the Blue Jays back in the World Series. George Springer, your go-ahead 3-run blast in the 7th as they upend the Mariners 4-3. Bullpen 5 1/3 scoreless innings capped by Joe Hoffman striking out the side. Game 1 against the Dodgers in Toronto on Friday night. Monday Night Football, Game 2, you got the Seahawks in front of the Texans 17-6. They're about 10 minutes left in the third quarter. Meanwhile, the Lions erased the Bucs 24-9, 136 yards on the ground, couple of scores from Jahmyr Gibbs. Jets still winless, of course. Aaron Glenn refusing to name a starter for his quarterback position just yet after benching Justin Fields for Tyrod Taylor.
There's a lot of thought that goes into that. For me personally, and then being able to get up the staff, and then just being able to ask other coaches that have been in the situation, how would they handle that? So I'm not running away from the question at all, Rich. The thing is, I want to make sure that I make the right decision, and I don't want to make rash decisions either.
While down the Rangers 3-1, Artemi Panarin got the Blue Shirts' first goal at the Garden this year, but still unable to fully break through.
Yeah, there was chances. I mean, a lot around the net, and that's kind of what we've been saying. I mean, you got to capitalize on them at some point, and we can't keep having these tight games that we're on the wrong side of.
That's Adam Fox as Igor Shesterkin stopped 29 shots. 56 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams.
The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning, as the Gorillas bring us into the 21st day of October here. Keith McPherson on the Fan, melting into my thoughts about baseball, how the Yankees are cooked, how this World Series is going to suck, how I'm going to process all this, how I'm going to handle this, and would the Yankees have had a different fate if they won? I think I'm just in my head about it, so I'm not going to do that. Let's talk about the Jets, because I did just get a laugh out of the Jets. And I had a Jets call, but he dropped off. So I'll probably, Steven Matawan, we're going to go to you as soon as I say what I have to say here. And then I'll probably go to Fleegs, because Fleegs just stepped in, and I think Fleegs is a good Jets fan to ask these questions to. Even though the Jets suck and the season's over, and I asked ChatGPT to give me a list of recent coaches that have started 0-7. Steve Spagnuolo with the St. Louis Rams, Raheem Morris with the Tampa Bay Bucks, Chan Gailey with the Buffalo Bills, Gus Bradley, and they all coached more than 1 year. Aaron Glenn's probably going to be here, but he cracks me up with what he just said. I don't want to make rash decisions. None of this is rash. There are no rash decisions. There's nothing at stake. You haven't won a game. There's no rash decision you can make. This is the Jets. Nothing that you're going to do or decide is going to make the Jets fans say, he's really rolling the dice. And it's just nothing makes sense, right? With that top pick in the draft, back-to-back years, they go offensive linemen. They get their tackles. And what was supposed to be a strength now is a weakness. Even the offensive line is falling apart. That's a unit that you felt like you could hang your hat on. Similar to how the Giants could hang their hat on their defensive line. You thought, all right, well, this front on offense is going to anchor us. And then you go into that game, and the Carolina Panthers, they sacked the quarterback a bunch, and I know it's on Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor, but they sacked the quarterback. I think I saw they had more sacks in the game than they had the whole season. And it's just everything goes to crap. I had a friend go out to MetLife Stadium to interview people thinking it was the one chance that the Jets had to win. And as you're interviewing people leaving the stadium, there's people, they're obviously getting out of Dodge, but they hate the team. It's misery. They don't know why they showed up. They don't know what they thought going out there. And it's just over and over and over again. And now Justin Fields, that you guaranteed $30 million to, you had to bench him. And there's no improvement after London and after all the criticism and after he admitted some things. You would think he would come out and be a little different. Nope, he is what he is. It's disappointing because I don't just put it on him. When Aaron Glenn goes to get him with Tanner Engstrom, I expect that you're going to get this quarterback after kicking Aaron Rodgers to the curb because you have a plan. And the Carolina Panthers are no world beaters, and you knocked their quarterback out of the game. Speaking of quarterbacks, former Jet quarterback Mike White has now signed with the Carolina Panthers because they need some depth, some backups. But Andy Dalton is out there. He's not doing anything, and you still can't get it going. And then Tyrod comes into the game, and I guess people are thinking Tyrod is going to be some type of savior. I don't know why. He completes 10 passes. He throws 2 interceptions. He underthrows the ball. J.C. Horn picks him off twice. So it's like, be careful what you wish for, because the week before you wanted to see Tyrod. Maybe he would have done something against the Broncos. Maybe not. He didn't do anything to win you the game against the Panthers, but you don't have a better option. Just to be able to watch him complete passes, to complete 10 passes for 126 yards. Plus. So where are we at now, Jets fans? Where are we at now? You want Tyrod Taylor to be your starter? Do you want them to tank and lose all the way out to ensure that they have the number one pick? It won't matter. Because they could screw it up anyway, and I still think they're going to be picking with the Saints and the Titans, where those guys they shouldn't take quarterbacks. You want the coach to continue, or are you already just folding this season and saying whatever, it doesn't matter, or are you already saying this guy is in over his head? He sold us a false bill of goods. Get him up out of here. We don't have time for this. Find an offensive-minded coach. Find a quarterback whisperer. Find somebody that's going to come in here and draft Mendoza, Moore, one of these top quarterbacks, and actually turn him into something next year. Because next year, Tyrod is gone. And next year, even with Justin Fields here, Justin Fields has started off so bad, no one wants to see him out there. No one wants to see Justin Fields out there. So 888-808-1019, it's the Jets' experience is so terrible. Like going out there, and that's their stretch, right? That's the next part I'll say before we get back to the phone. This is your stretch right here. You had a close game against the Broncos in London you couldn't take. You had a close game against the Panthers that you couldn't take. You had a handful of other close games. The Steelers game, week 1. The Buccaneers game, week 3. The Dolphins game, week 4. Couldn't get a win. I don't see you going to face a rested Bengals team that now has Joe Flacco getting extra reps with those guys. I don't see you going to Cincy and beating the Bengals. The Browns defense, paired with now Quinshawn Judkins and Dylan Gabriel at least getting some reps and them being able to move the ball, you're not beating the Browns. The Patriots, you're not going up to. So you know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, then you got the Ravens. You're about to continue to lose out. This team is about to go double digits, 0-10. So where are we at now, Jets fans? What do you want? Steve is in Matawan, New Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Steve.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I'm actually Yankees-Jets, one of the rare people in that combination, so I'd love to talk about both. My parents grew up in the Bronx. They saw Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig play. Dad's almost 94, mom's 91. God bless them. They still watch just about every game. My dad falls asleep through most of them, but my mom stays awake. So I actually got to go to Game 1 of the 1977 World Series, see him beat the Dodgers with my dad, and then I went to the final game of 2009 with my beautiful wife, and we saw them take care of the Phillies and win the World Series. So, yeah, Yankee fan, I'm disappointed. I had tickets to every game of the ALCS. That obviously never happened in New York, and I had a couple of World Series games, and that'll never happen either. But I guess what I'd like to say, I just love baseball. I want to see this go 7 games. I lived in L.A. for 5 years, got a lot of good friends who are L.A. fans. I would have preferred to see the Mariners. They've never been to the World Series, but you know what? Hope it goes 7. Hope it's exciting, and I get some good baseball out of that. As far as the Jets, I'll also respond to you. You had a Giants caller, and he took a little dig at my Rutgers team. I am a proud Rutgers alum. I bleed Nike pinstripes, but also Scarlet Knights red. And also to say that Rutgers is the worst team ever in college football.
Yeah, they're not the worst.
That guy sounds like he never took or ever passed a college class in his life. So don't they're like your Giants. Rutgers could have beaten Iowa, could have beaten Minnesota. Couple of wins they could have had, and they didn't, just like the Giants.
They ran into an Oregon team that got beat in their own building by Indiana. They were primed for an ass whooping, and it happened.
Oh, I knew that. I do really well actually betting on football, and the way I do it, I look for a team who's just come off a heartbreaking loss on the road and is coming home. They're going to be hungry, and I hate to play a freaking team that's just had the worst loss of their season.
Mm-hmm.
I knew, because now I don't blame Oregon because, now to get into that 12-team playoff, they got to beat up. They got to open up a can of whoop ass.
They have to be impressive. Sure, they got to score points.
I said, if Oregon beat Indiana, I bet Rutgers loses like 38-17. Something a little bit
Rutgers
closer
was in it
to that.
early in that game, and the next thing I look up, I'm like, what the hell happened here? But thanks for the call, Steve. 888-808-1019. Yeah, the Yankees messed up the money. No ALCS this year. No World Series this year. They missed out on some money. Does that motivate you? Does that raise your urgency meter? I just saw my guy, Johnny Lasagna. He put out a quote from Brian Cashman, a fake quote, but he was like, putting out a quote that Cashman would say about all of this to save face. He said, the teams that beat us the last 2 seasons are the World Series teams this year, so we're not too far off. Does that make any Yankee fans listening feel better knowing that last year you were beat by the eventual champions? And now this year's eventual champions will be either the team that beat you last year or the team that eliminated you this year. Does that make you go to bed tonight and feel a little bit better? Avery's in St. Louis on the Fan. What's up, man?
How would that make me feel better?
It doesn't. It won't. But that's something that Brian Cashman and the Yankees would say. They'd find a well. Ultimately, we fell short of our main goal. But you know what? We're not too far off. If the World Series teams are the 2 teams that eliminated us in 24 and 25.
Yeah, I've heard it before, Keith. It's funny that Johnny Lasagna put that out there. Definitely something I wouldn't be super surprised to hear. I want to make a Giants point, but I want to make a quick Yankees point with the Blue Jays first, which is, and you alluded to it a little earlier, George Springer, right? Hits a 3-run home run. First of all, anybody who doesn't think that home runs are important to win playoff games is stupid. However, at the same time, as you pointed out, you have to have the guys to get on base. And if it's just solo shots, they're not impactful. And the Yankees lineup wasn't rounded out enough to have enough guys hitting for contact, as has been the problem for years. In addition to many other problems that I'm not going to get into right now, but I'm sure you know the list.
Yeah, I think that on top, the way that the Blue Jays played, where all we talked about is they don't strike out. They put the ball in play, but yet they hit home runs, and they hit a huge 3-run home run to send them back to the World Series. And they faced a team that, like, during this game, they were literally putting up these stats for the Mariners when they have a homer, multiple homers. They had a Julio Rodriguez and a Cal Raleigh homer. Like, they usually win those games. Well, their manager made a mistake with the bullpen.
Right. And sometimes other managers do that too.
Yeah. Boone gets a lot of flack for that, but I think it's always scripted, even though, Cashman said he's got nothing to do with it. I'm like, I would hope you have something to do with it, or Boone is just lighting that many games on fire. Anyway.
Well, like I said, I don't want to get too far into it, but there is a similar narrative there with putting a typical starting pitcher in a relief spot that another manager made the same mistake with, and that's the storyline we had too as Yankee fans with the career.
But I don't think no, they went to a reliever. It just wasn't their closer.
Brian Wu?
Oh, okay, you're talking about Wu. I'm talking about Luzardo, but yes, right. Brian Wu, who was good for an inning, 2 innings. I got to go look at the box score, but like I understand what you're saying now. I think I was thinking about Luzardo, who actually gave up the homer, but he had the inherited runners from Brian Wu, where you could say he was good for his 2 innings, but then after that he lost it, not being in a spot that he's used to. But whatever, it is what it is. It's how it goes.
Yeah. He didn't come in with the high leverage with the guys on anyway. He left them for somebody else. So okay, fine. But with the Giants, about Brian Dable, I understand how I talked to McMonigle about this a little bit last night, just because I was thinking about it, and he was very clear that he doesn't believe Dable should be fired after this game. And I said, okay, fine. I hear you, because the relationship between a head coach and a quarterback is important. But then I was thinking about it more, and I thought to myself, and this is what a lot of people say, I agree with anybody who would tell you that Brian Dable doesn't give the Giants a chance to take that next step. And the reason that I believe that is because I don't think he has the handle necessary or the experience necessary to facilitate long-term success. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he has the proper handle on this locker room. Now, I love where they are right now. Like, if the loss was awful, but forget about the statistics and all the complaining and how frustrating that loss was, because that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying that Brian Dable, on his own, game aside, you look at how he yelled at Shane Bowen. Remember when he yelled at Wink Martindale 2 years ago? What a mess that was.
There was a whole article written about how he talks to people, how like Shane put on the headset one game, and like that's how Brian Dable does his business.
I just feel like from what I see, if something goes wrong, he doesn't know what to do to get it right. And sometimes it works, And he hasn't had the right players around him either over the years, and that's fair given that the Giants' job was his first head coaching job. But it can't go on like this forever.
Well, it won't be forever. Thanks for the call, Avery. 888-808-1019. What I'll say is this. These losses, Jaxson Dart has started, 4 games? 1-2, lost 2? Am I correct on that? Yeah, Saints and Broncos, both on the road. The 2 wins are at home. These losses go on Shane and Dable's resume. These losses will be on their tombstones. You know that saying? They put your win and loss record on your tombstone when you die? Brian Dable's got a lot of L's, bro, and bad ones. Inexcusable ones. At least 3 on the kicker. So, where we at now? We're at the point of the season where not every Giants fan says Brian Dable's job is safe because of Jaxson Dart. Jaxson Dart is 22. And Jaxson Dart has already shown you he's a hooper. He's going out there and he's putting the ball in the hoop. Like, what I mean? Like some of those throws he made. This one throw he made to Wandale, I'm like, that's literally like a shot. He dropped it in the bucket. Bloop. Like, this kid is out there under pressure making throws, making plays. He's going to do that no matter who the head coach signal caller is. They have to continue to build the rest of the way, and Brian Dable has to continue to show that he's learned. Fool me, can't fool me. And, they've repeated a lot of the same mistakes. And I do believe he's going to stay because this is year 4. They signed a 5-year contract. And Mara's health isn't well, and I don't think he wants to go through all that, but, it'll get loud. It'll get loud, especially at the end of the year if you come up a game or 2 short of missing the playoffs or winning the division or whatever it might be, and you'll think about coulda, woulda, shoulda. There's going to be some Giants fans that say, yo, Dart is going to ball regardless of who the coach is. Get this guy out of here. He's not the guy. So I think he's safe for at least the next year. But the year after, you know how the stakes get raised? Next year, the Giants are going to be expected to compete for a playoff spot because of just what we're seeing now of Dart in 4 weeks. There's more plays to be made. There's more wow moments. There's more wins as well. But Brian Dable can't be part of what causes them to lose, whether it's decisions on play calls, whether it's decisions on point afters versus going for 2, whether it's roster decisions, what kicker is suited up, whether it's timeouts, whether it's just even losing your mind where you're yelling at a team doctor because the quarterback is in concussion protocol or yelling at your defensive coordinator that's only here because the last defensive coordinator you couldn't work with. You think Wink Martindale wanted to go to college? Wanted to coach Michigan? I'm sure he wanted to stay in the NFL, but had to go where he could go. No one else picked him up. 888-808-1019. Lou is in a story on the fan with us next. What's up, Lou?
Hey, kids, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Do me a favor, you're still Brian Cashman that IKF is the reason why the Blue Jays is going to the World Series, okay? And we got Anthony Volpe. Anyway, on the Giants.
Why is IKF the sole reason that the Blue Jays are going?
Well, listen, the guy made contact. We got him. Springer don't make that, don't make the 3 home runs, but people don't believe in that anyway.
No, he had the single after the walk to get on base.
Exactly. No, he batted over 300, by the way, in the playoff. But I don't care. Listen, all of us.
I'm seeing a 238 average, but whatever, it doesn't matter.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Listen, on the Giants, okay? I'm a Jets fan. If we have a Jaxson Dart, we have a better record than the Giants right now. Now, let me tell you one thing about the Giants.
Drafted him, yeah.
Okay. Listen to this now. Every host in WFAN, from Boomer and Gio down the line, had Daniel Jones as the garbage, as the worst quarterback in the world. He shouldn't even have a job.
Hey, Gio also had Jaxson Dart. I got to go dig that up. You just made me think of some. Remember Gio tweaking about them choosing Jaxson Dart?
To admit it.
He said he's a pudgy kid from Utah like Zach Wilson. You just unlocked I know I can find
Daniel
that tweet.
Daniel Jones has the best record in football right now.
Hey, Daniel Jones is in the MVP conversation, Lou. That also doesn't help Shane and Dable.
You know what? Bosal, DT, all those guys trashed that Daniel Jones like he was a piece of garbage. I thought he would never get a job again the way they put him down. You take care, brother.
Thanks for the call. I remember trying to stick up for Daniel Jones, but after a while, there was no more defense. But I remember making an analogy of like Daniel Jones trying to play quarterback is like trying to drink and drive in a rainstorm, and you're going to miss some exits. You're not going to drive straight in lines. You might hit another car. Like I felt like Daniel Jones with the injuries, with the fans booing him, with the contract, with his head coach not liking him. Like it just was a lot to survive or succeed in. I thought it was damn near impossible for the guy. I after a while, I'm just like, Saquon's gone. There's, I don't know. After a while, there's nothing else to say. Oh, boy, I got to find that Geo clip. That Geo clip is going to hit now. After Jaxson Dart had the Giants up 19-0, I remember Geo getting on air, and I didn't hear it because I'm asleep during the morning show, but he had a rant where he was like, he's a pudgy kid from Utah. And I'm just like, he's not pudgy. I guess he's got a little bit of a pudgy face, but like, nah, I wouldn't compare Dart to Jaxson or Dart to Zach Wilson at all. Jaxson Dart and Zach Wilson, I think, went to the same high school. I don't know how to find that clip, bro, but I'm gonna work on that during the break because that just unlocked the thought. Like, we got to get Gio's rebuttal on that now. Like, what do you say now about Jaxson Dart and Zach Wilson comparisons? These two are not the same. And, like, I don't know. You got to chill with that if, like, you didn't watch the kid play or you don't, like, I knew Jaxson Dart was going to work. I just didn't know how soon. I had said give it 2 weeks minimum. I just wanted the kid to go on the road and have 2 weeks of NFL tape, right? I just thought it didn't make any sense to throw him in there against the Commanders and the Cowboys. He's going to be facing the Commanders and Cowboys for a long time. But, yeah, shout out to Positive Tommy. He was start Dart from day one. Dart is the real deal. But, yes, Daniel Jones definitely had a rough go here. He couldn't win. He was walking into the stadium. Fans were booing him. He was walking into the stadium and fans were heckling him. He had one great year after they didn't pick up his option, and he led the team to the playoffs, beat the Minnesota Vikings in Minnesota. You had to pay him. And then that contract became a burden. And, like, I'm happy for Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones talking about, hey, you guys must not have known too much about what they were cooking up. I mean, out there in Indy, we thought that it was a battle between him and Anthony Richardson. That battle, I don't think it ever really was much of a battle. 6-1, best record in the NFL. Daniel Jones looks comfortable out there. I think there was just a mic'd up with Daniel Jones that I got to find too, where I'm like, he's different. It's different when you get out of here. There's a lot of pressure. Yeah, October 14th, inside the NFL with Daniel Jones mic'd up. He's the guy out there now. Good for him. But that doesn't help the situation over here with Shane and Dable. 888-808-1019. And the Blue Jays going to the World Series and the Dodgers being there to meet them, if it goes 7, whatever, I don't care. It doesn't help our situation over here as Mets or Yankees fans. The Mets are still the best team as far as who gave the Blue Jays a run for their money in the postseason. I guess you could say the Padres. But really, the Mets were 2 games away from winning the World Series. They go out and add Juan Soto to that team. They don't even make the dance. The Cincinnati Reds, who nobody thought, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't go out and add Juan Soto and not get back to the postseason even potentially. But next year, Nolan McClain and Juan Soto will save us from the Dodgers three-peat. And the Yankees, all we've been talking about is the Yankees because the Mets haven't played in who knows how long, and it's not even worth it at this point because they didn't qualify. But the Yankees, I'm sorry, I can't help but think if our fate would be different. And now I'm coming around to no because we got smoked. But I'm like, maybe you don't get smoked if Max Fried is pitching in Yankee Stadium where he's been better. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but there were a lot of people saying something's going on in the Rogers Center. Well, they just won Game 7 in the Rogers Center. Seemed like George Springer was all over that pitch that Bizzardo threw to him. George Springer, who also cheated with the I don't know, man. if the Yankees win one more game, they own the tiebreaker, or they don't own the tiebreaker, one more game in the regular season, they would have been able to catch the Blue Jays, even though the Blue Jays had the tiebreaker. And then that flips things. Then, the Blue Jays got to face Garrett Crochet. And then in a 3-game elimination, or a 3-game set with 2 games to eliminate, who knows if they get there? Maybe it's the Yankees facing the Red Sox. I don't know. That's the butterfly effect of all this. As Zach Charbonnet scores his second touchdown of the night. And I have Kenneth Walker on my bench because I know that they give the ball to Zach Charbonnet, a little bit of a bigger back. The Seahawks. Good for the Seahawks on Monday Night Football in Seattle, as that fan base is heartbroken over not going to the World Series, losing a Game 7 on the road. At least they have Sam Darnold and the soon-to-be 5-2 Seahawks to lean on. Let's get back to the phone before we take this break. Alex is in Linden, New Jersey on the fan. What's up, Alex?
Hey, Keith. Been a while since I last saw you, but I tried to stay away here. Last couple of weeks have been pretty sad, brother, with the Yankees. So good to talk.
It's whack, bro. I packed up all my Yankee stuff today. I legit, I had to get it out of my vision in my closet, out of sight, out of mind. I'm I'm not wearing any of this till spring training, so packing it up.
Yeah, I agree. So I've had time to calm down on hold, but that George Springer call had me just thinking about New York sports in general. We know Aaron Judge's struggles. We don't need to hear about it. Was that a Yankee fan or a Mets fan, Keith?
I think Phil in Manhattan. I don't know. I can't recall. Maybe a Met fan, because Yankee fans don't talk about Judge like that. I didn't even mention Judge's name. And he started. He called a stray. Yeah, he started going off on Judge will never be Freddie Freeman. Or first thing I thought about is these guys are older than him and they're in different situations. And Judge gets no credit for the 3-run bomb he hit. I know it was not the same circumstances as a World Series grand slam or a 3-run homer to send your team to the World Series, but whatever.
Just one more thing, then I'll hang up. And listen, after that Giants loss yesterday, this is how the Giants lose. This is how the Yankees go out in the postseason. I just didn't need to hear his call. Hope all is well, brother. Talk to you soon.
Appreciate the call, Alex. Yeah, that's the thing about New York as well. We're pulling on different sides. Sometimes people call the fan and say, I root for New York. If the Mets are win, or if the Yankees are, I just want New York. But, we're not going to win a damn thing because we're split. The Met fan does not want to see the Yankees bring a parade back to this city before they do. And you can bet your ass the Yankee fan does not want to see the Mets bring a World Series back. It's been 40 years. Even in football. The Jets' misery, you look across and you see Jaxson Dart and you're saying, we could have drafted him. Wow. Look, the Giants are coming out of it. They're about to beat the Broncos. The week after we lost to the Broncos, they're kicking the Broncos. Wait a minute. They lost? Misery loves company. Next up, the New York Knicks. And us 10 Brooklyn Nets fans, we might hate a little bit, but we know what the deal is. Everything is on the Knicks this year. Everything is on the Knicks being the number 1 seed. Not just getting to the finals, but winning the whole final so we could turn the city up. Keith McPherson on the fan. I've got less than 90 minutes left. I'm going to take as many calls as I can. We're going to see what Fleegs thinks about with the Jets, because I want to know where Jets fans are Week 7. There's a few things in play here. Stay with us. We're going to take this break, and I will be right back.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair tire, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, Vanelli. Down, baby. The Country Grammar. Been a minute. I should play that album. I used to have a longer ride home, and I used to pick like random old school hip hop albums to play for the ride back. I also like recently went back and played Get Rich or Die Trying. I'm like, this album is incredible. The staying power, how it all still hits. The nobody likes me, but that's okay. Sound like y'all anyway. When I heard that back, I let my watch talk for me, my whip talk for me, my gat talk for me. I'm like, wow, this is like anyway. Hip hop head, hip hop. Keith McPherson on the fan. Who else? Man, the Jets. That's like, no, only the Jets can out Jets the Jets. Like, I feel a kind of way, and I'm not a Jets fan. I feel a way as a host because they fooled me. I thought the bad days were the Aaron Rodgers, Rob Sala. I thought that was in the past. I'm like, okay, the 33rd team interviewed half the world. This has to work. Okay, Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji and Justin Fields, and couldn't have been more wrong. Couldn't have been more wrong. They just, they look so bad that it's like, I understand there's rebuilds, but like in the NFL, everybody else in the NFL has at least one win. Like there's other bad situations where they're at least competitive. Like this is the worst offense in the league. And now you bench Justin Fields, who you gave money to. You know, here's a positive. Sauce Gardner, who I was critical of early on, Sauce Gardner's been better. He deserves a little bit of props. Because I remember saying, you didn't have to pay him for what we were getting. At least Sauce Gardner, and like, this defense has turned it around. It's just unfortunate for them. Like, they have no offense at all. So you can hold a team to 13 points in the NFL and expect to win. Not with a first-year head coach, a first-time play caller, and no quarterback. Tyrod Taylor is a backup quarterback for a reason. Like, he can take over for a half. He's not supposed to take over for multiple games. The Giants fans went through this with Tyrod not too long ago. But yeah, let me see. Shout out to Harrison Glazer. I follow some of his Jet stuff. He put out Sauce Gardner is still him. And I guess he took somebody else's tweet. So this is Justin Fried's tweet. Sauce Gardner has actually allowed the fewest catches of any cornerback in the NFL, minimum 180 coverage snaps through 7 weeks. Gardner has allowed 10 catches for 123 yards on 22 targets. Per Pro Football Focus, he's tied for first among 51 qualifiers. So, like, you know, Sauce, I know he was crying a little bit about how the Jets are officiated. I know he talked about how it's a losing culture. So, you know, they're looked at a little differently. But, man, I feel bamboozled, hoodwinked, tricked, fooled. I thought that Aaron Glenn, as somebody who came out of the Jets organization, went to Detroit. And that's another thing. Stop with the Detroit comparisons. Stop with talking. I mentioned tonight that Detroit defense, they held Baker Mayfield to 9 points. And honestly, Baker was a little off tonight. Baker, he missed some throws. He had some guys. He wasn't there. And obviously Mike Evans goes down, whatever. Kelvin Shepard got a ton of airtime tonight. And he's a former player that has stepped right into that spot. So the Lions aren't missing Kelvin Shepard. And don't look now, but Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears, they've ripped off 4 wins in a row. So I don't know what to say to you guys. Actually, let's see if Fleegs isn't taking a call now. Fleegs, are you available? So you were never in on this regime from. They didn't fool you for a second. You never bought into Aaron Glenn, Darren Muji. So to start off and tell us what you saw, what made your antennas go up to say, this isn't going to work?
That's right, and I've been taking my victory lap and dance for 7 weeks now. Listen, I wanted Aaron Glenn to work out because I loved him as a player, but I thought this was so easy to see coming from the GM side. First of all, Muji, not somebody any of us had ever heard of. Nobody else had interviewed.
He was with the Broncos. Look at the Broncos now.
And he's so low down. Like, this wasn't a, hey, assistant GM, one of those guys you hear about as the up-and-coming, like he's going to be the next guy. He was a nobody that took the job because he was willing to work for Woody Johnson.
Right.
Aaron Glenn, Todd Bowles, Robert Saleh, even Rex Ryan. These were great defensive coordinators. I wanted to go offense anyway because that's what the NFL is now.
2025.
And they didn't hire one of those elite, hey, my defense is top 5 every year defensive coordinators. They hired a guy who's an okay defensive coordinator. I mean, do the Lions look like they're missing Aaron Glenn right
Not
now?
Not at all, and they got embarrassed by Jaden Daniels and the Commanders and
right, in the postseason when it matters most, Aaron Glenn's defense nowhere to be found. And I know he was dealing with injuries, but newsflash, it's the NFL. Everybody's dealing with injuries all the time.
Yep.
I didn't like it going in, and then his press conferences, how combative he was. We saw this at the Combine, and him not really grasping, reporters asking about the quarterback position. What are you going to do? And then when they did cut Rodgers, what was the thought process? Like not understanding this is the most important position in sports, and you just went from having a guy, whatever anybody thought about him, that was a starting quarterback, to not having somebody, and then the guy that they chose, Justin Fields wasn't inherited. There's a lot when you take over a team, you got to deal with what's there. They wanted Justin Fields.
He was their pick.
They went out and got him.
Who else was offering him a contract or in pursuit of him?
And they gave him $30 million guaranteed.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
They don't have a second receiver. Everybody's getting on them. That's true. That was by choice. There was an offseason. There was a draft. You could have added a receiver. You had Devontae Adams, and you cut him. So this is all by design, and these are two guys that, again, a lot can change. I get it if they have long careers. Maybe they shock us. We know how Kyle Shanahan started. We know how Dan Campbell started. But when you watch these guys, both the product on the field and Aaron Glenn in any press conference during the week after the game,
doesn't help.
They don't get it. They don't understand. And I thought it was whoever takes this Jets job, it's one of the most difficult jobs in sports because you're dealing with the fan base's expectations and an owner who is an absolute lunatic and gets in the way. I don't think Aaron Glenn understood the scope. I think he thought he did because he played here 30 years ago, and some fans thought he would. But remember, almost all of his career, except for the end of it, the last couple years with the Jets, were pre-Woody Johnson. This building, when Bill Parcells was here, was worlds different than what it has devolved into with Woody Johnson. I think Aaron Glenn knew what he was walking into, and probably from the first moment where he got to meet people at One Jets Drive and just kind of see how things are operated there, he realized, oh, this is not what I expected. And it might not be him. It might just be too much for anybody, but it's certainly, and this is another reason, defense I didn't want a first-time head coach. I don't know if you can do this specific job if you've never been a head coach in the NFL before.
It's too much of an undertaking. Thank you for weighing in. It's just like, I think they thought it was, it was great. And Aaron Glenn, I remember saying he turned down New Orleans. He left them hanging. He could have taken that job. And he wanted to be here. And I think they underestimated how hard it would be. I leaned into at first, first year head coach, maybe you get Aaron Rodgers and then you don't have to worry about that. You have a quarterback that is a Hall of Famer, coach on the field, can take there. But I understand egos and but I didn't understand how they went about it. It's funny, right? Because Aaron Rodgers now is not doing Pat McAfee. And that was one of the main things we heard, right? Oh, he didn't want a quarterback that's going to go on McAfee every week. He's not on McAfee anymore. As I was mentioning the quarterbacks that, why did I think a quarterback was coming into the Jets that would succeed? It doesn't ever work that way. Like, people are also pointing to Joe Flacco. He's still got it on another team now. Aaron Rodgers obviously still has it. We're watching Sam Darnold on Monday Night Football right now. We're waiting to see if Zach Wilson ever materializes and turns into anything. Mike White has been able to, stick around in the league. He's bounced around from like 4 or 5 different teams, but he's still around. When will the Jets figure it out? It starts at the top. And I think Woody has already told Aaron Glenn, you're good. You're good. You're one of us. You're a Jet. You're good. It's tough. Trust me, we know. But damn, Jets fans, as I get some of you on the phone, let me know. You want to lose out? You want to be an 0-17 team? If this guy's staying there, do you trust that he's going to be able, with Muji, to draft the right quarterback and develop him? Tanner Engstrand might be a casualty. Maybe they actually go get somebody to run the offense, a quarterback whisperer type, somebody that can actually come in here and get it done. I don't know. I think about Cliff Kingsbury, right? Because last year, Cliff Kingsbury was the offensive coordinator of the Commanders that ended up knocking the Lions out of there going up against Glenn's defense. They need one of those type of guys. Cliff Kingsbury, who was the head coach with the Cardinals, failed, but then found an offense. Like, they need to find maybe a former head coach or a former quarterback, somebody that can come in and get this offense right, because the play calling is terrible. And it reminds me of where we were with LaFleur and Zach Wilson his first year. It's like Rob Saleh is a family friend of the LaFleurs. He hires a first-time offensive coordinator in this guy, and then he's got a rookie quarterback. It was bound to not work. Justin Fields, who is not cerebral, who has not, after all of these reps and years of experience in the NFL, seem to have picked up what he's seeing. They're sitting on everything. They're daring you to throw the ball. There's no one to throw to, and you don't have any receivers that can get any separation. Let's talk to these Jets fans on the fan. Jarvis is up in Harlem. What's up, man? You got it.
What's up, Keith? How are you?
I'm good. And I know you're not a Jets fan. You're actually a Packers fan. Packers about to face the Steelers.
Coming up with a win. That should be a good one. Aaron Rodgers facing his former teammate. That should be a must-see TV on Sunday. I'm definitely going to watch that. Talk about the Jets. And, you're right. Like, the next 3 games, I don't see the favorites the rest of the season because of the favorites. You got the Bengals of, in Cincinnati. They're probably going to be 0-10, so I just don't see it. But, the team is the Jets are. The Jets are like they're gonna miss the players for the 15th time, which is gonna be the longest drought for the Jets. It's just I don't see it getting better, but so do you really trust the head coach and the GM going to draft a quarterback?
No. And I think they screw it up because history tells us the Jets have screwed it up. I would not trust them to do it. And then that brings the conversation to the forefront about, then do you fire this guy after 1 year? And if he doesn't win a game or only wins 1 game, and it's on the table. I don't think Aaron Glenn is as safe as Woody has promised. I think Chris will have something to say. His brother will have something to say, and the fans will have something to say about it. Thanks for the call, Jarvis. 888-808-1019. Let's go out to Oakland, New Jersey. Peter, you're on the fan. What's up, Peter?
Hey, Keith, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. 2 points, one on the Jets and one on the Yankees. So on the Jets, when is it going to change? Whenever Woody decides to sell the team and the fans start going to the games. Obviously, this guy doesn't know how to run a franchise.
His kid's got to take it over. He's never selling that team. He's never selling that team.
I know. But obviously, he still has Tannenbaum, as part of his committee to choose coaches and choose GMs, and it's been a complete failure. You got all these rookie coaches, defensive coordinators, and then you got all these not even assistant GMs. They're like the 5th guy on the totem pole of some of these teams, and you're calling them the GM. Yeah. Clearly, and then now you brought in, to your point earlier, I love Glenn as a player, a great player, but he's over his head. Can't handle the media. Can't handle that's the first thing you should do in New York, right? Can you handle the New York market? Clearly he can. He's overwhelmed. After every loss, I speak to other coaches who started 0. I don't want to hear that.
You don't care. Exactly.
Exactly. I don't want to hear it. But so that's my thought on the Jets. The Jets can't draft right to the point I think all the callers are making. Even if we had the first round pick, we'll screw that up. That's a fact. That's just the way. It's just a bad organization, and that's the only way that it'll ever get better when you get rid of Woody. If he ever decides to, get it out of the family, they'll get a lot of money for it.
Yeah, but thanks for the call, Peter. They have a lot of money. It's a toy to them. This is Brick Johnson's team. His son is inheriting this team. His son is already influencing decisions with the team. And the way that the NFL is set up, there is no lottery. If you lose out or you have 1 win, your compensation for that is being able to pick at the top of the draft. There are quarterbacks coming out, but this is a place where quarterbacks come to die. If I am the owner of the Jets, which I'm clearly not, if I'm the owner of the Jets, I am disgusted that I'm the only team without a win. I'm disgusted that I have a coach that's a former player and it's not working out because there's other former players I'm watching. Let's see. I shouldn't use D'Amico Ryans, but he's won playoff games in back-to-back years. I can use D'Amico Ryans. We don't know what they're going to do this year. They're having a little bit of a down year this year, but he goes back to the Houston Texans, gets them going. Mike Vrabel is with the Patriots, got them going. Even Jim Harbaugh back with the Chargers. I'm probably forgetting some other coaches that have gone back to, play. I know it didn't work. It doesn't always work. But what I'm saying is, if I am the owner of the team and this guy has come in here, a former player that was highly regarded, and he's completely learning on the job, like I don't have the time or patience to have him learn on the job and mess up my number one pick that they're certainly about to earn. I hate to throw Gerard Mayo's name into it, but it ain't me. Everybody that watches football and talks football has thrown Gerard Mayo's name into it. Because he was a former player that won Super Bowls with the organization. He was the heir to the throne, coaching under Bill Belichick. And, as we talk about the Bill Parcells tree, the Belichick tree, he had a terrible first year. And you know what they did? They kicked his ass to the curb because there was somebody that they wanted in Mike Vrabel. And look at the Patriots now. Drake May has taken a step forward. Their offense is better. Their defense is better. And they're looking like they can compete and win that division. They're looking like even if they don't win the division, they're possibly a playoff team. And Vrabel's first year, a proven commodity. The Jets need a proven commodity. And I know when we talked about it, we were like, yeah, but he's a former, because Rob Saleh wasn't a former player, that it doesn't matter. This is a whole mess. This is a laughingstock. This is the absolute most embarrassing team, not just in the NFL, but maybe in all sports. Shout out to my boy DeAndre who went out there. So I have a friend who does content, and he just kind of does man on the street stuff, getting reactions. And I said, he went out there thinking that the Jets would get a win, and you would get some reaction out of Jets fans getting their first win of the season. Instead, he's got content going viral right now because he's able to find a young kid in a Quinnen Williams jersey, and the young kid just said a couple things on camera. He said, hey, can I get your thoughts on the game? The kid says, I hate this team. I was born into this. I'm not going to ever not be a Jets fan, but, I hate this team. And I talk to a lot of Jets fans. I hope you guys are inheriting stocks, bonds, land, and money, because inheriting the Jets, it's pain. And I guess part of the pain is that you have family members to go through it with, but it sucks. And I was even saying to my boy DeAndre who went out there, bro, you missed because he didn't make it for the pregame. I'm like, the last Jets game and all the Jets games I go to, go get there early. The fun is in the parking lot. Once the game starts, it's miserable. And most games are over by the half. But, man, I don't know how it changes because Woody's not going anywhere. And this move to Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji might have just set the franchise back another 5 years. 888-808-1019. We got a break coming up, so I'm not going to take a call here. In this last hour, we will hit on the Giants again. We will certainly hit on the Blue Jays and the Dodgers and this World Series matchup, what it means for your New York Mets, what it means for the Yankees. I encourage you to call up and weigh in as a fan of our New York teams, looking at who ultimately got there. No Subway Series World Series this year, guys. And, we will continue to talk about the Jets as I just don't see a win in sight. And now, speaking of Aaron Glenn, who's in over his head, the week before, you could have benched Tyrod in London, not in front of your fans, not in your building. And when asked about it, what kind of question is that? And then that's exactly what you did this week when you come home. And I don't begrudge you for doing that. You needed to. So Justin Fields gets sacked before the end of the half and slams the ball down. He's visibly frustrated and upset. Put the veteran Tyrod Taylor in. Tyrod Taylor can barely see over the offensive line, but, he's going to wiggle out of some sacks and try and make some plays too much. He's going to throw some interceptions. He's going to underthrow the ball, but at least he's throwing the ball. At least he's getting it downfield. At least he's putting that threat on the defense. Justin Fields is no threat on the defense. Even with all that athleticism, I can't understand how they just had all this time with him. They went to get him, and this is the offense you run. He's ineffective. 888-808-1019. Last hour for me here on The Fan. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
When you give up 33 points in the fourth quarter, I don't care how good you are. You don't deserve to win.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket. Because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwithdedevils.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Also brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. But just like the Joe Carter walk-off, it was a 3-run blast that lifted the Blue Jays.
1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Arozarena turns. Gone! A Springer! Dinger!
George Springer, the go-ahead 3-run shot in the 7th, lifted the Blue Jays by the Mariners 4-3 for their first World Series appearance since 1993. Game 1 against the Dodgers Friday night in Toronto. Call courtesy of the Blue Jays Radio Network. Monday Night Football Game 2, you got the Seahawks with a 27-12 lead on the Texans, still 8.5 minutes left. And you got the game, the Lions overpowered the Bucs 24-9. Jahmyr Gibbs, a 78-yard touchdown run. He had a $136 on 2 scores on the ground in all. Tampa also lost Mike Evans, broken collarbone. Jets still not ready to name a starter with Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor, but the struggles of Fields, why hasn't Aaron Glenn and his staff actually gotten the best out of him?
That's a good question, and I think there's blame to go around on a number of things when you look at that question, and we have to continue to figure out, like, how do we put him in the best position to be successful. We also have to look at Justin has to execute.
And Artemi Panarin lit the lamp in the first. Rangers finally scored at home in their 4th game of the Garden, but still fell to the Wild 3-1. Igor Shesterkin, 29 saves. 54 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Okay, quickly here. Got about 50 minutes left. Oh, I didn't even realize that's how we got to this in this Monday Night Football game. It looked like they were about to start scrapping on the sidelines. Texans versus Seahawks. Jaxson, Smith, and Jigba was like sitting on the bench. Player was right in front of him. The official comes and like breaks it up and gets in the way. I didn't see any punches thrown, but with about 7 minutes left, it seems like the Seahawks are on their way to getting another win. When that goes final, we'll look at the NFL Week 7 final scores and standings. Who's in first place? Who's in the hunt with the wild card and where we at now. Keith McPherson on the fan taking calls. We've been talking about the Giants, talking about the Jets, and talking about this now Blue Jays versus Dodgers World Series that we have no choice but to watch, I guess. Justin's in Floral Park. What's up, Justin? You're on the fan.
Shout out to Donnie Baseball. That's it. The rest of the Blue Jays are a bunch of cheaters, okay?
Good
Springer,
for Donnie.
I mean, come on. You're trying to tell me you didn't know what was coming there? Keith, that was the biggest pitch. I'm sorry. The Blue Jays definitely are cheating. It's going to probably come out later. It's kind of funny because they're playing the Dodgers, who Houston cheated against, if you remember in that World Series as well, besides the Yankees. So it's kind of funny that basically Toronto now is going the route of cheating against the Yankees and now the Dodgers. So it'll be very interesting.
Let's see.
By the way, Keith, do they have the home field? I believe they do.
They do. They have the better. They have a better record than the Dodgers.
So I mean, it's a good possibility that Toronto might win the series.
They could. And I just was about to say, let's see how the Dodgers play in that building.
Yeah, exactly. Because if they don't score like the Yankees didn't score, and Seattle didn't score as much, I mean, then something's up, Keith. And there's a problem with baseball. Okay, Manfred's a joke, and he's not going to do anything, just like he didn't do anything with Houston. This is a problem, Keith. And
there's a few problems. It's going to be
MLB is the fourth
cheating?
favorite sport for me, Keith. Like, obviously, football's number one. Hockey, which I know you're into now with the Devils. I'm a Ranger fan, and obviously the basketball. But the MLB is a joke, okay? And this commissioner is the biggest joke of them all, where he says it's a piece of plastic they're playing for, okay? And one last thing. This is by far the worst Monday Night Football game I've ever seen. This guy on Houston, the coach, should be fired. Okay, 4th and 1, twice you're running the ball. How about have Stroud run a little bit? I mean, this is
Isn't Nico Collins out of the game?
Well, now he is, but he was in before. But I mean, they were in this game because of their defense. I mean, C.J. Stroud looks like he forgot how to play football. He was good last year. This is a playoff team last year. This guy is horrible. There's another Ohio State quarterback.
Well, there's a dime.
Joke.
As I'm watching it live. Thanks for the call, Justin. I mean, there's a lot to unpack from there. Cameron and Mace have a theory on why C.J. Stroud is not C.J. Stroud that he was. The first year, 2 years, go look up Cameron and Mace it is what it is, and their take on C.J. Stroud being out there in Houston. DeMeco Ryans is a good coach, good former player, now coaching his organization, which I alluded to before with the Aaron Glenn comparison. They've had some injuries. They've had a little bit of a rough go at it this year. This game's not over. They now have the ball on the 4-yard line trying to punch it in with some time left. And they do. That's a touchdown. But going back to what you were saying about the Blue Jays and the Dodgers, and what I was going to say is, there's two forms of cheating. The alleged cheating of sign stealing and what goes on in the Rogers Center. They've got a hotel in the building. Somebody's watching. You know, Justin even alluded to, he knew what was coming. He saw two sinkers. The second one, the first one completely missed. The second one was in the zone. He rocked the second one. So, I mean, you don't need a trash can or a sign or something to tell you that. And then Fleegs just said in my ear, Seattle won the first 2 games in Toronto. We all thought they were cooked because they lost the first 2 games in their building. So we'll see, man. And then the other version of cheating is this deferral system that the Dodgers built their team with. It's a loophole that they've completely taken advantage of, starting with Ohtani and, 80% of his contract being deferred. Manfred doesn't care because it's business to him. This is good business. The LA Dodgers, who have the biggest fan base, definitely out west, but as far as attendance, every one of those World Series games in LA is going to be sold out. And then Canada, which is obviously not America, it's the whole Canada behind the Toronto Blue Jays. They haven't been there since 1993. The Rogers Center is going to be sold out for all of these games. So it's not anything like in the business of baseball. It's good for baseball and Rob Manfred. And you get another team that isn't in it, and then a team that's always in it, it seems. The defending champs versus a team that kind of came out of nowhere. So it sucks for us as Yankee fans watching it. It sucks for us even as Mets fans watching it. Because like I said, the Mets thought they were adding Juan Soto to a team that lost 2 games, or that was 2 games away, that lost the series to the Dodgers. And they're like, okay, well, when we see the Dodgers this year, we've got this proven postseason player that'll put us over the top. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan next. What's up, Ross?
Keith, what's up, man?
Watching football, talking baseball, talking hockey, talking sports.
This universe never unconnects, man. I've been calling you for, 4 years, 5 years, and that's the one thing that no matter how many times you say it, it always stands true, bro. You got the Teoscar Hernandez series. You got, Full Circle. Hand the baton. They beat you guys. You were in it last year against L.A. I love L.A. And now 1 year later, they're repping the six. They're back in the dance. And how many, when I first started calling you, bro, the days of Charlie Montoyo, and, hey, I'm not going to be part of no champagne popping ceremony because I willingly left. I was brought to the dark side along with my dad. But how many years when I first started calling you in, bro, and you saw the graphic with Vladdy, last year was the trailer. This year's going to be the movie.
Yep.
Well, get your popcorn, bro, because that was a 6-year trailer, but it was all the damn worth it for this year's movie, bro. This is like one of the best movies you'll ever see, bro. And talking about this is my house and all that. Job's not finished like he said. Like Vladdy said, I thought the crying was a little much, but hey, bro, it's worth it for this court because they heard a lot of BS. I heard that last caller, bro. They were down 2-0 on their home turf.
Yep.
What was cheating about that? Did they bring the cameras across the country or across the continent? And in their case, what was cheating about that? First 4 games were won by the road team.
Yeah. No, and Vladdy, this is the year that he signed and made all the money and locked himself into being a Toronto Blue Jay forever. And he had a lot of back and forth with the organization to get there. Right. I understand the emotion. Also, his dad never won. And so his dream as a player and a son is to win a World Series ring and present it to his pops. Like, I get the emotion behind it. Even talking to Big Sloppy Ortiz on the post game, he was choked up talking to him. Dominicano. Like it means something. Like I get it. I'm a Vladdy hater, but that's because I bleed pinstripes. I don't want to see him win it, but if he does, it's a great movie.
They did all of this without the flow too. Bo knows he's coming back. He said he'll be ready for the World Series, bro. And talk about Full Circle, Universe Never. I got so much other stuff for you, bro. They're interviewing Max Scherzer after the game, right? Max Scherzer, where This Mets fan base just agrees
about Max
on a lot.
Scherzer and Chris Bassett? They get out of Queens and they're going.
He was the puncher boy. So far, we won. By the way, we won that Angel Acuna trade by a country mile, right? He's our go-to pinch runner, and Max Scherzer's in his second World Series this time, bro. But we won that trade by a country mile. I love having basically a more expensive Terrence Score when he's half his age, but that's neither here nor there. Chris Bassett looked like money. Andres Gimenez has now won more pennants in Francisco Lindor. So you know what, bro? This is my house, like Vladdy said. And for these next 4+ games, I'm gonna ride back with my Jays because I saw my boy, the bringer of rain, Edwin, Joey Bat.
You put in enough pain. You're allowed. You put in enough pain with the Blue Jays.
I'm gonna enjoy a couple games, bro. Because the team that got me into baseball, Joey Bass, Edwin. I don't know if you saw this, bro. They between it out all these games at home. They've been bringing back some of the guys.
Yeah, I saw Josh Donaldson. I saw.
Right. And this is one more thing. This universe never unconnecting. I think I was the only person. I don't want to say I was the only person, but I don't ever remember John Gibbons' name being mentioned in terms of the manager race when we brought in Mendoza. We wind up bringing him in as the bench coach. And in the year now where he's fired/retiring, the franchise that 10 years ago he was always on the precipice with, but never got to never climbed the mountaintop with, that got me into the sport.
Yep. He'll be in the building.
4 games away from Duke, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they're going to win it, bro. But this is giving me very OKC Indy vibes, bro. Everybody thought, and I know OKC and LA, they got to their level of dominance 2 completely different ways. But obviously, they're the heavy favorites in both. And everybody thought, me included, they thought that was going to be a 4 or 5 game series. Wound up going to Game 7, and if it's not for Halliburton going down right away, who knows if a different team wins that Game 7. So I'm not going to say Toronto's winning it, bro. But people saying this is going to be done in 4 or 5 games, I'd hold off on that.
Thanks for the call, Ross. We don't know how it's going to go, and that's the great thing about baseball. I wasn't sure it was going to go their way when Vladdy walked in with that Toronto Maple Leafs jersey on, but he reversed the curse, picked the city up, put the city on his back. They all did. The Toronto Blue Jays that we labeled as frauds, the Toronto Blue Jays that we didn't take for real, that we mocked. I mocked them signing Max Scherzer. I said they lit money on fire signing Max Scherzer. Well, you know what? Max Scherzer down the stretch in the regular season didn't have it. Mad Max can come alive for a couple games here back in the World Series. Pick the right team to sign with. And all those guys from Dalton Varsho to Addison Barger to Ernie Clement having a hell of a year. It continues. John Schneider starts spreading the news. Bitches spraying champagne all over the visiting clubhouse at Yankee Stadium. They get the last laugh. The Yankees got to the World Series with a much easier course last year than the Toronto Blue Jays. And shout out to the Buffalo Bills who said, nah, we're not claiming New York. We could wish the Yankees well, but we're closer to Toronto. We're going to rep the Blue Jays. I ripped the Buffalo Bills for that. And the Toronto Blue Jays are in the World Series, and I'm sure they're going to send out some type of congrats to them. The Buffalo Bills sent Brian Dable and Joe Shane over here. And those guys are still living off of what they did with the Bills and Josh Allen. 888-808-1019. Ernest is in Norwalk, Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Ernest?
Yes, I'll go back to what I was trying to say. The Brian Daboll teams cannot win a football game unless his players play a perfect game. If they get one interception, it's all over. If they have a couple of mishaps, it's all over. So that was one thing I wanted to say. And Daniel Jones they wanted to get rid of Jones because they wanted their own quarterback.
Yep.
I don't care what nobody tells me. They wanted their own quarterback. We had our quarterback, but they didn't like him. And the thing with the Yankees, with the owner Cushman or the GM,
Cashman, yes,
Cashman, saying that we beat a championship team, so we're on the right track. But you can't keep saying that year after year.
Let's clear that up, and thanks for the call, Ernest. That was a troll tweet saying that Cashman would say that. Cashman didn't say it, but it's a funny troll tweet because it's something that Cashman would say. Well, when you look at it, the Dodgers and the Blue Jays are in the World Series. those are the two teams that eliminated us the last year. If we're right behind them, we're not far off. Like, that is the way that the Yankees would save face, but that is not a quote from Brian Cashman. If anybody misheard that, I read a tweet from a friend of mine on Twitter that got some attention because all good jokes contain truth. We laughed at that because we're like, yeah, that is something Cashman would say. The Cashman and the Yankees will look at this year as not a failure, and last year is not a failure because they'll say, oh, look, the eventual champs last year and now the two teams in the World Series this year, that's who knocked us out the last 2 years. So we're right at the top of the league. Find a way to beat them. Just like Ernest was mentioning with Brian Dable, you got to find a way to beat these teams. You got to finish the job. That is the job of the head coach. Call timeout. Talk to everybody. Steer the ship in the direction of safety, not danger. And like I said, your weaknesses will show in the NFL. Guys not that conditioned, it doesn't matter. It's mile high. You could be conditioned. It's a different air quality out there. You're going to be sucking wind at the end of the game, and they know that. Don't have a kicker? Judd McAtamey? Okay, we're going to see if Judd is cut out for this. He's not. He's not. And he can be accountable, and he can sit there in front of his locker, and he could take all the slings and arrows, whatever, but you help lose the game in a big way. Jaxson Dart is a rookie, as Tiki Barber outlined for you. And if I could say something about it, I don't know if this is a true thing or not, if this is troll stuff, but... And I don't know if this is actually Malik Neighbors' account, but people are running with it. At YGuard13, I do believe that is Malik Neighbors' Twitter account. And he had a tweet earlier today that a few people ran with. And I don't know if this is his actual Twitter, but now this tweet has over 136,000 views where he says, former Giants so say legend talking about a rookie. We serious? Whether it's Malik Neighbors' account or not, most people have drawn the conclusion that they're talking about Tiki and his comments on a rookie. Listening to Tiki Barber today, if you're a Giants fan, there's so much value in what Tiki has to say about the little intricacies and nuances of the game and where things went wrong, and know that Tiki is rooting for the Giants just as much as you are. He just is a former Giant, knows way more football than you, and can actually articulate it in a way to explain where he thinks things went wrong. And through his experience playing football as well, he knows that rookies come into the league, especially now with the NIL era, the transfer portal. Hello, Jaxson Dart was able to transfer and be rich before he got out of college. And listen, I already said how much I admire Jaxson Dart as a quarterback, and watching him play, he's like that. Like, he makes me like the Giants because he's like that. If my son wants to be a Jaxson Dart fan, we're going to be Jaxson Dart fans. But he is a rookie. And I think the perplexing Pegasus that we're riding here, as Tiki, has the rookie suck drop and talks about rookies, is they are not treating him like a rookie now. He's the savior of the franchise. So as Brian Dable is calling plays and putting the ball in his hands, he's not treating him like a rookie. He's not treating him like Tommy DeVito, who wasn't allowed to throw the ball. You feel me? He's treating him like the franchise. That, hey, you've made plays for us. Go make a play again. I'm trusting you. But if another rookie, Cam Skattebo, gets blown up on the play and your footwork is off, and that's another thing. I don't know if anybody can hear me. And I, as a quarterback, I was nowhere near Jaxson Dart. But your fundamentals and footwork are so important. Drill them in practice. There are some throws that he'll be able to get more on. I felt this in the Saints week. He can get more on throws if his footwork gets drilled in practice and he's mindful of getting his body into his throws and his feet right. And even on that throw, his feet weren't right. These weaknesses, they always are shown. But I will defend Tiki Barber as far as, like, he is a Giants legend. And I know that there are young kids now that never saw Tiki Barber play or his effect, and they're not really looking it up. It doesn't matter how Tiki exited or, what the Giants turned into after. He is the best running back they ever had. He is an actual legend. And even if you take all that away and you were just listening to WFAN and listening to the man talk, his opinions are more than valid. So I get that there's a little bit of infighting now because everybody loves Jaxson Dart and he can do no wrong. He has done wrong. And he himself stood on the podium and the NFL tweeted it out because they wanted to glaze him for accountability. Go to the NFL Twitter. The NFL Twitter, tweeted out Jaxson Dart, and I got to go find it myself because I saw it before. I'm like, why are they glazing this guy's accountability? He's a quarterback. That's what he's supposed to say. But basically, it was him saying that he's got to be so much better and that he can't turn the ball over. But it's twofold. It's also the play call and the decision-making of the head coach who is showing you that he can't win these games because he is blinded by, hey, I got to call these plays for our quarterback to make the play, our quarterback to win the game, a whole rookie. 888-808-1019. Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan. Go for it, Bruce. Bruce, are you there? Going once. Going twice. Let's put Bruce on hold. I thought I heard him when I first went there, but let's try John in Hartford, Connecticut on the Fan. John, are you there?
I am here, Keith. How you doing tonight?
Good. Thanks for calling.
All right, I got 2 points. One Giant point, one Yankee point. First of all, the Giants, you got to put accountability on the coaching staff. They should be at least 4-3 playing next week for first place against the Eagles.
I agree.
They don't know how to coach or close out a game. They lose their aggressiveness, and they allow teams to come back in the game. The last 5 minutes of that game, that first drive, you knew the Broncos were going to burn their timeouts.
Yep.
We came out with a 2 tight end power set. That's screaming, running the ball. Like, we're going to go ahead and take the bait, Broncos. We're going to have you eat your timeouts. That's when you should be aggressive and fake it and hit to your tight end and bust the game wide open. Right there. That's what you should be. If you lose the game, you lose the game being aggressive. That's one thing. But laying back and just playing possum just sets you up for that loss. That's number one of the Giants.
Can't play scared.
The coaching, they played scared. And they coach scared. And when you coach scared, it turns into your players playing scared. And then
you leave the door open. Yep, and you leave the door open, and Sean Payton is saying, okay, we're winning this game. I can see how it's going to happen, and we all could.
Right. And then the second win they should have won against the Cowboys. All right? They weren't aggressive at all. The only way the Cowboys were going to win that game is to get into field goal range. You know they're going to try to complete a pass. You got to be aggressive and blitz them day one, send the house day one, get a big sack there. They weren't aggressive. They allowed them to get to the field goal range, and they ended up winning the game. That's the Giants' point. Here's the second point on the Yankees. What do you think Cash was thinking tonight? The Blue Jays come all the way back, down 2 at home, and now we're going to World Series. Do you think this is going to put a sense of urgency that they need to make a major change here? Or is Hank thinking, do I need to make a major change here?
Rest in peace, Hank. Hal is not thinking about this. I don't think he watched this game, and I think Cash is actually saying, they're really good. We couldn't come back from down 2-0, but they did it. Maybe they're a team of destiny. Maybe we ran into the Blue Jays. I think Cashman looks for things to absolve himself.
Look at the guys on the field for the Blue Jays today.
I've been
quality
watching
baseball players, but no studs. They're really quality baseball players. All young
Springer,
guys. There's 3 or 4 young guys playing. All those guys, the younger guys too.
Not really even the pitching. I gave the pitching advantage to Seattle by a lot, I thought.
Yeah, me too. But you know what that comes down to? Comes down to grit. Comes down to the will to win.
Yep.
You don't see that with the Yankees. Okay? Everything's on Judge's shoulders. Got to share the wealth. Maybe having 9 all-stars, quality ball players, you got to have guys that want it, want to win. Toronto guys have baseball players that want to win.
Thanks for the call, John. You have to build a team. The Caster had the back and forth with the Toronto media with what he said during the season when we were battling against them, and he talked about run differential. and how the Yankees should be better than them. The Yankees should have a better record than them, and how, it's just different styles of play, and they all kind of got after him about it. But basically, when you break down the fact that the Yankees score 10 runs a game, multiple games, but the Blue Jays don't, they grind out a 4-3 win. They have a different style of play, and they are a way different team. They're an actual team. They're the definition of the team. The Yankees are Aaron Judge and a different cast of characters in the postseason every year. Last year, it was Alex Verdugo. It was Juan Soto. It was Anthony Rizzo. It was Gleyber Torres. This year, it was Cody Bellinger, Trent Grisham, Paul Goldschmidt, Ben Rice, Ryan McMahon, Ahmed Rosario, and Judge showed up, but you need more. It isn't one guy. And what sucks about the Yankees is you're watching these guys, they hit home runs, both sides. Go look and count how many home runs were hit. Most of the runs were scored off the long ball. And the Yankees led the league in home runs by a lot. The Yankees had multiple guys with 20, 30 home runs. But they squeezed the bat too tight. You know why? Because, we exist in this Yankee world where, you want to talk about grit, you want to talk, the Yankees live so much off the past. They're compared so much to their past. And they live in reality off the past. I talk about all the time. They go city to city, and they're rock stars. But is it because of Jazz Chisholm? I remember Jazz Chisholm, and Jazz has been one that kind of grinds my gears. I've been rooting for the guy, but I just think back to all the little stupid stuff, whether it's, tweeting after a game or getting ejected when we need you, and then you're not there in that Reds game where that could have changed the, you know what I'm saying? And that's one game that could have changed our fate. But I remember Jazz talking about it, and he responded to my tweet after the game. I think it was in the Red series. He got thrown out, and he's like, I need to be out there to perform for my fans. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Your fans? You need to be out there for the team. We need you to play second base. We need you to come up and hit so we don't have to put DJ LeMahieu in that spot. It's about the team. Too many individuals. Too many guys thinking about themselves. Trent Grisham had a great year because he had to have a great year. He had to prove it. He had to bet on himself to get paid. Where was it in the postseason? Volpe reverted back to what he did all year, and I'm not even mad at Volpe. I'm mad at the entire organization for what we watched this year with Anthony Volpe. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. You had a young player who wasn't performing. He was hurt. You had an easy out, but refused to take it because of your own foolish pride. What? I don't know, man. I look at it as the Yankees are as close as they are. They're far away, and they're only going to get further away. I don't think they do what's necessary in this offseason to close the gap. Because, you're not going to change if you don't think you need change. I remember I made the analogy about myself working out when I gained some weight. When I looked in the mirror, and I'm like, hold on, I got a little bit of a pouch forming. Okay, what do I need to do? Okay, I need to be serious about this. I need to stop thinking that I'm young. I need to stop thinking that I can eat whatever I want. I need to stop thinking I could go to the gym once or twice a week. I need to make it a serious thing. I'm getting older now. The Yankees playoff drought is getting older now. When are they going to make it a serious thing? To break this whole thing down and piece by piece, treat it like my analogy. Start with, what do you eat every day? Don't go to fast food restaurants. Don't eat a bunch of chips and cookies and nonsense. Go to the grocery store. Buy eggs or buy some healthy cereal or oatmeal or whatever it is. For lunch, what are you having? Right? Write your meals out. For dinner, what are you making? Steak, chicken, fish. And be disciplined about it. Go to the gym more times than you don't. There's 7 days in a week. You should be in that gym 4 days out of the week minimum. And when you go in there, don't be on your phone. When you go in there, don't let the time pass you by. Attack the gym if you want results. But see, the Yankees are okay being one of the healthier guys in the gym. They don't care that they're not the strongest, that they're not the fittest, they're not the healthiest. We're in the gym. We look all right in the gym. But there's other guys in this gym that pound for pound are stronger than you. And then when it comes time to test how strong you are, Yeah, you're strong. You're not the strongest. You come up short every time. Because maybe you cheated on leg day, right? Cheating on leg day is thinking that you could throw Luke Weaver in game 1 twice when he hadn't been good all year. You didn't have to go there, but because you're the New York Yankees and you tell yourself, we're good. We made Luke Weaver something out of nothing last year. Luke Weaver was instrumental as the closer last year. We can flip him into being the first guy out of the bullpen this year. No, doesn't work like that. There are no shortcuts. Shortcuts cut long run short. 888-808-1019. It's already 1:30. I'm running out of time. Call me up. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, New Yorkers, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn.
I'll be back at 7 p.m. to do the 5-hour KM to AM, and we'll probably unpack the same things, but talk a little more. Maybe I'll get some guests, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'll just take this one. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of conversation on the Fan about the Yankees, about Major League Baseball, now that another fall classic is upon us. And I don't feel good. I don't feel good about watching this matchup. There's no win for a Yankee fan. There's nothing to root for. And I also don't feel good about the Yankees going into the offseason. I think they're taking steps back, yo. Straight up. I think with the team that they put together next year, we're going to hype ourselves up. We're going to get all fired up for Garrett Cole to return or whatever, but they'll be a Judge injury away from being bums. And even with Judge, they'll have another June Boone swoon, and they'll lose stupid games, and they're not going to have any urgency. It's like we've gotten to the point where, like, the arrogance, it's so obvious, and it's starting to wear on the fan base. Thinking that you could cut corners, thinking that you could roll with Yorbit Vivas, thinking that you could roll with Oswald Peraza. Like, think about that game, Yorbit Vivas. Like, now it's all just slowly coming back. I tried to suppress it. Like, Yorbit Vivas gets thrown out at third in that Atlanta game, the first game back from the All-Star break. It's just like little things like that. It's like, you'll think about Jazz getting doubled up off first base. You lose that game. You get swept by the Marlins. Another thing with Jazz, bro, like, I hate that I'm turning on Jazz. It sounds like it, because I root for Jazz. I think he's a good player, and I think he could have his best season ever coming up next year if he stays healthy. I'm out on extending him. The Yankees gave up Agustin Ramirez for Jazz. He single-handedly beat us in that Saturday game against the Marlins in Miami. And damn, wouldn't you love a right-handed hitting catcher that hits for power now with the Yankees? After you watch Austin Wells be an automatic, I would love to have Ramirez on this team. But I mean, what can you say? They traded for Jazz that was on a team that went to the World Series, and another team that went to the ALDS and won 94 games, the same amount of games as the World Series team. But whatever. I don't know. I've run out of excuses. I've run out of patience. Because the Yankees in this window, they've had opportunities, and they've come up short from their own doing. Like, no one made them put Nestor Cortez on the roster and say, no, this is how we're going to get him. We're going to throw Nestor Cortez. Like, you know what I'm saying? No one told him to take Cole out 88 pitches. There's a lot of little stupid things that go on, and because of their arrogance, because they're the smartest guys in the room, they're all knowing. You just got to accept it as fans, and I don't think fans are going to just keep accepting it. Like, we're approaching the longest drought in history, tying that longest drought in history, and like once it gets there, it starts to change. Like, generations start to change. People start to age out, and people start to fade off. And in this modern day time, like, there are other things that take people's attention. I think I heard somebody say on the Fan today that, like, like the Mets are in a championship window, or like, we're good with the Mets because the Mets have won. So there's no guarantee that the Mets. I just saw, like, I was closing out a tab. I saw on Facebook, one of my homies pulled up at an event. He's a friend from high school. I don't really hang out with him now, but I did go to a Yankee game with him years ago. like 2015. I just saw him wearing a Mets hat. And I'm like, I know he's wearing it for fashion, but he doesn't know that I just dinged him. He's got a demerit for that. Not in these times, bro. Not in these times, bro. I don't believe because the Mets have the richest owner in the sport and because Juan Soto's there. Like, that was the whole thing. Like, a lot of Met fans were saying, well, we've got 14 more years to get it done with Juan Soto. Yeah, it could be another 40. Doesn't work like that. You bought the Ferrari and you filled it up with Yoo-hoo. You put chocolate milk in the tank. You got to get that diesel. You need a lot more than just Juan Soto. Juan Soto could put up his great numbers and be at the crib. 888-808-1019. Yeah, baseball's been done in the city, but it ain't done. It ain't done. So who do we root for? The Met fan, I guess, is rooting for Toronto. But I don't know if you're a Yankee fan. I don't know how you root for Toronto. I also don't know how you root for the Dodgers. The team that beat you in the World Series last year, celebrated on your field, then mocked you the whole offseason. And you can't blame them. They were right. So, yeah, let's just focus on football. Oh, we can't even do that because neither one of these teams are going anywhere. I had a call that dropped off saying Giants' success adds to Jets fans' misery. I guess. But I leaned into the Giants finding a way to lose that game to the Broncos and that being a win for the Jet fan. Yeah, you got this shiny new quarterback. You might be ahead of us in that regard as far as coming out of the wilderness. You got a franchise quarterback, we think, but you still find ways to lose. Your head coach was on the hot seat, wasn't on the hot seat, is on the hot seat. I still think he could potentially be fired. It's on the table. We still got a long way to go. Aaron Glenn could be fired. Still got a long way to go. But I do know this. In New York, watching these teams play, watching the Jets is an absolute chore. I don't even want to do it. I'm writing notes for it, and I feel like it's a punishment. I'm like, this team sucks. This offense sucks. It's not fun to watch. There's no way they could be this bad. But watching the Giants with Jaxson Dart, they're running the Statue of Liberty. I'm like, oh, we're having fun now. They just don't know how to close games because losers lose. Mario in Long Beach on the Fan again. Thanks for holding, Mario. You're in there.
No problem. How you doing? Good show as always.
Good.
Did you see Jaxson Dart? What he did to tie Lamar Jackson and Michael Vick?
His rushing yards?
Yeah, for the first 3 games of a rookie season, there's only 3 quarterbacks that ran for 50 yards or more. It's him, Lamar Jackson, and Michael Vick. First 3 games. I didn't realize that.
Because and when I remember saying he's not a runner. I don't want to see them doing design runs for him. Maybe once in a while. But what he is a smart quarterback. He knows when to use his legs.
Yeah.
He can feel the defense step up in the pocket, know when it's time to go. Like, he's got those rushing yards because he's just a competitor and a natural athlete. He's not blazing speed. He's deceptively fast. He knows how to run the ball when he takes off.
You know what it is, Keith, that people don't realize? You can look at all the skills, how fast you run the 40, how hard you jump. Football instincts.
Yeah, it's game speed. It's in-game speed.
Instincts.
When I was live at MetLife when he housed that first touchdown where he comes up and he, I say stepped on him, but it's like a juke move and a pump to get the linebacker to go one way, and then he just ran past Zach Ball. And I'm like, oh, that's cold-blooded. That is a different level of quarterback running the football that's not necessarily a 4-3, 4-2 guy, but can just deceptively make you like looks like he's running slow, then buy you touchdown.
The top of the line for that is Mahomes. Mahomes isn't fast, but
Mahomes is another one. When I talk about a quarterback being able to boogie, Mahomes can boogie. Mahomes can get out of the pocket. Next thing you know, he's down the sideline. Next thing you know, he's up the field. I've seen Mahomes break off 40-yard runs.
Yeah, and he's not fast. I mean, if 40 times, probably 4.6. I mean, he's not
not a speed demon, but knows how to run the ball against the defense. Cam Skattebo's another one. And this is something I'm going to teach my son. I literally in my head, if my son plays, like, Cam looks at every defender as like, I got to beat you. You can't tackle me. I got to either juke you or stiff arm you or run you over. One guy's not tackling me. I love what he said about not going out of bounds, that you should be forced out of bounds. You don't just step out of bounds. That's the mentality.
Exactly. What do you, it's very interesting. I'm a Lamar Jackson fan. I was looking at the odds to make the playoffs. They're 1-5. You know, they're even odds to make the playoffs at 1-5.
I think you told me the Ravens. Yeah. Who Lamar hasn't come back yet.
He's coming back this week,
but he'll be back. And so most people think once they and when you look at the Ravens schedule, the Jets game is a win. So they're looking and since everybody has a loss, and something I'm going to do here before we get out of here is look at the standings and look at where we are in the NFL. The Ravens have the Bears, Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets. Why can't they rip off 5 wins in a row? They could.
They could rip out 10 in a row. I think actually. It's possible.
I wouldn't say they can't. Not with a healthy Lamar and them figuring it out. Anything can happen. I don't know if they'll get 10 in a row. It's tough in the NFL.
Quick Yankee point before I go.
Sure.
So I think I look at it. I think I feel pretty good, and I'll tell you the reason why. They lose, right? And what are the chances that you're going to have your top 2 pitchers pitch their worst game of the year in the playoffs? You're going to finally have Judge come out, which I think is going to be good for the future in terms of hitting, and then nobody else on the whole team hits at the same time. I think that's bad luck. I think they do have the players.
I think it's the Yankees. I think it's.
My call, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I don't think it's luck. I think it falls on the Yankees. You didn't do what you had to do to have Max Fried, pitching in the DS at home. You had to pitch Luis Gil game 1. And even when I think back on it, I'm like, okay, the whole point is to go on the road and try and at least split, come home with a win. After you smoked that first game, there should have been way more urgency in the second game. There was urgency to bring in a whole rookie in Will Warren out of the bullpen who had never done that before and just leave him out there to die. In the postseason, bro. In the DS, bro. Against your division rival who barely edged you out for the division this year. That's how you're going out. You light 2 games on fire in their building. You didn't deserve to win. I remember I had to show that Sunday night. I said no one's coming back winning 3 in a row against this team. Not the Yankees. But yeah, let's get our home games. Let's fight for any pride, pinstripe pride. I didn't believe at all. Like, you lit 2 games on fire. And the second one was even more egregious because you did come back and score 7 runs against their bullpen. So if you would have just fought to try to keep, whatever, shouldn't have been set up like that. What are the chances that the Yankees starting pitchers fail? High. What are the chances that the Yankees squeeze the bat too tight and guys don't come through? High. I've seen it a lot. I mean, the odds were greater against Judge not coming through. Most people were telling us, Judge is not going to do anything. Judge is going to come. Judge came through, but nobody was coming through around him. So, guy can't do it on his own. I only feel good about the Yankees when I see it. No more hyping up rosters. No more looking at the rest of baseball and looking down on the rest of baseball as if the Yankees do things better than they don't. They beat the Royals, who had lost 106 games the year before, and they beat the Guardians, who I don't know if they spent $106 million on their team. Gus is in the Bronx. Gus, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith. Nice talking to you, man. So I know you're in between a rock and a hard place. Who to go for, the Dodgers or the Blue Jays? I don't want to go for the Blue Jays, but the only reason I want to go for the Blue Jays is because Don Mattingly. You remember in 1995, that was his last game? Seattle, kicked their butt.
Yeah. I'm happy for him getting some revenge on the Seattle organization with Toronto, but I never saw Donnie play. I was too young.
Well, I remember that. I was. I don't want to say my age, but yeah.
No, but I get it. Yankee fans leaning one way. It's Don Mattingly versus his former team that he used to manage. Like, I get that for sure. Like, if you need a rooting interest.
So that's the only reason I'm rooting for the Blue Jays. Besides that, I don't want none of them. I wish it was just the Yankees there, man. But I'm not.
Thanks for the call, Gus. I'm going to push back on that completely. Donnie Baseball winning a ring as the bench coach for the Blue Jays does nothing for me. Like I said, I always say Donnie is the player. Like, I have his jersey. I've watched the highlights, and I've watched Yankee Stadium when no one was in there. I can't fathom that. Is that where we're heading? No. The Yankees could lose and not make a World Series for another 20 years, and I bet you that building is packed because the brand is built forever globally. But I always say I wish I could have been old enough to, like, see one of Donnie's at-bats because of just the highlights and watching and reading about him. And I'm like, this was a dog. This was a guy that went out there and got it done when you needed him to be clutch. I didn't even see him get an at-bat. He's not going to get an at-bat in this World Series. Donnie Baseball winning the World Series as the bench coach of the Blue Jays, that doesn't do anything for me. If anything, that makes me more mad. He couldn't be the bench coach for the Yankees? No, we have Brad Ausmus. He couldn't be the manager of the Yankees either. We have Aaron Boone, who never managed anywhere else. 888-808-1019. That's just the reality that we live in. I'm not rooting for the Toronto Blue Jays. Boo. I hope they get swept. I hope they get swept, honestly. I don't know one Blue Jays fan. Well, I know the Blue Jays fans that had me on their show. And let me shout them out because I am happy for them. And, like, they are good people. And, like, they speak highly of me. I remember Tim Bertoni up in Montreal, called me up to share, like, what they say when I go off air. Because as soon as they say, hey, thanks, Keith, for joining us, I'm ending that call. But they say they want to emulate me or something like that. And they, sing my praises, but they have more followers and more motion than me. It depends. So shout out to Blake Murphy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Blake Murphy, at Blake Murphy ODC on Twitter. He's got almost 60,000 followers. He does the show on Sportsnet. They have like a Blue Jays Talk Plus live show that I've gone on multiple times. I remember Susan was in Toronto and saw me on and called me right after. And I was like, yeah, they're cool. So I go on with them. But, like, now I'm mad. I played nice with the Blue Jays the whole year, and they end up in the World Series. And not the actual Blue Jays, but their radio hosts, their content creators. And let me find the girl's name to shout her out. Blake Murphy and Julia Cruz. Am I not following Julia? Because that's messed up. I should follow Julia. Does she use Twitter before I follow her? She's not really big on Twitter. I'm not about to follow her. I'm like that too. I look at people's Twitter activity. Why would I give you a follow if you don't really be on Twitter like that? She hasn't written a tweet, like an original tweet, since August. So I'm sure Julia won't feel no type of way about me not hitting follow on her page. But yeah, congrats to the Toronto Blue Jays. I really am not congratulating them though, because the whole night I was sitting in my apartment like, yeah, here we go. Get it done. Mariners, let's go M's. Going to their first ever World Series. Julio putting the city on. Cal Raleigh putting the city on. They just had a video of Cal Raleigh weeping. Cal Raleigh's on that Yankee time, and he said it's a failure. We were supposed to go and win the whole thing. You guys remember him after the game saying, might as well go win the whole effing thing. They made T-shirts about that. And didn't even win the pennant. Yeah, he said, I hate to use the word failure, but it's a failure. We expected to get to the World Series and win the World Series. It hurts. Don't worry, buddy. They're going to give you the MVP. Don't worry, buddy. You'll have something to show for it. 888-808-1019. The last thing I wanted to do here was look, now that JSN is on my screen, and that's what Seattle has tonight. They are shifting right to the Seahawks, and can the Seahawks win that division? No, they're not going to beat the Rams. Now, Week 7 has concluded in the NFL. The Patriots are a first-place team at 5-2. Pittsburgh's a first-place team at 4-2. The Colts are a first-place team at 6-1 with Daniel Jones. Remember him? The Denver Broncos are a first-place team. You definitely remember them. They're 5-2. The Philadelphia Eagles get ready to host the Giants, and Brandon Graham is unretiring for the game. He probably won't play. He probably can't be game ready that fast. Or will he? I don't know. First place team in the East. The Green Bay Packers will face Aaron Rodgers. They're 4-1. First place team. And then Tampa Bay took an L tonight, but they're still holding in first in the NFC South. And the 49ers, first place team, 5-2. Can the Giants stay in the hunt? No, they're cooked, bro. Where we at now? They lost another game. They're not going to be a playoff team, but that's okay. C-Max coming your way next. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling. Thanks for watching on YouTube. I'm out of here. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
If Jaxson Dart doesn't score on that running play, that he ends up reaching the ball out, and it was a great, tough play by that kid. If they don't score there, that clock may continue to run all the way down. And then they have one play to end up scoring to take the lead and walk off the field winners. You know what I mean?
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwithdedevils.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. George Springer, your go-ahead 3-run shot in the 7th lifted the Blue Jays by the Mariners 4-3. Toronto's bullpen 5 1/3 scoreless innings capped by Jeff Hoffman, who struck out the side in the 9th. First World Series appearance for Toronto since 1993. His game 1 against the Dodgers will be Friday night in Toronto. Monday Night Football, a couple of games. Seahawks finished off the Texans 27-19, while the Lions overpowered the Bucs 24-9. Jets still not ready to announce a starting quarterback after Justin Fields was sent to the bench in favor of Tyrod Taylor. Giants know their quarterback is Jaxson, who showed plenty despite the excruciating loss in Denver.
He contributed significantly to it in some of the plays that he made, whether creating it with his feet, holding on to the ball a little longer to give him time to get downfield. So, again, things to learn from him, but, tough environment. He played his butt off.
And the Rangers remain winless at home as they fell to the Wild 3-1.
It's obviously frustrating when you don't win games, especially when you haven't done it at home yet. And, it's frustrating. We got to be better.
Mika Zibanejad as Artemi Panarin scored their first goal at home this year in the first, but that's all they would get. Igor Shesterkin, 29 saves. 54 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 202 on the Fan. McMonigle here with you right here on this Tuesday morning. 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side, Marco on the updates, and we're taking your calls at 888-808-1019. Congratulations to the Blue Jays, American League champions, as they will go to take on the Dodgers. We'll get into that. We'll get into some of the coaching decisions in that game. But Springer is Mr. Clutch, man. You can't knock the dude. The guy, whatever we think of this team or whatever I thought of this team. And again, people forget this. I've been calling them frauds since 21. I didn't wake up someday in July this year after a 4-game sweep and start calling them frauds. But they certainly put that to bed, as now they're back in the World Series for the first time since 1993. They come from behind with a big 3-run home run from a guy who's just been doing it for a long time. We'll get to that. We'll get to the World Series matchup. As Yankee fans, who are we rooting for? But I'm still trying to figure out what the hell happened to the New York Giants. I'm still focused on trying to figure out how the hell they lost that game. But more than that, there's been so much talk over the last day or two, and people are getting on me, hitting me up. And I understand the coach who spoke again to the media today and who did not make the decision and stands behind his defensive coordinator even after yelling at him on the field in Bowen. And again, going through it, we were talking about her, Tiki talking about I put, and I know I'm different,
I know everybody wants to blame the coach, right? From Aaron Boone to Aaron Glenn to Robert Saleh to every coach, like it's Mendoza. It's always the coach's fault. It's never the players. Players win, coaches lose. I've been fighting that uphill battle forever. And while I don't think Bowen has done a good job here necessarily, I watched that game. I watched that one play where he only rushed 3. That play needs to be executed better. I don't know if Bowen deserves to be fired necessarily just on that game. As ugly as that defensive performance was, it's a failure of the coach. It's a failure of the players. It's a failure of the general manager who didn't have a good enough defensive backfield with the depth to overcome 2 injuries where they immediately went and picked on Banks immediately the second Adebo goes down. And yes, it's on the coach. And yes, the coach has to win football games. I get it. But I look at what he's been given over the last 3 years, and I look at where this coach is right now, and we're going to talk about Brian Dable, because I look at where the coach is right now, and I understand, look, they're 2-5. Should they be better than that? Yeah. And you could point to, I'll raise my hand as being wrong. Many of us were wrong. I didn't think Jaxson Dart was ready to start the season. Jaxson Dart was a quarterback who, coming into the draft, a lot of people felt was going to be one of the more, slowly developing, right? But between how the style of play he played in Ole Miss, like there were going to be quarterbacks who were more suited to take over right away. Jaxson Dart would benefit from some time learning, holding the clipboard, watching the game. But it became evident early on during the preseason, the way he looked, the attitude, and how the coach felt about him. And the first sign was when they decided to make him the backup quarterback before the season started. That was the first sign that this coach felt more strongly about Jaxson Dart and his availability and his already ability to begin the process of becoming the Giants' starting quarterback faster than we all expected. And if I look at this team right now, and I'm not saying the first 3 games of the season don't matter, and I'm not saying losing a Dallas game that you scored all those points and that Russell Wilson somehow figured out a way to throw all those touchdown passes. I'm not forgiving those 3 games, but it feels like there has been a change in everything, right? We're willing to say Jaxson Dart has uplifted the team. Jaxson Dart has uplifted the offense. Jaxson Dart has uplifted the defense. Him and Skattebo have changed everything. The big wins against the Chargers, the huge win against the Philadelphia Eagles. And despite giving up 33 points in the fourth quarter, despite it being just a heartbreaking, gut-wrenching loss for what we could have had all week leading up to this Eagles game, they still played an exciting brand of football. They were still up 19-0. Jaxson Dart still did change everything about this team up until the last quarter where the defense was spent. And they didn't have a kicker because of the GM, and they didn't have reserves in the defensive backfield that could step in and not get picked on and embarrassed. Whether they were rushing 3 or rushing 4, that defense got picked apart in the fourth quarter. And we can blame everything other than the players on the field. And that's why I look at the GM. I still look at the GM more about not having a kicker. I still look at the GM more than not having enough depth in the defensive backfield and drafting a cornerback in Banks in the first round who cannot play, who the second he was brought into the game, that's exactly where Sean Payton and that offense went. So I understand as we're looking at where this team is at 2-5. And everybody yesterday, all my calls last night were about firing the coach. I'm listening to the afternoon show, and they're debating it, and Tiki's hot about the decision-making, and I get it. And I get it's this is the 4th year, and John Mara said, hey, I better be in a better mood. You don't think he's in a better mood? And here's my question about the coach, and so many people seem to downplay this. The relationship between the coach and the quarterback is paramount, and we're still acting like, well, listen, if he has it, he has it. This is 4 games into the kid's career. We're not talking 2-3 years into his career. It's 4 games. 4 games. And we could look at Daniel Jones. There are tons of examples. I was just watching Monday Night Football. Where is Stroud now with DeMeco Ryans, right? Oh, burst onto the scene. Stroud has it. One of the greatest rookie seasons we've ever seen. He's just going to take the league by storm. And yeah, they've won some games and they've won a couple playoff games. But tell me that kid with, hasn't regressed. It is possible to still regress. It is possible to still lose the confidence that he's built right now with this coach. And yeah, they can't go out and lose every single game, but look at the way they've played. I don't expect them to. But there are examples after examples. And if you fire this guy under the guise of he hasn't won enough games over the last handful of years, and including this season, when we all talked about how tough it was gonna be to win football games, the schedule is going to be brutal. It's this, it's impossible. It's this. He's already won 2 games we had designed for losses, right? Chargers was a loss. Eagles was a loss. They've still got the rest of the season here to play, and I'll tell you this, if they play the way they played in Denver, they are going to win a hell of a lot more games the rest of this year. Enough to consider themselves a contender? A playoff contender? Probably not. Unfortunately, that loss in Denver probably puts an end to that. 2-5 is an uphill battle against the schedule with a rookie quarterback. But I'm sorry, I didn't see anything in that game. I haven't seen anything this year that's warranted to call this coach a loser. I know his record prior. Did you see what he was given? And I know Daniel Jones has played well elsewhere. He's incredibly hot right now with the Colts, and him and that coach have just completely meshed, and that offense is completely changed. I get it. But if you look at what he was given, Daniel Jones was injured for how much of the last 2 years? Look at the team, the offensive line, the injuries to Andrew Thomas. I know they've lost a lot of games, and yes, he has to win some, but I'm sorry. We have seen too much in the NFL. This is what the NFL is, a coach with the quarterback. And Jaxson Dart is playing to a level that I just don't think you can move on from this head coach and under the guise of he's a loser, he'll never win. Like, we hear this all the time. He'll never win. They'll never win until they do. Right now, we're experiencing that with Aaron Boone. He'll never win. Joe Torre was clueless Joe before he came here, and he never won where he was. If you want to put blame, and I don't know if they could do it, but I'm much more concerned about the general manager than I am the head coach. This general manager allowed the field goal kicker to be a integral part of the team. Like, they didn't care about it. How many games have they lost because they don't have a kicker? Look at how many, yes, he's drafted the right quarterback, but who was pounding the table for that decision? Who was the man who was behind drafting Jaxson Dart? Who's the guy who wanted to start him in week number 4 when the rest of the organization and a lot of us didn't want to? How many first-round picks has this GM failed on? Evan Neal, Banks. Disastrous picks. Disastrous. I don't think the coach had been given much of an opportunity to be a winning football team over the last 2 years. When he first came in here with a team that all of us expected to win 4 or 5 games, he found a way with Daniel Jones and with Saquon Barkley, he found a way to win 9 games, get into the playoffs, and win a road playoff game. And then from 40-0 against the Cowboys, the injury to Andrew Thomas, the inability for Daniel Jones to stay healthy, and the rest of the slop roster that wasn't ready to be a playoff team and somehow figured out a way to do it year 1, and decisions were made by this GM and the organization heading into year 2, and they put on hold the rebuild because they thought they were kind of halfway there already when they weren't, and this coach lost a lot of football games, no doubt. No doubt. But look at those teams. Look at that quarterback situation. Tommy DeVito, Drew Lock, a half-injured Daniel Jones. Like, that was what he was given to win with. And now he's got his guy, his hand-picked guy. Like, this is specifically, it's not a defensive coach with an offensive coordinator and they drafted the quarterback because they were at the top of the draft. This was literally trade up to get the guy I want. They could have had other quarterbacks that were rated higher. They chose not to. They wanted this guy specifically because the coach believed in him. The kid talks about the coach with such reverence. You know it's important for him to play for Brian Dable. He loves playing for Brian Dable, and we see it right now. You want to mess with this? You want to trust John Mara, who I do think cares immensely, who I do think wants to win. But let's be honest. If you're going to tell me that you think Brian Dable's a terrible head coach and Joe Shane's a terrible GM, and you can't feel differently about Joe Judge, awful. Can't feel differently about Dave Gettleman, awful. What hire has John Mara made that you would feel more comfortable putting another head coach in this position to help this kid the rest of the way? This is still the prime years of development. It's 4 games. Yes, it's amazing. Yes, it's impressive. Yes, he has a pocket presence that you wouldn't expect from a young rookie. But I don't know what level that Brian Dable is helping that, but it's at a level that I don't want to mess with. And too many people are dismissing that. Too many people are just saying, well, that's not a reason to keep him. This whole season, going into the year, the whole damn season was about getting this quarterback right, about developing this quarterback from the decision not to start him. And we talked about how many games we think they would win with the tough schedule they had. This entire season was about developing the quarterback. Now, because the quarterback has been developed so quickly and so well that they're winning football games and playing better, and the expectations changed, now we look at brutal losses that would have otherwise been 35-0 or 35-10. Instead, they're heartbreaking losses because the Giants are good enough to put themselves in a position to have heartbreaking losses, and because this coach has brought this kid up so quickly and so fast that we're ready to just say, well, it doesn't matter. They keep losing. And look, the kid is so good that it doesn't matter who his coach is. When you have talent like this, it doesn't matter who the coach is. He's only been with them for 6 months. The 6 months that transitioned from college to NFL. If you don't think Cliff Kingsbury is important to Jaden Daniels, you're wrong. And 4 games in, with an impressive start, is not as much as I feel like we are ready to stamp this kid a starting quarterback in the NFL and the future of the New York Giants. It is not enough to just say, yeah, we can do whatever with him coach-wise. What's the difference? Whatever offense it is, it'll work. And then I'll trust John Mara, who hasn't made a good hire, dating back to Tom Coughlin. Yeah, no. Let's move on from this lousy head coach who lost a bunch of games with a lousy football team who I kept specifically to develop the quarterback. Who cares that he's done that beautifully because we lost a heartbreaker to Denver? Because the defense gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter, and it was a gut-wrenching, disgusting loss that hasn't happened in the last 1,600 times those circumstances were played. We need to get rid of the head coach who was kept on specifically to make the choice of quarterback and develop the quarterback. And that choice and the early development have been so freaking good that we have upped our expectations, and a brutal loss in Denver where they had a 19-point lead and were kicking the crap out of a legitimately good team like the Denver Broncos. We need to get off him because I'm tired of losing football games, and I'll take my chances that an owner who hasn't made a good decision in forever is going to suddenly hire the right guy to go with this quarterback who clearly is on his way to becoming the next franchise quarterback. Yeah, let's mess with that. Let's mess with it. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Because the second he's taken over at quarterback, yes, they turned the ball over 5 times and lost to the Saints. Yes, they gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter. The defense was gassed. The defensive coordinator isn't very good. And the replacements for 2 key injuries were terrible. And once the ball started rolling in the wrong direction, the defense couldn't stop it. And he trusted this young kid, and the kid made a colossal error. He made a rookie mistake. Because of that, and because they lost the game, and because you perceive him as a loser, because Bill Parcells once said, you are what your record says you are, you're going to run away and want to move on from this guy who's developing this quarterback right now? I just don't understand it. It's just, hey, you got to win football games. I get it. It's about winning football games. Absolutely. Have you seen how the Giants have played over the last 4 weeks? Have you? Have you seen how this offense has looked better than ever? Like it instantly changed. He has not, even in the Daniel Jones era. And sure, Daniel Jones is having a great season, and for whatever reason, the two of them couldn't get to where Daniel Jones has gotten. That's fair. He wasn't his guy. He didn't pick Daniel Jones. He didn't draft Daniel Jones. This is his guy. And I ain't messing with it. And I expect them to continue to win football games because I expect them to continue to play the way they're playing. Now, if the team falls apart and we see regression from Jaxson Dart and they lose all these games and it becomes woeful again, we'll have a different conversation. But right now, they've played 4 games with him. And outside of 5 consecutive turnovers, 3 of them other people, this kid and this offense is playing at a level that we haven't seen since Eli Manning. And he looks special. And the last thing I'm going to do is pull the rug out from under him just because, hey, he could walk on any rug. I don't know that. I don't know that. It's 4 games in. I'm not messing with this kid's career. It's been too special. We'll get to the other head coach in town as he met with the media as well and had some things to say. We'll get to the Aaron Glenn situation and why I feel differently about Aaron Glenn. Guess why? Guess why I feel differently about keeping Aaron Glenn after 1 year. You'll never guess. Because they're going to draft a quarterback. That's what this is all about. I don't know if you've noticed. I deem that important in the NFL. I deem the quarterback-coach relationship pretty damn important. And look at how he handled the quarterback he has now. This was his handpick guy. Brian Dable handpicked Jaxson Dart. Aaron Glenn handpicked Justin Fields. You going to let him handpick another one? 888-808-1019. So we'll get to all of that. We'll get to the baseball as well. As George Springer hits a 3-1 home run to send Don Mattingly and the fraud Toronto Blue Jays, formerly known as fraud Toronto Blue Jays, back to the World Series. Although they have to win it. Yankees went to the World Series last year. No one seems to give a damn. They better go win it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll talk a little Monday Night Football as the Lions took care of business and the Texans are a frustrating team and some horrible end-of-game coaching as well as some horrible coaching inside the Game 7 last night. How the hell do you not go to your closer against Springer? We'll get to it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. Back after this as we got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan. We'll be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA-certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City or at hlgross.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 227. McMonigle here with you on the fan. 888-808-1019. A Blue Jays-Dodgers World Series. What a huge home run from Springer. We'll get to that because I don't know. I don't know how the Seattle allowed that to happen. I don't know how they had him facing the same pitcher who pitched 2 innings yesterday. And we'll get to it. I'm being told to tease it. I'm giving too much away on the radio. It's only 3 hours, you know. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls, the football calls. We'll start with the Giants. We'll get to the Jets as well. We'll do a little bit of baseball. No firing of Shane Bowen. I did think it was legitimately possible. Dable stands behind him after yelling at him on the sidelines. And listen, I think I don't think he deserves to be fired for the one call. Like that I want to, like, people are just, I thought Tiki said it perfectly today. You are looking at the end of the Dallas game, and then you're looking at this, and you're saying, oh, my God, it's like, it's similar on that one play, but if you look at it, it is a completely different, like, it's a man call, and that's a prayer of a throw, not to an open wide receiver. It's a prayer of a throw to a receiver who didn't even know it was coming until he turned around, and Andrew Phillips isn't running hard. Like, that is about execution much more than it's about. And I talked about this last night, said it last night. I don't love the call. I'd like to see him be pressured a little bit, but that's about execution. That is not necessarily about the call. And Shane Bowen had started to build something here. The defense was playing better. In fact, they were dominant for the first 3 quarters of this game. 2 key injuries, team being tired, couple of bad calls, couple of bad breaks, couple of bad penalties, and a miserable first-round pick of a cornerback who cannot play. I mean, this is so much more on Joe Schoen. And I like Joe Schoen. Joe Schoen, I mean, that loss has his fingerprints all over it, man. From the kicker to the backup cornerbacks, backup safety, just everything. Everything. He has, if you're asking me who's done a better job between the two, I don't think I would take Dable over Schoen any day. The only thing that Schoen has done well, give me one real good thing that Schoen has done. The best thing Schoen has done is he drafted this quarterback, and you could argue that Brian Dable is the main voice behind that decision. 888-808-1019, Jason in Waterbury. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Chris, what's going on, bro?
How
you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. Same stuff, bro. Listen, I agree with you about Dable. I think he needs to stay, especially with how Dart has played and how he's progressed. And I know it's only been 4 games, but he's been pretty impressive without a doubt. And Bowen, he's just the fact of the matter is he's just not aggressive enough. And I don't like guys to get fired either. But between the kicker yesterday and you got to get after the quarterback in this league today, because if you let this guy run around, either 2 things are going to happen. He's going to complete a pass, or there's going to be a flag thrown, and they're going to give him the yardage anyway. So the best chance you have in any circumstance is you have to get back. You have to get after the quarterback. And with the Mariners tonight, you know what I mean? They pulled the Yankee deal, no doubt about it, because they just stick to the script. How the hell is, first of all, how do they even?
Well, I mean, going to Woo isn't the script. Don't just stop this, man.
And then how do you not bring Munoz in? It's a joke. I don't understand what they're doing there, man. How do you not bring him in? Guy hasn't pitched in a week.
Yeah, no.
What the hell are they doing?
That's the problem. Bizzardo.
It's an embarrassment.
Yeah, Bizzardo pitched 2 innings yesterday, including facing Springer. Why did you not bring in Munoz to pitch to Springer in that spot?
Not pitching him next April. Dan Wilson, he's been around Randy Johnson.
I know.
He used to catch Randy Johnson, didn't he? I mean, this guy made more terrible pitching changes in this series than, he had the quick hook. I mean, I just didn't understand the whole time how quick his hook was. And what he did tonight was unforgivable. You have to bring your closer in there. What's he waiting for?
I'm with you. So I just want you all to remember this. If you're a Mariners fan, if you're a Yankees fan, if you're a whatever fan, you're going to get annoyed at the manager. I'm telling you. Now, it doesn't mean Bizzardo couldn't have come in and thrown a better pitch than that. But, yeah, I didn't understand it. He threw 2 innings, and I know he pitched he pitched effectively in Game 6. He threw 2 innings, 1-hit baseball. I get it. But back-to-back days, he threw 2 innings yesterday, and Springer got to see him. That is in these 7-game series, in these short series, it is imperative to limit the amount of comfortability between the best hitters on the opposition and your bullpen. It's huge. And he just saw him yesterday. I don't care if he struck him out. I think he ended up grounding out. I don't care if he struck him out on 3 pitches. I don't care if he popped him up on 1 pitch. I don't care. I don't like the idea of a pitcher pitching back-to-back days, multiple innings, and facing in Springer, we are talking about one of the best clutch hitters of the last 10 years in the postseason. He's one of those guys. And you are going to let him face a pitcher he saw yesterday? It's crazy to me. I don't understand it. It's absolutely nuts. And how do you not go to your closer? He's one of the better closers in baseball. He's been your guy. You don't go to him for that spot? He's only there for the 9th? That's crazy. It's crazy. Let's go to Andrew in Colorado. What's up, Andrew?
Hi there, McMonigle. You got me?
I got you there, Andrew. What's going on?
Hey, so I have 2 points I want to go over really quickly. So first is, as far as the Broncos go, they got shut out through 3 quarters, and I think that also needs to be a bigger story coming out of Sunday. They had this top 2-3 defense in the league. They got crapped on by Jaxson Dart. That's my first point. I think that should be a big story.
I mean, that pass rush was non-existent. The Giants' offensive line did an incredible job against Benito and the rest of that defense. Incredible job.
Yeah, Nick Benito. Andrew Thomas held him, so props to him. But yeah, they did their job. The second point I want to make is I want to preface this by saying I am not a Shane Bowen defender. His Tennessee defenses were terrible. But there's a word I want to give you, McMonigle, that I think perfectly describes this Daboll and Shane Bowen era, and that's inconsistent. And I think Sunday was the pinnacle of them being inconsistent because they looked great through 3 quarters. Half my family is Broncos fans, the other half is Giants fans. And us on the Giants side, we were hooting and hollering. We were having a great time. And then come that fourth quarter, totally flipped. 180 degrees, I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
But they have been inconsistent ever since the start. That first season with Dable, they went 9-7-1. That's just barely above 500.
Sure.
There was a bit of a dud period. They were like 7-5 at one point or whatever. But my point is that he's had 4 seasons to implement a system. Mm-hmm. He got the QB he so deeply desired, and they're still not winning. They're
2-2 with him.
Yeah, but they also had a really ugly Saints loss, and they just looked unprepared in that game. And also the Chiefs game. I mean, the Chiefs were right there for the taking, and I think Jaxson Dart should have come in at halftime.
Yeah, I mean that's a different argument, but I'm talking about with Jaxson Dart. Now, if I'm John Mara, I'm not even looking at the games before Jaxson Dart started. I'm really not. I know that many people are going to disagree with me on that. I don't care. This is all about Jaxson Dart. I would be more on them for like, why didn't you start Jaxson Dart right away? And I don't know the dynamics. I don't know how John Mara felt about it, but I'm looking at the Jaxson Dart era. This season's about Jaxson Dart. Right now, they're 2-2. They're 2-2 with Jaxson Dart. Yes, they blew a game against Dallas. I can hold that against them, no doubt, but I'm looking at this 2-2. And you say, they were unprepared. They were unprepared for the Saints game. They went down and took a 14-3 lead. They weren't unprepared. They fumbled on 5 consecutive drives. That's what it was. They were moving the football. They were going in. They were going in to take the lead again when Skattebo fumbled. Like, I don't think they were unprepared. I think they were beat. I think if they don't fumble 5 times, they're beating the Saints. They're beating the Saints. And this game, yeah, it's a terrible, brutal loss. It's hard to explain. The idea that they lost a football game up 19 points in the fourth quarter and they scored 2 touchdowns in that fourth quarter is hard to fathom. I don't know how that happened, but I'm like, they're 2-2. Let's see what happens from here. Let's see what happens against Philly. It's a tough game to win to go into Philadelphia, but if they battle their ass off against Philadelphia and play a really competitive game, and they're right, like this team is no longer a joke. This team is going up. I don't think anyone could dispute that. If that changes, then my song will change. That's how this works. I do this every day. I'm telling you what I see right now. What I see right now is a football team going like this. I know they lost, and I know it's an ugly loss and a bitter pill to swallow, but I don't think anyone can deny the team is going up. Why you change coaches when the team is going down or has flatlined? This team is not going down. It has not flatlined. It's going up. Yeah, it's a brutal loss. I don't put it on him. I don't. As much as, every loss goes on the coach on some level. They're all next to his name. So, yeah, could he have done things differently? I had no problem putting the game in the quarterback's hand. No problem. You could make the argument, and Tiki makes a very compelling one, that he should have just run there with 3rd and 5. You could have done that. I'm not saying that would have been a mistake. I don't think giving the ball to Jaxson Dart's a mistake. I think it's a flip of the coin. And he played aggressive to go win. How many times do we complain about the coach playing not to lose? Running the football there and punting the ball away after the defense had just given up 2 touchdowns. And I know my defense is struggling, and it's got 2 key defensive backs out, and the replacements aren't any good. I want to try and go win the game right there. I get that first down, I have a much better chance of winning the game. They had one timeout left. I get a first down. I run the first down play. They call their final timeout. I got 2 more plays to milk another 120. I'm almost down to the 2-minute warning. That's aggressive. That's going to win the football game. And this quarterback has earned that right. I disagree with Tiki to think that's not true. I do. I think it's true. He's earned the right to have the ball in his hand in that moment. That's how I feel. And I had no problem with it. He went to go try and win the football game. And the quarterback made a mistake you can't make. But, I look at this team right now and the way they played in that game and who they are right now and the last 4 games and how they've played is light years ahead of what they've been. Hell, it's light years above the 9-8 season. It's light years above the playoff team. It's going like this, man. I don't want to rock the boat and leave it up to this owner to hire another head coach. I think and the only reason I'm opening up it again because I'm getting so much pushback. I'm listening in the afternoon. It's crazy to me that anyone would want to fire this coach right now. It's literally crazy. Maybe I'm taking the crazy pills. They're going up. The quarterback's playing great. We have seen the what happens to quarterbacks if they change coaches. And again, I'm required to, and I like John Mara. I think he's a good owner. But he has not, if you think Brian Dable stinks, right? If that's your premise because you're firing him, right? If your premise is Brian Dable stinks, he can't win football games, I need to move on. I don't care how his relationship with the quarterback is. Other guys can come in and have good relationships with the quarterback. It's not a big deal. You're trusting John Mara to make another hire. Ben McAdoo sucked. Pat Shurmur sucked. Joe Judge sucked. Dave Gettleman sucked. Those are all his hires. The only hire that he's made that you can even deem successful is promoting Jerry Reese from within to take over when Ernie Accorsi left. That's it. Every other one has been a colossal failure. His father hired Tom Coughlin and Ernie Accorsi. Everything after that has been a disaster. And now I want to risk what I'm seeing with this quarterback and put it in the hands of this owner to hire the right guy? Unless you're telling me that some without question Hall of Fame coach because Jaxson Dart has such promise and now all of a sudden the Giants is this great job to go get. I don't know who you're convincing to come here. I'll be honest with you. If Mike Tomlin if Pittsburgh falls apart from this point on, and Mike Tomlin and he knows this great offensive coach, how could I not be open to one of the better coaches in the NFL? If John Harbaugh leaves Baltimore after a disastrous season, I'm open to it. But even that, you better tell me who's working with this quarterback because right now, who's working with this quarterback is just that, working. And I don't want to mess with it. Robbie in Phoenix, what's up?
Yeah, I gotta disagree with you. I think Gable's terrible. Let me ask you this question. Be intellectually honest here.
No, I'm going to be intellectually dishonest like I am the rest of the show.
No. If Sean Payton was the coach of the Giants or the Jets, do you think they would have these records right now? Do you really believe with Sean Payton the Giants are 2-5?
With Sean Payton or the Giants 2-5?
A proven Super Bowl
maybe a game or two better. But again, you're talking about one of the great head coaches. If you can tell me that's my point exactly, Robbie. If Sean Payton wants to come be the head coach of the Giants, I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it because he's Sean Payton or Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh or Jim Harbaugh. I'd listen to it. But who is this coach who is this owner going to go hire? That's again, if Sean Payton were the coach, if Bill Parcells were the coach, okay, sure, great. But what if it's just another offensive coordinator from another franchise, another team that's had a good offense last year, and now he's getting the first head coaching job of his career with Jaxson Dart? Do I know they're going to be 2-5 or better?
No, I was going to say, but they have to pick the right guy, and you're right, they have failed miserably.
Right, and right now he's playing great.
I understand that, but here's the thing. if they don't do well this year, if a coach opens up, now I'm saying if, they should grab a Harbaugh, they should grab somebody that has a good winning record. You can't continue like this year after year after year of bad coaching.
But I don't think the team was very good. I can tell you this: I don't think, as we saw with Russell Wilson when Sean Payton first took over. And I don't know how much winning Sean Payton did after Drew Brees left New Orleans. Like, you think Sean Payton, steps in and wins games with Drew Lock last year?
No, of course not.
Well, no, of course not. No, of course not.
But here's the thing. You have to eventually find somebody that knows what they're doing. And
I'm telling you, I think he knows what he's doing. He's developing a young quarterback. They're 2-2 since he took over, and they were one of the great unforeseen collapses in the history of the sport away from being 3-2, or 3-1 rather, and beating 3 playoff teams.
Right. I think with Sean Payton, they don't lose that game. I guarantee you, they don't lose that game.
Again, Sean Payton's not the question, and he's not the only. I mean, if Sean Payton's available, he's not. He's not. And I don't know if they don't lose that game with Sean Payton. You telling me Sean Payton's never lost a big game, never lost a lead? Listen, great. They probably don't lose the game with Sean Payton. They probably don't lose the game with Bill Parcells. They probably don't lose the game with Bill Belichick. They probably don't lose the game with Vince Lombardi. They probably don't lose the game, with a lot of great head coaches. Who cares? Like that, it doesn't matter. Those guys aren't available. Who are the Giants going to go hire? Bill Belichick going to be out in North Carolina? You want to bring Bill Belichick in here? Is the team going in the right direction or not? Let me ask you a question. Does that loss and the 33 points in the fourth quarter change your feeling about where the Giants are going and how they're playing and if they're improving and getting better? Because there's losing and then there's the way the Giants lost. Jeff in Louisiana. What's up, Jeff?
Well, hi, Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hi.
It's good to talk to you. I've been thinking about the 2 decisions that are getting so criticized.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the caveat is I didn't see the game. I couldn't. CBS didn't broadcast it here in my part of Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw some red zone highlights. But first of all, let's take them one at a time. Well, first of all, we're in Mile High Stadium. The defense is withering.
Yeah.
We don't have depth on the defensive line, which, bottom line, I think that's one of the issues. Dexter Lawrence is still playing shape.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost Dable. They've lost Devon Holland. So, and at the end of the game, we saw how fast Denver could score.
Yeah, they scored in 51 seconds in one drive, yeah.
So I'm thinking, okay, let's say you follow the Tiki formula. You run, you get 3 yards, you punt on 4th and 2. It's Denver's ball. Maybe 3.5 minutes left or something like that.
Probably more than that. I think it was like 5:13 when he did that. I'd have to double check, but I think it would be a little bit more than that when they first get the ball back. Yeah, because they would call a time. They would call a timeout. They would bang their last timeout, stop the clock.
So you have somewhere under 5 minutes, and Denver has the ball, no timeout, and what's to stop them from quickly going down the field, score? Giants get the ball. Who knows how they're going to do? Let's say they punt. Denver could go quickly down the field again.
Yeah,
I think what went into the decision was knowing the defense was withered in Mile High Stadium, and it's a good roster, but it lacks depth. That's the next stage of team building, I think.
Yeah,
and so I don't blame. And the same argument with the 3 up front, 8 defensive backs. I think Brian Burns was playing injured.
Yeah.
So
No, it clearly was. He was hobbled and couldn't get back to the line of scrimmage and was offsides.
So is it reasonable to think that with 4 defensive rushers, and including if it Burns is one of them, hobbled, you're gonna sack Nix and then rely on 7 defensive backs, with 2 of them being Banks and
Newman,
Belton.
Yeah, Dable and Newman. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I don't disagree with that. I really don't. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I still would have rushed 4 because I just don't like the idea of the quarterback being, complete, having as much time as he wants and as much space as he wants. I want to rush 4 and make it a little more complicated for him, and hopefully one of those guys, finds their second wind on that play. But I don't disagree with what you're saying. We have talked all year about Dexter Lawrence getting into game shape. Burns was clearly hobbled, and his ankle was bothering him. The 2 defensive backs are terrible. And that play specifically, again, like for me, if you watch, and Tiki was talking about it, you watch the Dallas game, they're playing way off the ball. Everybody is. And they're playing a deep zone. They're playing a prevent type defense. This game against Denver, all they were doing was rushing 3 and playing man. They weren't giving them as much space. But anyway, if you play that kind of game, what scares me is the drop-off. He shouldn't be able to complete that pass. That's complete lack of execution. Plain and simple. As it was in the drives before when Banks can't turn his head around, or the pass, that next pass that sets up the easy field goal, right at Banks, down the sidelines, back shoulder throw, easy. Easy. They had that play whenever they wanted it because Banks can't cover it. They had that play whenever they wanted after the Adebo injury, after Banks was playing. They have that sideline back corner throw, back shoulder throw rather. They have it whenever they want it. I think a lot of the decision to let him throw it on 3rd and 5 is that they sense that with the defense. Now, there's still an argument. And again, it was 4:56 left in the game. Run the football, make them call their last, I think it would have been their last timeout. And then, so say there was 4:56 when he threw the interception. Let's just say, he runs it. I guess that the 4:56 is probably the snap. So say it takes max 10 seconds. They call the timeout. You're punting it at 4:46. Let's just round it down to 4:40. You're punting it with 4:40 left. There's absolutely enough time for them to score before the 2-minute warning. Quickly, down the field, get the ball back. And again, you can't turn the ball over. Even if he throws an incomplete pass, you're still punting. Or even if he takes the sack, which is what he should have done, if it's not there. But it was there. He just didn't see the linebacker. But I have no problem putting the game in my young quarterback's hands who's earned it. I just don't. I know a lot of people do. I don't. I think you could make the argument. Absolutely. It's a coin flip. I wouldn't have been mad at the coach if he had run it. I wouldn't have been upset. I would have understood the strategy. I was fine either way. Al in Monroe. What's up, Al?
Hey, Chris. Let me preface what I'm going to say. I have a different point of view than you about Dart. But let me preface it with, I've been listening to the station since 1975 when Chris was on nights.
Mm-hmm.
You are by far, and it ain't even close, the best show on the channel.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Brother, it's not even close, and I'm an OG. Now, here's my take. Here's my take on the Dart situation.
Yeah.
Okay. Shane and Dable both knew they were on their way out. Okay. If they thought that Dart was their guy, absolutely their guy, there's no way they would have traded out of 3 and let 4 through 28 take shots at him. They were afraid of their job.
Mm-hmm.
I think they took Dart so that they could cover themselves, buy themselves another year at least, possibly 2 or 3, because now they got their quarterback, because Danny wasn't their quarterback. Okay?
Yeah.
But did Dable make Josh, or did Josh make Dable? How good did Josh get after Dable left? and Dable did nothing with any of his other quarterbacks.
Okay, well, can I say a couple? Let me answer those latter parts of the question before I get to whether or not Dart was their guy. Okay, yes. After year 3, if you watch the transition of Josh Allen from year 1, the turnover machine, he was awful as a rookie. Not like bad in like awful as a rookie. And then by year 3, we saw a player that you could tell was going to become a superstar in this league. Was there by year 3. Now, has he continued to get better without him? Absolutely. Absolutely. But would he have been this good already if Brian Dable wasn't there for the progression of 1 through 3? I don't know. Maybe he's that good. Where maybe, but I don't know. It's not the same thing. He's gotten better. The difference between
I would argue that Brady's made him a better quarterback than Dable did.
Well, he's gotten better because.
Isn't it possible? Isn't it possible? Isn't it possible though? Yeah. Isn't it possible though that Shane and Dable actually just ran into one? They pulled an inside straight. Isn't that why?
And I'll tell you why. No, it's not. It's not impossible. They just to say it's not his guy. Let me ask you. Wait, hold on. You're throwing a lot of things at me. Can I answer them?
Of course, I value your opinion.
I know, and thank you. I'm just saying you can't throw if you throw 10 things at me, I'm not going to be able to remember or answer all of them. So let me just go break them one by one. I think the difference between Josh Allen year 1 and year 3 is bigger than year 3 and now. Now, has he gotten continually better? Yes. But I believe from year 1 to year 3 is a bigger jump than from year 3 to now when Brian Dable left. So let's just leave it at there. You could say you disagree, whatever. He's obviously a great talent. You don't become Josh Allen without being able to become Josh Allen. That wasn't coached into him. But I do think there was a huge progression from year 1 to year 3 that Brian Dable was a part of. Now, as far as him being the guy, okay, who are they going to draft at 3? And I agree with you on some level because the reports are they tried to trade move up to 1 to take Cam Ward. But if they weren't going to take Cam Ward, who were they going to take at 3? Because pretty much every other quarterback they could have wanted was there. They didn't take Shedeur. Nobody took Shedeur. That was their guy. They chose. They went up and took that guy. And you could see the way. Go watch the behind the scenes footage. Shane goes up to him. He's like, "If this is your guy, you sure about this? We'll go take him." And he said, "Yeah, he's my guy."
Are you talking about from Hard Knocks?
No, from the next year, the next draft. They have their Giant show, whatever it is. There's behind the scenes footage of this draft.
All right, just think about this one point that I'm trying to make is if he was truly okay. I was a season ticket holder from the mid 80s to the mid 2000s. Okay, I've seen it all. Believe me, I had 8 tickets in section 315.
Okay,
so I've seen it all. All right, I've seen the bad Giants as a kid in '65, and I've seen the good Giants. But all I'm saying is, LT could not win a Super Bowl on his own. He could not get the Giants to a Super Bowl on his own.
Right.
Okay? The kid they took at 3, in no way, shape, or form, could get the Giants to a Super Bowl on his own.
No.
He needs a team around. Okay, but if Dart was absolutely their guy, how could you possibly trade down to 29, give up all these picks, and then trade back in to get a quarterback? If he was your guy, absolutely the guy, and you knew it, you mean 24 other teams didn't realize he was a man?
But they weren't. A lot of those teams weren't drafting quarterbacks, and they recognized that they took the gamble that he would be there. I hear what you're saying. They couldn't pass up the ability and talent of Abdul Carter at number 3. They couldn't justify taking Jaxson Dart or quarterback at that number and pass up on the great talent of Abdul Carter. Then they read the room correctly. They knew how many teams are going to be drafting quarterbacks, and they were able to trade back in once it got past a certain level, and they wanted to jump up and take them where they took them. There's no doubt it's Brian Dable's guy. There's no doubt. Now, to your point, did the organization believe in Dable's guy so much that they would draft him where they didn't think the value was? No. I bet you if you asked Brian Dable, he might have wanted to take him 3rd. There were debates, apparently, inside the organization to take a quarterback 3 instead. Now, the only reason I can't tell you he's 100% his guy because there's rumors that they would have traded up and taken Ward at number 1. But Outside of that, which was never really a possibility, you can't tell me he wasn't his guy. Watch the behind-the-scenes videos, and I bet you if it were up to Brian Dable completely, they might have taken him third. But he's not making those decisions completely. That's his guy. It's unfair to say anything else. It's his guy. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Update. Come back. Continue to take your calls till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
There's been coaches in the city where the run is neglected. Well, all right, you're not the offensive coordinator, but it's your team. Walk down and say, run the damn ball. Same thing with Dable. He saw this happen against Dallas. Walk down, say, what are you doing? Stop dropping 8 guys back.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to look out for pedestrians. Safety is a shared responsibility.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. George Springer delivered the big blow. A go-ahead 3-run blast in the 7th as the Blue Jays rallied by the Mariners 4-3, take the series in 7. They're going to the World Series for the first time since 1993. Their bullpen 5 1/3 scoreless innings. The Blue Jays and Dodgers in the World Series beginning Friday night in Toronto. Monday Night Football, Seahawks raced the Texans 27-19. Lions, they ripped the Bucks 24-9. Jahmyr Gibbs ran for $136 and 2 scores, but they did lose Mike Evans to a broken collarbone. Giants still wondering how they let one get away in Denver. Day of reflection, though. Brian Dable steadfast, won't be making changes to that coaching staff.
No, I'm not considering that. But we all got to do a better job. Starts with me. And there's plenty of opportunities to finish that game the way we wanted to, and we didn't get the job done.
And the Rangers finally scored at home. Artemi Panarin lit the lamp in the first, but that's all they would get as they fell to the Wild 3-1.
We just didn't play well enough to win. It doesn't matter. We know who we're playing against. We have to find a way to bear down in those tight 2-1 games when, to be honest, we didn't deserve to win, but that was a game we could have stolen. It's happened to us so far. It's just not good enough. We know that. Now we're going to turn the page and move on to the next one.
That's JT Miller. Igor Shesterkin made 29 saves. 54 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 306. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. I mean, to me, with the firing or not firing of the defensive coordinator should come down to, like, for me, it's the if the players really don't believe in him anymore, that's the only thing where he can't stay. If Bowen has lost faith, as we saw, some of the sound after the game immediately, like, if they've lost faith in him and that call has bothered them so much, then you have to make a move. But outside of that, again, the defense has been playing better. Every aspect of the game has been better. They were pitching a shutout through the first 3 quarters. Like, and I'm not saying it's acceptable to give up 33 points. I get it. But you can't tell me that's all on the defense. So the defensive coordinator's game plan, they just made adjustments in the 4th quarter? That's what it was? The Broncos just suddenly figured it out? Or was it that Bowen just started doing something completely different? Or was it they were picking on players who aren't very good? Probably, I mean, you could say you want to mix in all 3, maybe, but to me, it's more about the players not being any good. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Frank in Palisades Park. What's up, Frank?
Hey, Chris. Appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you for making it.
Yeah, no problem. I just got to respectfully disagree with you about keeping Brian Dable.
Mm-hmm.
There's a perfect example right now of a team that got rid of their coach during their rookie quarterback's year, changed coach, and the quarterback got better. How about Drake May over in New England? They had Jared Mayo, and his first year, May got 13 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Sure.
Do you know how he's doing right now with Mike Vrabel as coach?
Yeah.
He's doing phenomenal.
What was Mayo again?
A top 10 draft pick?
No. What was the coach? What was he?
Oh, he was like what? 5-11?
No. Well, he was a rookie head coach, defensive-minded head coach. Like, he didn't draft Drake May. He had nothing to do with Drake May. He wasn't scheming the offense for Drake May. It's a completely different situation. It's not the same thing. You gave me And he was a terrible head coach. In year one was god-awful. Year one of Brian Dable, they went to the playoffs and won a road playoff game. And this guy the two of them are like, he drafted the guy. Mayo's a defensive player turned head coach who wasn't ready to be a head coach, but was probably made promises. And I always think there's something about being the guy in between. You don't want to be the guy after the guy. So they have a Mayo for a season and then go get their guy. When Vrabel became, when it made more sense to go get Vrabel. And Vrabel's a great head coach. And if Vrabel were available, maybe I'd consider it because I know he's a proven, good, great head coach. Go get an offensive mind to work with. It's not impossible. I want to make this clear. I am not saying that you are doomed if you fire this coach. I'm just saying, tell me how you know it's going to get better. And telling me that a defensive rookie head coach who had nothing to do with drafting Mayo, who didn't work with him, didn't develop him, didn't game plan. He was the defensive-minded head coach, and the offensive coordinators worked with him. And Mayo showed promise at the end of the year, by the way. But, if you want to tell me there's a perfect candidate, you want to tell me there is a Sean Payton available, you want to tell me there is a John Harbaugh available, you want to tell me there is a Mike Tomlin available, a Vrabel available, a great head coach that I know will work, and then you go about and trying to find an offense coordinator that'll work with him. Okay, I'm open to it. But that's not the same situation, man. This is the guy, he picked him. The player is working directly with him. They are linked. That's not a defensive coach who got fired. Same thing with the Bears, right? That's why I don't want the Jets situation. That's more of the Jets situation than the Giants situation. That's a defensive-minded head coach who is allowed to stay on despite having a lousy season or seasons prior to getting the quarterback. Caleb Williams goes to Chicago. It doesn't work. Now they have to fire the coach because it wasn't working with the quarterback. And what do they go get? The best young offensive coordinator in the sport in Ben Johnson. That's a Jet analogy. That's what the Jets should try to avoid. The Jets should just go hire a new coach and a new regime and go pick their quarterback at the end of the year. The Giants have the guy. He drafted him. He loves him. He's working with him. And the kid has hit the scene like this, man. You want to risk that for what? I'll risk it for the right reason. I'm not going to risk it to go have John Mara make a decision on an offensive coordinator somewhere to be the next head coach. And I'm not going to do it because, he lost the game that they were kicking the crap out of the Denver Broncos. Let's see how they play against the Eagles. If they go play the Eagles on Sunday and lose 35-6, my tone and my thought process will start to change. I think they've played very well these last few weeks. I know they lost, but I think they've played very well these last few weeks. I think the quarterback is getting better and better. I thought he was terrific against one of the best defenses in the sport on the road in Denver. That's a tough spot. They were an 8.5-point underdog. An 8.5-point underdog going into the game, and they were up 19-0 in the fourth quarter, and the quarterback was playing his ass off. That still means something to me, even though they gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter. Both can be things to take away from the game. The Giants are going like this. Dart is going like this. And if you want to tell me he's lost too many games, so I want to bring in a great head coach, okay. But I'm not, they're 2-2. They're 2-2 right now. That's Dable. That's the record of the Giants as far as I'm concerned. They're 2-2. They're 2-5 for playoff purposes, but for how I'm evaluating Brian Dable, they are 2-2. And you might say that's unfair. I hear you. That's how I'm looking at it. And one game he lost because they turned the ball over 5 times despite moving the ball up and down the field on the Saints. And the other one because they had an unbelievable epic collapse that I don't put on him. Anthony in Brooklyn. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, great show as always.
Thank you, brother.
In my opinion. Listen, the Giant fans, you guys are absolutely out of your mind. I'm a Bills fan since '78. Okay, and I remember when we drafted, Josh Allen, and everybody was in an uproar.
Yeah.
Okay, about picking him, and he, Dable sat there and they revamped his whole throwing way. That they were, Josh Allen speaks about him like the guy's part of his family.
Yep.
And to sit there, listen, kind of like what you said, okay, if these mistakes or stuff like this with play calling or stuff like that continues happening through next year, that's one thing. The only thing that I would have liked to have seen is that if you are going to rely on the kid, you should have played action and he should have thrown on second down because they weren't expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, it is what it is. You're going to have your up and down, but you possibly and more than likely have your franchise quarterback. Relax. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
And you're right about the Josh Allen part. And I don't mean to belabor the point. I only belabor the point because the amount of pushback I get on it. Like the amount of pushback I get from people who just hate Dable, he loses all the time, get rid of him, he sucks, he's the worst coach ever, blah blah blah. They want to take away the idea that he was there for the development of Josh Allen. Josh Allen talks about how important he was. Like, don't take my word for it. Listen to the quarterback, but that you can dismiss that too because it doesn't matter. None of it matters. He's lost too many games. You think he sucks, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Josh Allen says. It doesn't matter what the obvious watching him play from year 1 to year 3 says. It doesn't matter. Josh Allen's great. That's it. He was going to be great. Doesn't matter the coach. When we see quarterbacks like we're just watching right now, Monday night. Just look at Monday Night Football. Look what Sam Darnold's doing right now. You're telling me coaching didn't play a part in his early non-success? Look at Baker Mayfield. You tell me being with the Browns and the coaching that he had there didn't, in part, be the reason why he was unsuccessful and why he's successful now? It takes time. It takes coaching. It takes development. And we're seeing that with Dable and Dart. You want to mess with it? You better give me the plan. You better give me the name. You better tell me who's going to come in and be the head coach. Because if it's just, Jim Bob Cooter's doing a great job, like, no thank you. No thank you. Eddie in Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, partner, what's happening, buddy?
What's going on?
All right. Well, I think Mike McCarthy could probably take over next year and do a good job. But let me ask you something. The trade deadline, I think, is like this November 6th. What's your plans on Kayvon? And is there two positions that you would jump on that would be free agents next year that you would go after, like DB or a wide receiver?
Yeah, well, they're going to need a second wide receiver. So one either the trade market now, if they feel there's somebody who can impact moving forward and they could get it at a reasonable price they're willing to pay for. Yeah, and free agency, defensive back. I haven't done all the work up. I don't know how much money they're going to have for free agency next year, where they are in the cap, who the free agents are. Like, it's only week 7. I'm more focused on this season. But, yes, that's where they need their help. They could use some depth. They could use some depth at D-line, defensive backfield. They can clearly use a wide receiver. You can always draft offense. You could always draft or sign offensive linemen, although the offensive line's playing much better. Even the center had his best, first half, was playing great against the Eagles before getting the concussion. So, I'm open for anything. How about this? Kicker. How about that? I'll look for that in free agency. Go sign a kicker. My goodness. That's embarrassing. You want to talk about, again, I don't understand the pushback I get on stuff. But Shane right now has a lot to answer for. I do like some of the draft picks. But even some of them that look like Andrew Phillips was really good as a rookie, for a rookie, not really good, but a solid rookie. Not necessarily a really good player yet, but a promising player who had a nice rookie season. This year, penalties and, that last play. Go watch that last play and tell me it's the call. Go watch that man-to-man play where they throw the ball 29 yards down the field and tell me it's exclusively because of the call. Because Andrew Phillips, Tiki said it perfectly. I was listening to Tiki today. He said it perfectly. I said it last night that he kind of broke it down, I think is how I put it. Watch the replay. He stops running. He acts like the ball's not coming his way. He's late on the break. He's late to turn around. There is no way that ball can get into that position. There's no way you can't make a play on that ball. There's no way. The safety breaks in the wrong direction towards the sidelines, and Andrew Phillips is jogging and then late to turn around and make a play on the ball. That's on them. That's on them more than the call. I don't love the call because I don't like giving the quarterback as much time as that. I'd like to make him make a rush and feel like he has to throw the ball early, but that doesn't that pass shouldn't happen. I was watching at the end of the first half in the Monday Night Football game last night, the Seahawks game. They ran the same offense. They ran the same defensive call. They rushed 3, drop back 8. At the end when they needed to get like 30 yards to a field goal. Incomplete pass. Like that play alone doesn't guarantee you failure. The play call isn't like, we'll call this one. I know it doesn't work. Like, that should still be that should not be a pass that gets through 8 defenders. That's kind of why you make that play call, to avoid that play. It's just we're so quick to blame coaches. We're so quick, man. I don't know what I would love to do a deep dive psychologically. Like, honestly, I would love to talk to a sports psychologist or something and really get behind why everyone. Because here's my and there's one guy in particular on Twitter who's taken his handle is my name, and Eddie and Rockland once called me an erudite, so he's using that, and he's always killing me for not blaming coaches, and I don't.
Oh, I love this guy. He kills me too. Anytime I agree with you.
Yeah, no, he's against me. And listen, and it's not just. I know I'm on Aaron Glenn right now. You have to do a pretty freaking awful job for me to be like, you need to go and you're the problem with the coach. I have defended, obviously, Aaron Boone. I have now defended Carlos Mendoza. I have defended Robert Saleh. I have defended, I thought firing him was ridiculous when they did it, at least. I'm now defending Brian Dable. I put more on the players than the coach. Tibbs, right? I went on and on about how could you fire Tibbs.
Did that for a month.
I did that for a month straight. But don't tell people that, because I don't talk Knicks. I get a bunch of comments in my social media, Twitter, that I never talk Knicks. I did Knicks exclusively for a month and a half. Obvious throughout the playoffs, and then after Tibbs got fired, I was screaming about that for a month. I hated that decision to fire Tibbs. Hated it. And I guess we'll talk about Karl Anthony Towns and how Mike Brown's talking about he's the one who needs to make the biggest adjustment of his game to this new system. So we'll see how that works. This is supposed to be a big year for Karl Anthony Towns. Him and Jalen Brunson are supposed to, that's part of the reason. We got to make sure the two of them are simpatico. And the coach is talking, Karl Anthony Towns is really going to have to change his game. I hope that works out great. But obviously, I'm not being so. I hope it works out great. But yeah, I defend Tibbs. I think we are, and here's my best guess. My best guess is we can't play the game. We're not good enough to be the players. We can't, it's hard for us, even us great athletes like myself. I can't even say it with a straight face. But I try to. Even great athletes like us, like myself, it's still hard to envision us being the players on the field. I'm watching the highlights of the game last night. I can't put myself in Stroud's shoes. I can't be Sam Darnold. I can't be Leonard Williams. But I can stand on the sidelines and make decisions. I believe that I can put myself with a headset on calling plays. You see, you should have. Well, if you're going to do that, you got to play the play action pass on second down. We're all good at that. We could all sit back and say, ooh, I wouldn't have brought in this reliever. Ooh, I wouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. Oh, you got to play your bench. We could do that. So because we can somehow envision us doing it, Because we're capable of sitting back and just telling people what to do and making decisions. Because we're somewhat capable of that in our minds and can put ourselves in that position, the people who do that are always to blame first. Because I can't tell C.J. Stroud what to do. I can't tell Munoz, the closer of the Seattle Mariners, what to do. I can't be in his shoes. I can't say, oh, you should have thrown it better. You should have thrown it like this. I can't do that. But I can say he should have been the one on the mound. I can do that real easy. So because we can relate, we blame them. Because, and that's not to say coaches don't deserve blame at times. They do. But it's always, we don't even think of blaming. It's right to the coach. It is every single right to the coach. They give up 33 points in the fourth quarter. It's got to be the coach. It can't be that Banks sucks. It can't be that the defensive line was sucking wind. It can't be that Burns was hobbled with his ankle. It can't be anything other than the coach did something. He changed something. He did something. He didn't make the adjustments that the other team made adjustments on. It can't just be that the players didn't execute. It can't just be that. Brian Dable's lost all these games. It can't be that Drew Lock sucks. It can't be, and that was the other question. One of the caller who asked me a million questions, and I told him to stop because I'll forget. I forgot he talked about what other quarterback had Brian Dable worked with. What other quarterback has Brian Dable worked with? Tommy DeVito was selling pasta sauce. I did a radio hit in Denver. They asked me about Tommy DeVito. Tommy DeVito got a job as a backup with the New England Patriots. Tommy DeVito went from not being able to throw the ball against the Jets to beating the Packers in prime time and becoming a household name around here and getting another job. I would say Brian Dable did a pretty damn good job with Tommy DeVito. Again, Daniel Jones not looking like this. Absolutely true. But Daniel Jones was ruined when he was hired. The owner called Daniel Jones ruined when Brian Dable took over. He was the biggest turnover machine in the NFL. And he won 9 games with him and a road playoff game. Like, the idea that he's never done anything with any quarterback ever. Josh Allen, Tommy DeVito, Daniel Jones. That's what he got. And he was at the beginning of the first couple of years that transformed Josh Allen from the biggest project in the draft, the biggest unknown quarterback prospect in the draft, where he's right. People in Buffalo were furious. Go look at the videos. They have them just like, when the Giants selected Daniel Jones. The fan base was furious they took Josh Allen. Furious. It was a project quarterback. And then year one, right, there's that famous tweet from Francesa. He's like, Josh Allen has the people of Buffalo longing for the days of Nathan Peterman. He was terrible year one. As the caller said, they changed his throwing profile. They changed that. They worked with him. By year 3, budding superstar. If you think he had nothing to do with that, I don't know what to tell you. Because it doesn't matter what I think or what you think. Ask Josh Allen if he had anything to do with it. The guy is good with quarterbacks. It's why he was hired. He's finally got his, and the kid is balling. Like, absolutely balling. You want to pass that up because you don't like the coach? Because he couldn't turn 2 lousy football teams into winners? Okay. Go do that. Better hope you hire someone who's good with quarterbacks. Go hire that surefire winner you guys are all talking about. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll come back. We'll take your calls. We'll get to Blue Jays advancing to their first World Series since 1993 and some of the coaching decisions. We've kind of already gone over it. The Jets as well. As now we don't know who the starting quarterback is for the New York Jets. They've never had one. 888 all season long. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with more of your calls next right here on The Fan.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental. From the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit maggioenvironmental.com today.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Is it just me, or has watching television gotten way more complicated than it used to be? There are a million different services, lots of stuff you want to watch but can never find, and don't get me started on the bills. Well, thankfully there's Philo, a better way to TV. For as low as $33 a month, I get the channels I love, MTV, BET, Food Network, you name it, plus everything that AMC Plus has to offer. And guess what? They've added access to HBO Max Basic with ads plan and Discovery Plus, so I can enjoy all the best TV with one subscription. The best part? There are no contracts, no surprise fees, and just one low price. And their DVR is awesome too. I can save everything I love on Philo for up to a year and skip the ads when I rewatch them. That's a total game changer. I signed up directly at philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv, so I could lock in the best price around. Philo's the easiest decision I've ever made. Now, the hard one is trying to decide what to binge next.
Your debit card doesn't have to be boring. With the Cash App card, you can actually customize it to your specific style. On top of that, you're getting discounts on brands you already use and even early access to major concert tickets. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and get $10 back. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit overdraft coverage and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Looking for the perfect place to catch the game on Long Island? Check out Tap Room, now with 9 locations, including their newest at Station Yards in Ronkonkoma. Great food, rotating craft beer, and TVs everywhere. Plus Sunday game day drink specials, wing night Thursdays, and kids eat free Tuesdays. It's the best place for sports, food, and friends. Visit taproomofny.com to find your spot.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 3:30 8:33. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We got a World Series matchup we'll get into as we, I guess, move forward. I don't know. Really, the only question is who you're going to root for as a Yankee fan. When I was a kid, without question, this would have been very easy. When I was a kid, it would have been the Toronto Blue Jays. Because I always wanted that, well, we lost to the team that ended up going on to win the World Series. That was my thing. I've become more bitter and more angry as an adult. And don't want to see the person who hurt me go on to have success. But I will say this, and people are getting on me. Now, look, and again, I've been calling the Dodgers, I've been calling the Toronto Blue Jays frauds since 2021. I was right for a long time. I was wrong this year. They are not frauds. Getting to the World Series proves it. Now, again, for all of you who want to point to all the things they do, and this is why they're better, and they're a better run franchise, and they're a better team, and that's why they're in the World Series, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they beat this year's Yankees, but remember, last year's Yankees went to the World Series, and none of you seem to give a damn. Yankees get no credit for it. They're still just a disastrous, embarrassing franchise that needs to be scrubbed of everyone who makes decisions, because how much more can this fan base take after going to the World Series last year? So the Blue Jays really haven't done anything yet. They've got to win the World Series. Otherwise, back to the drawing board. But I think I have to root for the Blue Jays for this one reason. And someone actually tweeted it to me. Chris, how can you root for the Blue Jays? Despite calling them frauds all this time, and yes, I would look foolish if they win the World Series. I'm already fool. It's already a bad look for me calling them frauds this whole time. But again, since 2021, to be fair. As well as so many people hitting me up saying, can you call them, all Met fans calling me up asking me to call the Mets frauds? Because it seems to be a good luck charm. But someone said to me, how can you root for the Blue Jays? You know, Vladimir Guerrero hates the Yankees openly, and they mock him, and, you know, the Yankees lose and all that stuff at the end of the year. How could you possibly root for the Blue Jays? And, like, to me, it's easy. Do you remember the end of the year last year? Do you remember the media PR tour that the Dodgers went on to just bash the Yankees? At least there's bad blood. At least they're a divisional rival. At least there's something personal in Vladimir Guerrero's past about, you know, passing up on signing his dad, instead signing Gary Sheffield, which, by the way, was George Steinbrenner. Brian Cashman was all ready to sign Vladimir Guerrero, and George kiboshed it and said, you're signing Gary Sheffield instead. But anyway, at least that's personal. At least these two teams play 13 times a year and 19 times a year the previous couple of years. Like there's some bad blood here. I could understand the Blue Jays feeling a way about the Yankees, you know, owning the division or being a better team than them for the last, you know, pretty much all of those guys' careers. Like, I get that. The Dodgers, for no damn reason, went on this PR tour to just dog the Yankees for a month straight and do podcasts and drink tequila and laugh at the Yankees. Like, I'm supposed to like the Dodgers now, or I'm supposed to root against... I can't root for the Blue Jays because they had their fun with the Yankees' expense and, spread the news bitches and all that stuff. The Dodgers literally went on a campaign at the end of last year to make the Yankees look bad for no damn reason. So, yeah, screw the Dodgers. And let's be honest. Who the hell wants to see them win again? I don't want to see them win again. I want to see someone find a way to beat this damn team. And me and Fleas were talking about it. The only way, there's only a couple of teams that I would root for the Dodgers against. And he said it to me, and I kind of agree with him. I probably wouldn't get there initially, but I would eventually get there. There's only a couple of teams I would root against. I would root for the Dodgers over. And the Blue Jays spend money. Right? We talk so much because I love baseball. I do love baseball. And I'm tired of this argument about, I am tired of the bottom feeders not caring. I am tired of the billionaire owners who will hide behind their market and hide behind their ticket sales and hide behind all the nonsense on why they can't spend money when they could. If the owner in Pittsburgh decided to spend money and put a team around his young budding superstar pitcher and spend money and put a payroll and a team that could win, he would fill his ballpark. He would make more money. But they don't want to do that. They want to just sit back and take the money that the Dodgers are giving them via the tax, and the Yankees are giving them, and the Phillies are giving them, and the Toronto Blue Jays are giving them. And the Mets, obviously. Excuse me. How could I forget the Mets? And all the money the Mets are giving them. And Steve Cohen's giving them. The Blue Jays are like 5th in payroll. Good for the Blue Jays. They spend a lot of money. They just put a bunch of money into their star player who had an incredible postseason in Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Good for them. So I would tell you this. If it were the Tampa Bay Rays, I would be rooting for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Because screw the Rays. Screw the Rays. I know they're smarter than everybody and do more than that. They never, ever try and make impact moves, ever. They draft right. They make trades to have young prospects come up and play well. They got a young superstar now at 23 years old playing third base. They're good at that. I'll give it to them. But when they're in the mix, when they're battling for a division or battling for a wild card, when do they go out and make a trade? When do they go out and add to their team? When they're one guy off, when do they ever go out in free agency? Screw them. Screw them. Screw the A's. Screw the Pirates. Those are the teams that are ruining baseball, not the Dodgers. So maybe, Fleegs mentioned this to me and he's right. So maybe, but I would probably still root for them because I can't stand the Dodgers right now. But those are the teams who don't deserve to win. But yeah, oh man, Vlad, how could you root for Vlad? I'm not going to necessarily root for Vlad, but I ain't rooting for the Dodgers. Think I'm rooting for that Dodger team who decided for no good reason at all to be the worst sore winners you've ever seen in your life and go and dog the team they beat? No thanks. Screw them. Doesn't mean I think Springer's great. Screw the Blue Jays. I think Ohtani's the greatest player to ever play. Screw the Dodgers. I don't care. But last night in game number 7, an exciting and a back and forth series, a really good baseball series. As a Yankee fan, it was hard to watch every second of it, and I didn't. But I mean, just a back and forth, up and down, really great series. The Blue Jays to battle back from losing the first 2 games at home. It's a really great job. They're a tough team. They're a tough team. They are a really solid team. They've had a great year. Now, again, you know how I feel. They were in last place last year. Would it surprise me if they were in last place next year? No. They're having the one great year with this group. See if they win the World Series. If they don't, they'll go back to probably being the Toronto Blue Jays next year. But right now, they're heading to the World Series to take on the Dodgers. And again, we talked about it. In the 8th inning, I don't know how. You got Wu in there who's pitching. Was it the 7th inning? Yeah, it was the 7th inning. I'm sorry, right. Bottom of the 7th. Wu comes in. He's doing a great job. He gets a leadoff walk and a hit. So it's first and second, nobody out. I understand. And then they bunt the runners over. I understand not sticking with Wu in that spot. You want to go to your bullpen. And I don't care if it's the 7th inning or the 6th inning. This is game 7. And George Springer, one of the best clutch bats in postseason history. We're just watching the most home runs in postseason history. It's Manny Ramirez, it's Jose Altuve, and George Springer's right up there. I think those are the top 3, believe it or not. 2nd and 3rd, bottom of the 7th, in a game 7 of the ALCS. He brings in his, 3rd or 4th best reliever who pitched 2 innings yesterday and faced Springer instead of going to get his closer in that spot. That's the game. You have to get Springer out. That's the game. And I know you still have he's the top of the order, so you still have good hitters coming up. That's the 3 guys you want. That's who you want your best pitcher to face. That's crazy to me. That was some hell of a move. Like, my goodness, how could you not go to your best in that moment? The game hangs in the balance. This is Game 7. We see guys go to their closes in the 5th inning of Game 7s, the 4th inning of Game 7s. Like, you cannot allow that run. A base hit ties the game. You tie the game on the road against the Blue Jays, you're going to lose. You have to leave that inning with the lead. That's a mind-numbing decision. That's a real tough decision. And so I'll just say it to you. I mean, I know every other manager would do great, right? Every other manager. You want to point to how many mistakes are made throughout this entire postseason? You want to talk to how many different times we've taken out a pitcher and it's fallen apart throughout this, every other team. The only team who hasn't done it is the Dodgers because their starting pitching goes 8 or 9 every night. We act like Aaron Boone and then to some extent Mendoza are the only 2 guys who don't make head-scratching decisions. It's happening. It's happened 10 times from every team in the postseason. And last night, it happened in Game 7. Brutal. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Phil in Tom's River. What's up, Phil?
What's going on?
What's up,
How
buddy?
you doing, my brother?
Good, how are you?
Hey, listen, I'm doing really good. Hey, listen, I didn't call about this, but you sound like such a bitter Yankee fan, bro. Just like it over. It's over. They lost. Who cares who you root for? It's over.
Well, I'm talking about it because I'm talking to a bunch of Yankee fans.
I know, but it's over, man. Let's get the football going.
I just did football for an hour and 40 minutes. I briefly mentioned the World Series.
I know. I got done early, so I got on the phone now. But real quick, all right. I'm not arguing about Dable. Listen, Dable is a great offensive-minded coach. I'm not taking that away from him. I'm not saying anything about it. But one thing, I called you up for a month straight and said Jaxson Dart's got to start week 1. You fought with me every time I called. Yep. Told me Russell Wilson. You're the head coach. You put him in. The Giants are 4-3. Yesterday, I'm just going to go by yesterday's game. Sunday's game. I'm sorry. 19-0. 19-0. You're winning.
Yeah.
Why are you going for 2? If you tell me you don't trust your kicker, that's a fireable offense because you lost 3 games with no kicker already. That's 1. 19-0. You go up 20-0.
Well, it's not a fireable offense for Dable. Why would it be a fireable offense for Dable?
What? For having a kicker hurt on your roster 3 times? You lost to Washington, you lost to Green Bay, you lost to the Chiefs. With no kicker.
Well, no, I don't remember the
that's
Chiefs.
One of them.
Yeah, but he's not the one.
Chiefs, they had no kicker this year.
He's not picking the kicker.
But he knows he was hurt. Twice was going into the game, Ginger. That right there alone.
There was only one game where they had Gano hurt. They didn't have Gano hurt multiple games this season.
Last year against Washington.
I get you. The kicker got hurt, and they didn't have a kicker on the roster. Again, is he picking the roster?
All right, listen, that's fine. Dallas, week 2.
And he got hurt.
Now, listen.
Yeah, go ahead. And this one he got hurt during the game.
All right, prevent defense. Prevent defense against Dallas. Everybody called up and went nuts about it.
Mm-hmm.
You do it twice. You're the head coach. You're not just the head of the offense now.
I get it.
You're the head coach.
No, absolutely.
Make the decision. Dude, rush the quarterback. Stop playing at prevent.
But again, they're not playing. It's prevent defense. They made one call to rush 3 and drop 8. And if you watch the play, they were in place to make that. That play should not be made.
It doesn't matter if you're playing. Listen, if you're playing man, there's 4 guys around that turn around and get the ball. I know this. Now listen, 3rd and 11. They got 1 timeout left. 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. You throw a bomb to Wendell. Run the ball. 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 Use your last timeout. Chris, the guy is a great. I'm not arguing with you.
I mean,
he got him everything out of Daniel Jones.
You think they win? You think they win the game if they run the ball?
Because I'm not saying they do, but you get 1 less timeout, and you let the clock run, and they get it back with 1:47 now.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They got to go down and score a touchdown.
You're looking at. Yeah, you're trying to. You get it's the 2-minute warning coming up too, as well as the
All right,
timeout.
but then you punt the ball after the 2-minute warning. You punt the ball.
No, you're not going
to get the ball. Yes, Chris, they use the timeout They use that timeout.
Yeah,
right there, and they punt the ball, and the 2-minute warning's over. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying Dable's. Listen, I would love for him to be the offensive coordinator. I would love it. But look what he did with Wink. Wink was a great defensive coordinator. He couldn't get along with him because Wink knew he sucked. I'm not saying he's a bad coach. He's a great offensive mind, but he's not a head coach. He's killing his team. I'm not saying anything about Daniel Jones. Tommy DeVito, he got everything out of. He did. He's a great offensive mind. But as a whole, he's bad, Chris.
Yeah, I don't agree with some of the things you said though. Like you're all like on the he's going to win the game on the play. You're still punting in front of the 2-minute warning. If they call a timeout, right?
But then the 2-minute warning goes down.
No, it
Chris,
doesn't.
They punt the ball.
No, they punt.
Chris, it was 2 minutes and 11
it's 250.
seconds.
No, 256. We just looked it up. It was 256 left.
256. All right.
256 left. You run the ball. They call a timeout. You're still punting in front of the 2-minute warning.
All right.
They have the 2-minute warning there.
Look how much time's left on interception.
4.5 minutes left on the interception.
Why are you not running the ball?
4:56. Because I'm putting because I can win the game if I get a first down.
You got scattered, but you didn't get a first down. You lost the game.
Yeah, I understand that. But if they get a first down, we're talking about how they won the game and were aggressive in doing so, and we're praising him. And he trusted his young quarterback, who's changed the entire team.
He does. He doesn't have the right yet to do that.
Yes, he does. He does have the right to do that. He does.
How does he? He's a bad head coach. That's right.
No, I don't think. I don't think he's been given an opportunity to be an overly good head coach. Year one, he was a terrific head coach. Won Coach of the Year, in fact. The last 2 years, the team has been dreadful as well as him. There's no doubt. No doubt. But I have no problem trusting Jaxson Dart, who's changed the entire team. You just said if they started the quarterback from day one, they'd be 4 and whatever. But now, so if they started him, they'd win games they would have lost. But now I can't put the game in his hand? I can't put the game in his hand at 3rd and 6 to make a smart decision. When he's been when his poise has been through the roof, better than any rookie I've ever seen. Now he's not played better than any rookie I've ever seen, but the poise, pocket presence, like you could argue, that's as good as I've ever seen from a rookie. It's 3rd and 5. My defense just gave up 2 touchdowns. I've lost 2 of my key defensive backs, and their replacements stink. I'm trusting the kid to make a good play. He either gets the first down, or he runs for it, or he's tackled with a loss, or he takes a sack. He can't throw a pick there. I trust the kid not to throw a pick there, and I got burned on it. I get it, but I'm willing to take that chance because if they get the first down, they win the game. They win the game. It was an aggressive call. We have complained over the last 2 years that he plays scared and that he plays not to lose. That was a play to go win the game. It didn't work. If he got the first down, we'd all be talking about, you know what? That was a ballsy call from that head coach, and it won them the football game. But it didn't. It didn't. And your thing about the timing was wrong in the other argument. Like, yeah, the broadcast was talking about it. Whatever the game call is going to be here, if they're going to throw the ball, look for a nice, easy completion. You want to make sure you run the clock. I don't disagree. He had a man one-on-one. The man beat him. He missed the throw. It's an aggressive play. If he throws it and completes it, they win the game. I have no problem trusting Jaxson Dart right now. I don't. And again, do you think that any coach would have won with the quarterback situation he had the last 2 years? Honestly, do you think they would have won with that quarterback situation over the last 2 years? And Daniel Jones got injured. It was 40-0 in game 1 of the season. He had a great second half against the Cardinals. He had the neck issue, then he blows out his knee. And then Drew Lock. You think they're winning football games with Drew Lock? You think you're winning football games with Drew Lock? I'm not saying he's a great head coach. I'm not saying he's the best head coach. I'm telling you right now, I don't think he's an awful head coach. And what he's doing with the quarterback, I don't want to mess with. Maurice in Brooklyn. What's up, Maurice?
Okay.
Maurice, you there?
Well, all
right, Maurice is on hold. We'll put him back. Steve in the Bronx. What's up, Steve?
How you doing? I'm listening to your show, and I'm an avid baseball fan.
Mm-hmm.
I live in the Bronx, and I've been watching these games, and the Blue Jays just play exciting, fundamental, really good baseball that you don't see when you watch a Met game or a Yankee game. They just taught the Yankees and the Mets how to really play good baseball. They move the runners. They have situational hitting. They bunt. They do all these small ball things, great things, and they can hit home runs. And the Yankees are always trying to hit a home run. They don't hit a home run, they're going to fly out. They leave so many guys on base. The Blue Jays don't do any of that. If you really watch the way they play baseball, it's just really fun baseball to watch.
No, I hear you. And they played the same game last year all the way to last place.
Well, I don't know, but I watched this series. I listened to a lot of the games on ESPN radio.
No, they played great baseball. I don't know how many bunts they used. They did bunt in this situation, which was an obvious bunting situation in the 7th, and they got it down. We've seen teams try to get those bunts down and fail. The Red Sox play the same kind of baseball you're talking about. Bunted a pop-up in Game 2 of that series that absolutely killed them. But yes, they put the bat on the ball. They don't strike out. They've hit a lot of home runs. They're huge. Their superstars have played like superstars, too. That's the other thing. But, yeah, like they need someone – like let me ask you a question. Ernie Clement, right, had an incredible postseason run. He's still having it, right?
Yep.
He's been great. Do you think Ernie Clement is significantly better or is significantly better than the guys that the Yankees have, or is someone that is so good at what he does that come postseason time, like this is who he's going to be, or is he just hot right now?
It's this mantra, there is no I in team. They go out there and they play like a team. They have this, the mystique, the 69 Mets. It's like that energy. When you watch the Yankees, it's a bunch of superstar guys not playing like a team.
It's not true. It's just not true. The Yankees don't play like a team. They lost, man. They lost. So anything you want to say, you could say. You can call up and say anything. They're not a team. They're a bunch of individuals. There's this. I mean, I have no pushback because I have no leg to stand on because they lost. So you could just call up and say whatever you want. They're not a team. Okay. They weren't a team. They're just a bunch of superstars. They don't play like a team. It's just whatever. I don't even know what to say. They're not a team. I know. They're a team that scored the most runs in baseball. They're a team that had the same record as the Jays, the best record in the American League. Like, they had a pitching staff that was lost Garrett Cole and still ended up being a great starting staff and was going into the playoffs with that advantage, and they got beat. But, like, now they're not a team. They're like, it's just... They won the Boston series without hitting home runs. They put the ball in play. They had that 4-run rally without hitting a home run. They scored 7 runs at the end of Game 2 against the Blue Jays. They scored 9 runs in Game 3. They hit 2 home runs. They had 4 runs of the 16 via the home run. And then they just didn't hit at all in the final game against the bullpen. But, Yankees and Mets don't do any of that. The Yankees and Mets don't string hits together. They don't play like a team. They're not a team. These are the Blue Jays. That's the real team. But they're going into the World Series, so you can get away saying this nonsense. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll come back, take your calls. We'll say good morning, and we'll take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Be right back.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Default to what you're supposed to do. And what you're supposed to do is run the clock so that they are forced to use all 3 of their timeouts.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE. so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. For the first time since 1993, the Blue Jays back in the World Series. George Springer, a go-ahead 3-run shot in the 7th as they upend the Mariners 4-3. Bullpen 5 1/3 scoreless, capped by Joe Hoffman striking out the side. Game 1 against the Dodgers in Toronto on Friday night. Monday Night Football, Seahawks dismissed the Texans 27-19. Lions raced the Bucks 24-9, a $136 on the ground. 2 scores for Jahmyr Gibbs, had 218 total yards. But Tampa also lost Mike Evans, that with broken collarbone. Jets still winless. Aaron Glenn refusing to name a starting quarterback just yet. This after he benched Justin Fields for Tyrod Taylor.
There's a lot of thought that goes into that. For me personally, and then being able to give the staff, and then just being able to ask other coaches that have been in the situation, how would they handle that? So I'm not running away from the question at all, Rich. The thing is, I want to make sure that I make the right decision, and I don't want to make rash decisions either.
On the Wild down the Rangers 3-1. Artemi Panarin got the Blue Shirts' first goal at the Garden this year, but still unable to fully break through.
Yeah, there was chances. I mean, a lot around the net, and that's kind of what we've been saying. I mean, you gotta capitalize on them at some point, and we can't keep having these tight games that we're on the wrong side of.
That's Adam Fox as Igor Shesterkin stopped 29 shots. 52 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
I got you for another hour until the warm-up show comes your way. 888-808-1019. Talking a lot of Giants, we haven't really done the Jets too much today, but you just heard Marco talk about it there. Still non-committal on who his quarterback is going to be. And, I mean, the team is just, they're just so bad. And right now, I mean, I know I was wrong. It's funny, too. I was talking about this with Fleegs, because right now, I'm sure you know, the Blue Jays are going to the World Series. They won Game 7 last night against Seattle. And I'm on this, the Blue Jays are fraud thing, and everyone loves having fun at my expense with it. I was wrong about this team this year. I was right in 21, 22, 23, 24, but I was wrong this year about this Blue Jays team. They're going to the World Series. But nobody talks about how I was right about Aaron Rodgers. I was telling you for weeks, I spun the dopey wheel of quarterbacks to tell you there was no answer outside of Aaron Rodgers. And this coach, who now is non-committal about the quarterback situation at 0-7, like it matters. Whether or not he's going to play Tyrod Taylor, who can actually throw. I know he threw a couple of picks, but it makes no sense. Like, if it's about winning the football game, what is there? You don't want to make a rash decision. A rash decision. You're 0-7, dude. Like, it's plain and simple. One quarterback can't play. The other one at least can play a little. Yes, he turned the ball over twice because he dared to actually throw the football down the field. It's not hard. It's not hard. He's non-committal because they chose Justin Fields. That's why. He's non-committal because they jettisoned a Hall of Fame quarterback. I saw Joe today with Evan and Tiki talking about it's the biggest mistake arguably in the franchise's history. I don't know if I'd go that far. Joe goes farther than me, and who am I? If Joe says it about the Jets, who am I to disagree? Because I was saying the exact same thing. And that's why he's non-committal. Because they decided to move on, whether it's because he didn't want the, negative vibes inside his winning culture. He didn't want to worry about speaking at the front of the room while Aaron Rodgers was snickering in the back of the room, or whatever the case might be, whatever nonsense they told you. Or maybe it's because what everyone seems to believe, a lot of people seem to believe, that he insulted the owner's son, and that was the end of his career with the New York Jets, and it wasn't going to happen no matter what the coach said. Aaron Rodgers wasn't coming back. Whatever the case may be, whether it's the owner, whether it's the coach, they decided to move on from Aaron Rodgers, and they handpicked Justin Fields. Handpicked them. Just like the Giants handpicked Jaxson Dart. When you handpick a quarterback and you're right, the fat man sits here and tells you, stick with that coach. When you handpick a quarterback and he can't throw the football and you're 0-7, and the only thing left to do about this season is hopefully lose enough games so you have the opportunity to handpick your next future quarterback, you don't get to stick around and make that choice. So he's non-committal because his football brain is curious on what he thinks is best for himself. Should I try and win a football game? Or should I hope I can get something out of this quarterback who makes me look bad? If I give up on him, then I'm just the guy who picked the quarterback who can't play. And the most important decision this franchise is going to make is the next guy who picks is going to be when they pick the next quarterback. And if I give up on this one, how can I justify being given the opportunity to pick the next one? Or should I try and win football games and hope to just win enough where it doesn't matter? I don't know. Like, it's such a miserable situation. And Evan's taking shots at me. I heard you, Ev. Taking shots at me about tanking. The Jets don't have to tank. They're going to lose. And that's all I'm saying. If maybe you know something, like the Jets have to show some competency here. Do they at 0-7? Now suddenly they have to show some competency? It's about, you got to show that you're a functioning team. You got to win some games. No, you don't. I'm so sick of it. No, you don't. What are these wins going to mean? They're going to be meaningless. It's about getting in the best position to pick your future quarterback. That's it. And yeah, right? You could argue without question. I'm not saying that there aren't flaws in this argument or that things could break a certain way. Life is the game is, And I was going to say funny, not a curse. I know the way I cut that funny word short. Maybe you thought I was going to curse. No, life is a funny game, man. And this ball, right? It's not a perfect circle. There are weird bounces with this with football and in life. So yes, could you make the strong argument with the way Jaxson Dart looks? Now, who knows what the great quarterback whisperer that is Brian Dable could have done with Ward? But right now, does it look like losing that game against the Colts and not getting the top pick allowed them to get Carter and Jaxson Dart? And that they were better off winning that football game? That win against the Colts actually helped them because Jaxson Dart ends up being the best quarterback in this draft and working perfectly with the coach. Plus, they get Abdul Carter. Maybe it worked out in their favor to win that game. I get it. But overall, for the most part, I want the best opportunity to make the best pick. And when people say, oh, well, I don't know if there's a great quarterback in this draft. All right, maybe not. But you control the draft when you have the first overall pick. And not only that, you also have the first overall pick of the second round and the third round. Like, you have an opportunity to pick. The pool of players you're picking from is at its largest when you have the best pick. And you might think that's a ridiculous advantage or it's not worthy of this, and you'd rather see them win some meaningless game against the Bengals. I wouldn't. Not at 0-7. I'd rather pick from the largest pool of players possible. I deem that more of an advantage than continuing some sort of winning culture here with a win against the Joe Flacco and the Bengals. Who gives a damn? But no, you got to show competency. It's important. Not with a coach you're not going to bring back. It's not. Like, no one's going to start next year going, well, at least they won 2 games last year. They should be able to build on that. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But I understand why the coach should be picking the quarterback that helps him win the game. And if you're going to pick a quarterback that helps you win the football game, it's not a hard decision. Justin Fields can't play. I know you gave him $30 million. He can't play. A lot of us knew this before the season started. What a miserable situation it is with the Jets. It's unbelievable. And it just, I've said it forever. I said it on Saturday. You could have had Aaron Rodgers here. You could have had Aaron Rodgers here. And before you scream at the radio or in your car or if you're watching on YouTube, you could stream us on the overnight. Me and Keith every night on YouTube. Well, however you're listening to this or consuming this, I get it. Aaron Rodgers didn't win a lot of games with the Jets. And do you think this team would be a playoff team with Aaron Rodgers? Or Aaron Rodgers was a disaster. Why would you still want him? And the salary cap hit. Well, they would have figured out the money a little bit. And you gave Justin Fields $30 million guaranteed. But at least you would have had a competent quarterback where the coach wouldn't be tied to it. Like right now, the coach, if the offense was, first of all, it wouldn't be this bad. They probably would have won a game. But the coach could worry about building the culture and not figuring out who his quarterback is or asking questions about who his quarterback is or trying to justify the playing of the quarterback that you handpicked. And then even if it went bad, even if the offense sucked, even if the team was losing, the coach could stand behind the shadow of Aaron Rodgers and say, his fault. Him. I told you guys we probably should have moved on, but, always a Hall of Famer, got to keep him. Him. There's nowhere else to look but the coach. He put himself in the crosshairs of everything, and it's 0-7. And the quarterback they picked can't throw the football. I mean, maybe he could if I ever stuck around long enough to watch him throw the football because he holds it forever. Oof. I don't usually, again, I'm Mr. Defend the Coach. I'm defending Brian Dable all morning. I didn't want Tibbs fired. I defend Aaron Boone like my life depends on it. I defend Mendoza. I defended Robert Saleh last year when he got fired. It's hard to defend Aaron Glenn. It's hard to defend the decision-making at the beginning of the season. It's hard to defend what we're watching now. It's hard to defend. And it's really hard. What's really hard is to make the case that he should be the coach when they decide who the next future quarterback of this franchise is going to be. When they make that decision in April, which is going to be the most important decision for the next 5 years of the New York Jets, right now it is very hard to justify that he should be part of that brain trust. That this group right now that they hired should be the same group that makes that pick. He picked, it's just terrible timing to be a first-year, miserable, defensive-minded head coach for the New York Jets. There's bad circumstances for him. 888-808-1019. Let's try back with Maurice in Brooklyn. What's up, Maurice? That's it. I mean, some people call me...
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. I was going to say, are you Maurice or is this the Gangster of Love? I had to make the joke somewhere.
I like that song, too. Yeah, in reference to the Giants, me and my wife watched the game, and our drawers dropped to the floor when we actually lost. We ended up losing that game, and I kind of figured that they got complacent on the defensive side of the ball. And on the offensive side of the ball, I feel that Dart was trying too hard to make a comeback and be a hero based on the plays that the offensive coordinators were giving him to try to execute, and it just didn't work out. And Denver played a better game. They were the better team. Bottom line, we beat ourselves in that game. And I'm a big Giants fan. I was totally disappointed.
Well,
we needed that game.
No, of course, Maurice. But you kind of contradicted yourself there. We beat ourselves. They were the better team. It's one or the other. You got beat by the better team or you beat yourself. I agree with you that they beat themselves. It's hard to do both. And as far as Jaxson Dart had one drive trailing. That's it. Like you said, you thought Jaxson Dart was trying too hard to make the comeback. He had one drive while trailing, and he went down and scored a touchdown. Now, was it the greatest drive ever? No, I actually thought the drive sucked, to be totally honest with you. There was really not much. He just threw the ball deep every time. He did make the miraculous 4th and 19 play that I'm not sure if they would have got the first down. I think it was called a first down on the field, but it didn't matter because the roughing the passer call nullified it. Anyway, but there really wasn't a good drive there. It was just they kept chucking the ball down the field. They got that play. They got the pass interference in the end zone. But I don't care how it happened or why it happened. They went down the field when they needed to, and with 40 seconds left, he freaking busted his ass and twisted his body in whatever shape he had to get that ball over the goal line. And the ironic thing is about it now, certainly with hindsight being 2020, they were better off with him not scoring on that play and giving them a chance with running more clock down and scoring on the next play. But I don't think it was about coming back in the game because he only had one drive while trailing. And, it's the 3rd and 5 play. He was great except for one play. The most critical play of the game, he made the critical mistake. But outside of that, he was terrific. Outside of that, I'm not kidding. A rookie quarterback making his 4th start in the NFL after losing his star wide receiver, his starting center, going into that game against the best pass rush and one of, if not the best defense in the NFL on the road against a team that was clearly up for the game and for whatever reason pissed off because they were talking trash all week long. He goes into that building and plays that way. That's one of the better. That is an incredible rookie performance. That is a really, really good performance from a rookie on the road in that spot. And you saw it early on, the calmness, the presence of mind, the pocket awareness, all of it is through the roof for a rookie. It's crazy good. He has that ability. There's something about Jaxson Dart. And it's hard to do, and I've said this, the last couple of days, it's hard to define what it is, and we all say he has it, whatever it is, and it is hard to define. But the closest thing I feel for at least a quarterback, when you say he has it, he can run he could run in 4 different directions at once, trying to avoid pressure in the pocket. He could be all over the place, running away from someone, stepping up, running away, stepping sideways, and it all looks calm. Like other quarterbacks run from the rush, and it feels like, oh, good God, they're running for their lives. They're in a panic. Jaxson Dart can do the exact same movements, run exactly the same way, and it just feels like he's so casually calm and collected, and you know he's going to avoid it. He keeps his eyes down the field. He's going to step up and make a throw down the field. Like, it's really impressive. And so for me, my main point for the show here is, as I'm listening to everybody kill the coach in reaction, and, sometimes I have the reaction to the game. I'm one of the first ones. Like, Lori was on before me, but I'm one of the first people to react to the game as the overnight host. That's one of my favorite elements about being the overnight host, the reaction immediate to some of these games. And the shows are different than you do the next day when you do the immediate reaction to the game. But, the idea that Brian Dable, yeah, he has to win games, of course. Like, on some level, he has to win games. But, like, what he's doing with Jaxson Dart right now is special. Jaxson Dart is playing a special brand of rookie football. They've played 4 games with him as the quarterback, 2 on the road, 2 at home. They've won both home games against damn good teams, and they have lost both road games. 1 because they turned the ball over 5 consecutive drives, and 1 because of a 33-point fourth quarter collapse, the likes of which hasn't been seen, almost ever in NFL history. I mean, he's playing great football. This is the coach who handpicked him. This is the coach who wanted him drafted. This is the coach who's working with him. I'm not messing with that so that John Mara can go out and hire another coach. What's going on right now, the Giants, despite the fourth quarter, are going straight up right now, and that could change. That could change. They could lose the next 3 games by a total of 50, 60 points for all I know. And then when I talk to you in 3 weeks from now, maybe I'll have a different opinion on the coach and the quarterback. But right now, through 4 games, he's playing incredibly well. The team, for the most part, is playing incredibly well. The offense looks better than it's looked since Eli Manning. It's more dynamic, the run game, the passing attack, Jaxson Dart, everything about it. They're using the tight ends. He's playing with Little Jordan Humphreys. He's playing where, he's got nobody. He's got a damn good running back and some tight ends who really weren't doing much of anything prior to his arrival. Wan'Dale Robinson is the best wide receiver on the field. And look what he's capable. Look what he's doing. Look what this offense has looked like. They beat the Eagles 34-17. So, yeah, he's got to win games. He's won 2 with this quarterback, and he was on his way to winning a 3rd. And if they play like they did in Denver, they're going to win more games. I'm sorry, but I'm feeling a lot better about Brian Dable, and the idea that so many people want to call for his job after that loss is mind-boggling to me. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back, get right to your calls. McMonigle here with you on The Fan on this Tuesday morning. I got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. We'll be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 427. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Yeah, most home runs in postseason history. I'm seeing it now. Manny Ramirez with 29. Altuve with 27. Of course, they just got rid of the screen, but I remember the names. I don't remember the numbers. But Manny, Altuve, Springer, and Kyle Schwarber. Those are the
so much for remembering the names 4 seconds later.
I knew it was Kyle Schwarber. It's one of those names. I don't know what it is. They're just names I can't remember. I don't know why. Miguel Andujar is always a tough one for me. Mitchell Robinson's another one that just for whatever reason the name just doesn't come up when I say it.
Well, you might not have to worry about Mitchell Robinson for a while.
Kyle Schwarber, I know, right? Yeah, I'm gonna take it easy on him. But those are the four, and they didn't go to their closer to face him in the bottom of the seventh with one out, second and third. It's just absolutely insane. Pat in the Bronx. What's up, Pat?
Hi, Christopher. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you just fine, Patrick. How are you?
I'm good. I have 3 points if you let me get to them. And they're some are lighthearted, some are less so.
Okay. Number one.
Number one, the first point. How can they, now this may seem silly, how can they preempt Jeopardy for Monday Night Football, not involving a local team, but they can't preempt Name That Tune to put on the ALCS championship game on Channel 5. They had Name That Tune and you had to go to Fox Sports 1. It's crazy. That's my first point. Second point, I think the next collective bargaining agreement, once the Dodgers are on their way to winning their third consecutive World Series, based on their wimpy hamburger setup, which is I'll gladly pay you Thursday for a hamburger today.
I think it's Tuesday.
Tuesday's better.
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday. Yeah, and just to answer your first point, I'm sorry because I was trying to think in my head. I think it's just Fox One has the games. Like they're trying to promote Fox One and send you there. So it's not like they didn't put it on Fox, right? It's not like they didn't preempt the show. They just didn't schedule it on Fox. It's the entire series was scheduled on Fox Sports 1.
So they want people to buy the cable package. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, they want you to go to Fox Sports 1. Yep.
My final point. It's worth watching the World Series just to hear that beautiful anthem, "Oh Canada," at the beginning of every game. And I'm serious. I love that song.
Yeah, listen, it's a good anthem. There's no doubt about it. And I was at the game. There was some boos for the anthem. I wish we would just end all that. But yes, I don't even think I don't even think of it that way though. Like I guess in hockey it's different because there are so many Canadian teams. Like I just think of them as the Blue Jays. I just think of them as the frauds. Can't say that anymore, can I? 888-808-1019. Let's go to Anthony in Hicksville. What's up, Anthony?
Listen, I will say this. I've been calling Toronto frauds really up until this year. I mean, they're a little different than the past couple of years. They're
clearly they are.
Different.
Clearly they are.
No, it's not even from the results.
Yeah.
I mean, they brought in different players this year with Scherzer, Bieber, Clement.
Clement was on the team last year.
Well, okay. Who am I missing that's different from this?
Santander. That's about it.
No, he's terrible. So I'm not even going to give them credit for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. I don't like.
Well, it
I'm
seemed
not sure
at least that they were different.
Maybe
they definitely have different pitching.
Maybe
the pitching is different.
Well, they traded for Bieber.
Lucas, that's a good one.
I think maybe
Scherzer
Lucas
too.
is different, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, Lucas did. No, you're right. Lucas was. Clement was there last year, and then he improved this year. Kirk had a better year this year.
Kirk had a much better year. Springer had a much better year.
Springer's back.
So did Bichette had a much better year. Yeah,
even though he's not there now.
Yeah.
So, but I was totally with you. My question is this, though. Of course, it's the Yankees.
Just make sure everybody knows you brought up the Yankees. Not me.
Yes.
I take the calls. That's all I do, people. You make them, I take them. All right. I didn't bring up Brian Cashman.
Listen,
no, please, Anthony,
you
go
did
ahead.
Like 30 minutes ago, but whatever.
I just want to make sure everybody knows. Anthony in Hicksville, everybody, not me.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen. Since I brought up the Yankees,
yes.
What if? Have you thought to yourself, like you really defend Cashman pretty hard? Have you thought, what if this goes on the next year and the year after? Do you think you're going to have the same thing? Because you're holding up. My big point on Cashman, I just don't think he's great, but he's good. He's not great, and it's really because of the resources that he has that I think puts him at a level of good.
Yeah.
Well, that's just my opinion. It's a money thing.
No,
so he spends, and because of that, he's able to get to
How much money did the Mets spend?
I know. You know what? And that's why it makes him good. And
he was the executive who did it with less money, and then he came to the higher market team, and they fell on their face.
Listen, I want to be easy on Stearns. He did a great job the first year, and he did a terrible job the second year. So
okay,
he's
but
got
I'm
one
saying,
more year.
When's the last time
kind of
Brian?
right the ship.
I know, but I'm just saying Brian Cashman had without injuries or whatever, that level with this new level of that's as bad a season. Brian Cashman hasn't had one of those years. It took 2 years for the Mets to have it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
All right,
okay.
all right, that's fair. All right, so my question is, how do you feel like you'll be able to continue on the same path in 2 years from now with the same exact results?
Absolutely.
So, really?
I think on the same path that I'm on right now, I think me and you have different versions of what my path is. But yes, I think here's my path, because my path also
your stance. I'll say your stance.
Okay, well,
your stance.
Here, and I gave the definitive. Weren't you listening on Saturday? I told everyone to gather around. I gave my definitive Brian Cashman stand. Here, my stand also includes 2023 when I said it's best to move on from him. That was also my stand in 2023.
I did hear you say that.
Yeah, I said.
Okay, so now you're back on. So you said
no.
said then move on, but now you're still feeling like okay, I could stick with him a little bit longer.
And I said I could have stuck with him.
How long?
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you as long as. Let me just tell you. All right. I'm going to hang up on you because you keep asking it. After 23, Brian Cashman's contract was up. And they had that miserable season, and the roster I thought was really bad. Billy McKinney was in the middle of the lineup for too long. Willie Calhoun, Jake Bowers, who's a bench player with the Brewers. Judge went down. They probably still make the playoffs without Judge getting hurt, but the roster wasn't very good. It was at the end of his contract. I thought it was a good time to just to end it. He's been here long enough. I think you can make the case he's been here long enough without winning enough championships now where if you want to move on, that alone, I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's just good because he spends money. I think he's been good. I think he's a Hall of Fame executive who's had a tremendous career, but it's been long enough without wins. And if you want to move on with him just for change's sake, because it's been too long without winning and being the last team standing, I think that's more than fair. More than fair. I won't. If Brian Cashman's fired tomorrow, you will not hear me complain and go, what the hell are the Yankees doing? I'm going to say, well, who's next and how is he better? But I think Hal Steinbrenner would be well within his rights to move on from Boone and Cashman because of the lack of championships, I without question. So here's my stance on Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman is a good GM. Brian Cashman, year in and year out, builds a team that, for the most part, with the exceptions of 23 and, some exceptions on years where, they spent all that money in 2009 and then Teixeira got hurt and Alex Rodriguez was suspended. And there was some rosters there with Vernon Wells and there was a time period where they didn't build teams good enough to win. But I think for the most part, over 30 years, including these 25 with only one championship, Brian Cashman consistently builds a team good enough to win the World Series, even if they don't. I know you don't feel that way. Many Yankee fans don't feel that way. For the most part, this team was good enough. Are you telling me that the Blue Jays and the Mariners are far better? Far better? And the Yankees couldn't have won the series against Toronto if they played better and couldn't have beaten the Mariners, and we couldn't be ready for Dodgers-Yankees Part 2? Absolutely, they were good enough to do that. They just didn't. Right? And that goes to the part of, for whatever reason, it's not getting to that ultimate place, so it's time for move on. But I think Brian Cashman, considering he lost Juan Soto and considering he lost Garrett Cole to build a team that had the most wins in the American League, I don't know, this is where I differ from people. I don't know the secret sauce. You can tell me the Blue Jays have the secret sauce. We just went over it. They were in last place last year. And let's see where they are next year. The Texas Rangers had the secret sauce for 1 year. They were lucky enough to play the Arizona Diamondbacks because somehow they beat the Dodgers. They won the World Series 1 year. The year before they won the World Series, they weren't in the playoffs. The 2 years post winning the World Series, they haven't been to the playoffs. They haven't had a chance to win another championship. I don't think there is a clear-cut way where if the Yankees did this and Brian Cashman did that, and if only he was more open to this, suddenly we'd be having parades. I don't feel that way. I think he builds a pretty damn good team that is capable of winning the championship that just hasn't. I don't think there's any underlying flaw, and I don't think there's any secret sauce to how you build a championship team. I think the Dodgers do exactly what the Yankees do. They just outspend them and have 3 Hall of Famers at the top of the lineup. I think the Mariners are built similar. They're going home. But they went to the next round. The Blue Jays are built however they're built. Again, last place last year built the way they're built. I think Brian Cashman, year in and year out, builds a damn good team capable of winning. They haven't. So if they continue winning 95 games, they continue having a really good team with a chance to win that I deem good enough to go win, but they don't, I will have this same stance. Brian Cashman is building a good enough team where I can warrant keeping him, but there hasn't been enough winning where it's certainly within the realm of the owner to fire him. That's my stance. I don't know how you can say that a team that won 94 games, lost Juan Soto, lost Garrett Cole, and still put the team that scored the most runs and won the most games in the American League and say the GM who did that has to get his ass out of here. That's where we differ. That's where we differ. I don't know how you could say that. I don't know how you say, my God, what a bum. He's got to go. But it's been long enough where certainly how could I argue with a change? So that's my stance. If they win 97 games next year, win the division, and lose Game 7 of the ALCS, I'm going to be frustrated. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to question why this move wasn't made or that move isn't made. But I'm not going to call Brian Cashman a moron. And I'm not going to say he needs to be fired. I'm going to say maybe a change is best. But if the owner decides not to, I'm going to not think they're screwed. That's all I've ever said about Brian Cashman. He's back next year. I don't think that means the Yankees are screwed. Many of you think it does. That's my stance. And we've talked enough about it. Anthony in Sparta. What's up, Anthony?
How's it going, Chris?
Good. How are you, buddy? Good.
I'm doing well, thank you. Two things, if you let me. One, I don't think we fired Dable. Similar parallel to Cashman. We fired Dable. It's going to be that hard reset. We don't know who we're going to get. Everyone says Cliff Kingsbury, but he was a flash in the pan in Arizona. We don't need that in New York. And obviously, I don't think he would last very long personally.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't fire Brian Dable to bring in Cliff Kingsbury, as you said, failed head coach in Arizona, just because he's done well with Daniels. Like, if he comes, maybe he could come in and be even better with Jaxson Dart, or maybe it doesn't work with him and Jaxson Dart. Like, right now, I know it's working with Brian Dable. And that's right now, considering what the expectations were of the season, the only reason the expectations have changed is because of how good him and Jaxson Dart have been. So I think I said Daniels there. I meant Dart. But like that relationship right now is at such a functioning success that unless you tell me you're hiring a better head coach or this season falls apart, I would be hard pressed to move on from Brian Dable. I just think it would be crazy.
I agree. I mean, how can you? We're leaving something what we know for something we don't, and that's scary in any sport. Mm-hmm. Lastly, watching these Giant games, I can't help but still have that pit of the other shoe's going to fall. You know, we went up big against Denver, and I can't help but wait for that play that's going to make it sway the opposite way. So when that pick happened in that first touchdown,
100%.
You know, I had that feeling of here we go. Even though it feels like we're out of the woods as far as being the dumpster fire that we have been lately, it's still like that burning feeling of, you know, it's bound to happen again.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, listen, I don't. You feel that way. I think it's inherent as a fan. You the minute he throws that pick, you're thinking that's bad. Like that, I could just tell you that's bad, and I don't feel confident about the game the rest of the way here. Of course. I think that goes with most fans. I don't think you have to be a Giant fan to feel that way. But, yeah, certainly with the Giants, yes. Who've had a lot of these heartbreaking losses, absolutely. Gary in Astoria. What's up, Gary?
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Hey, listen, I agree with you 100%. I think Brian Cashman is really a great GM. He did a great job at the trade deadline versus what Stearns did.
Mm-hmm.
And there's four players out there. I'm just wondering if Brian Cashman is going to go after any of them. And they are, number one, Pete Alonso. Number two, Alex Bregman. Number three is the big one, Skattebo from Detroit, the pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if he went after that with Garrett Cole and Fried? What a pitching staff the Yankees would have.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one is, maybe you heard of this guy, this Japanese ball player. I can't even pronounce his name.
Murakami?
Yeah, I think it is. He's like 50-something home runs, and he's the next whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and let me answer real quick because I want to take a break and get back to rapid fire. But yes, they are interested in him. There was a point last year where everybody said this offseason would be focused around it. He is a third baseman, but mostly first. I kind of think they don't want to go spend the money it's going to cost him when they have Ben Rice right here to play first base. And that's why I don't think Pete either. Alex Bregman, he doesn't fit the ballpark. He's going to make a lot of money. They're paying McMahon $16 million this year to be their third baseman. I don't see any of those names, to be honest with you. I don't think they would bring Pete here to be a subpar fielding first baseman and hitting home runs. Again, they hit a lot of home runs. I don't think they would do that because it's going to cost a lot of money, and they have Ben Rice to play first base, so I'd be surprised. And as far as Skubal, I'm like the lone man here. I'm the lone wolf for thinking that I wouldn't do it, either the Mets or the Yankees. And it makes a lot more sense for the Mets than it does the Yankees. You just said, like, one, the Mets have a deeper farm system at the moment. There's no doubt about that. Two, like, he's going to free agency. The Yankees just did this with Juan Soto. And I understood it for Juan Soto because, again, it was just Michael King and a pitching prospect. I don't know. And Michael King is now a free agent. So it was like 2 years of control of Michael King and a young starter for Juan Soto to help that lineup, which was in desperate need of it after 2023. Plus, outfielders are just different. You're trading for the best pitcher in the game. The Yankees, you mentioned the starting staff. Be prepared to lose Cam Schlittler. For, like that, you want to. That's who they're going to start with. They're going to want Cam Schlittler, and they're going to want George Lombard. Like, that's who they're going to want. And for the Mets, they're going to want Sproat. They're going to want Tong. They're going to want McLean. They're going to want, not all of those, but these are the names they're going to ask for. They're going to ask for Jet Williams. They're going to ask for your top prospects, and then it's just going to go to free agency. Now, with the Mets, you're more in desperate need of that ace than the Yankees would be, and you would have supreme confidence that Steve Cohen would write the check. So I get it. I still am nervous about a team that's really put an emphasis on building up their farm system to trade off the pieces it would take for 1 year of Skubal when you could just sign them next year. And for the Yankees, they just went through this and lost out to, and the Mets are desperate for an ace. There is no excuse. Like, he better be a Met next year. There is no excuse why Steve Cohen would not sign Skubal next year. He has got to be a Met next year. So as a Yankee fan, you're going to trade Cam Schlittler, or you're going to trade Ben Hess, or you're going to trade, George Lombard. You're going to trade some of your top prospects for 1 year of Skubal, and then watch him go sign with the Mets or the Dodgers. Like, I don't think they could do it. I don't think it makes any sense. Next year's rotation should be good. It's not going to start the year good because they've got some injuries, but once Cole comes back, once Rodon comes back, that rotation should be pretty damn good next year. Would you love a Skubal? Sure. But again, you better win a World Series with him, because not that the Yankees can't sign him, but we just watched it happen with Juan Soto, and they need him more than they needed Juan Soto. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with your calls, rapid fire style, as we take it at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Don't go for two until you have to. That's just a simple rule that I've always, as a broadcaster, I always thought that way. As a former player, I've always thought that way. And as a fan, I always think that way.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Get back to the sports talk, and when we talk sports on the Fan, it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, let's get back to the calls. Finish up strong here. Leon in Rivervale. What's up, Leon?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Steve Cohen saved the Mets 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The Jets need something like that. They need a billionaire, passionate person to buy the team and do the right thing. Because the Jets' ownership right now is just not doing it.
No.
I think it's the only way. And,
it's a major problem.
Like the Jets are for sale.
No, he's not selling.
Maybe Jeff Bezos or somebody like that.
No, I mean, you can't look. You can't just sit around and hope someone, bowls him over with some sort of crazy offer. Like, it's just not going to happen. He's not selling. I mean, we said the same thing about the Wilpons, and they did. So I don't know, but I wouldn't count on it. And it's not a topic worth talking about because there's nothing. Yes, I agree. The owner is a major problem. Even now, there's always something hanging around. I mean, the story's kind of, no one's talked about it much anymore, but they got the lawsuit hanging over their heads. They, everything going on with all the stories from last year and the Madden ratings and his son. And
did you see the new one that the guy NYJ Matt reported? He was the guy with the breakfast sandwich and Mike Williams.
Right, yeah. No, I don't. I didn't
he
see
had it on his Twitter that, so last year, Woody would have food trucks at practices.
Okay.
And he decided to stop it. Aaron Rodgers thought it was a good idea, so he then decided to continue it and pay out of pocket. And Woody was furious that Rodgers undermined him.
All part of the reasons, right? He said something on McAfee about his sons. Now he's, picking up the food truck bill.
All because Woody decided to stop what we had. Listen, on record, this would be the one good thing he's actually done.
Right.
And he decided, look, we can't have any of that.
Yeah. Listen, that's what happens. You cut out the Christmas bonus in favor of the Jelly of the Month Club. Cousin Eddie comes and finds you. That's what happens. But yeah, I mean, so there's that. There's it never ends with Woody Johnson. There's another thing coming out every day. I think, you could probably fund The Athletic with just stories written on Woody Johnson. It's a cottage industry. It's a disaster, yeah, but we can't talk to that. I can't talk about, if only they sold the team, because it's pointless. I never understood that. Sell the team! Hal needs to sell the team! Woody needs to sell the team! Sell the team! Like, it's pointless. I'm not buying. Wish I were. I wish I had the money to buy the Jets. I'd buy the Jets. Richie in Queens. What's up, Richie?
Because this is George Springer. What a story.
Yeah, and the guy's, I mean, he's had a couple of down years, and he had this great year. He's going to get MVP votes, and that home run, I mean, he's just one of these guys. He's clutch. He's just...
23 home runs. These guys, and I mean, hit over 300 this year. This is an example of David versus Goliath in this World Series.
Well, I don't think. I mean, they do spend money, though. I understand what you're saying, but I mean, they have a top like 5
but I
or
mean,
6
talent-wise,
yeah,
because this could be a surprise. I mean, Toronto does have home field. They've got to somehow squeeze a game, make it a little interesting. They can't lose 2 at home, but
you're right. I didn't even think about that they had the better record. Right?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Unbelievable that Game 1 is going to... I would have thought for sure Game 1... They haven't played a Game 1... they had the wild card. They were at Dodger Stadium. But they're going to have to come to Toronto for Game 1. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and they've got to somehow make it interesting because if you look at it, you think it's going to be so dominant. Thinking about maybe Max Scherzer pitching after Gosman. Their bullpen's been okay. Hoffman was good last night. But you just... but that's baseball. So this could be like, wow, there's no chance, and maybe they surprise and make it interesting. But it really looks really lopsided.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got it. The question is, how dominant is this Dodger starting rotation going to be? Has Ohtani gotten hot because he was cold for a lot of this postseason? Then he had the 3-homer game. Is he now ready for a big World Series run? And is Snell going to pitch? Is Yamamoto going to pitch? Is Glasnow going to pitch the way they pitched in the series against Milwaukee? Are they going to shut down the Brewers? Because those two teams are very similar. That's the thing. If you want to look at the matchup, the thing is the Blue Jays and the Brewers are built kind of the same way, right? They do the same things. They don't strike. They put the ball in play. They get on base. They don't strike out. Like 1 through 9, they have contact guys. Like they've kind of went about winning games the same way. Both number 1 seeds in the National League and American League, they have kind of a similar style. And the Dodgers just absolutely dominated the Milwaukee Brewers. Dominated them. Now, they've had guys who are performing better. They have a clutch guy in Springer, right? They have right now Vladimir Guerrero is playing out of his mind. But yeah, I don't love the Blue Jays bullpen. You're right. Hoffman was great last night, but he is shaky and scares me. And the rotation, it's good and pitched really well against the Yankees, but I mean, the Dodgers rotation is crazy. And they got 3 Hall of Famers coming at you to start in that lineup. And their bullpen with Sasaki has really changed. Its dynamic has changed in the back end of the bullpen. And they just, they roll so many different, really good hitters at you. They're just too good. Now, do I think the Blue Jays can compete? I'm not saying this is going to be a sweep or a 5. There's a chance this thing could go 6. But they're just so freaking good. And again, I'll be rooting for them. I guess. I guess I'd rather see the Blue Jays win. I'll be rooting for the Blue Jays. The one that everyone's talking about, Marash said it today, get to see Donnie win a World Series and get a ring would be really nice. Although, I don't know why he shaved that Santa Claus beard. He had a great all-white beard. He looked terrific. But I would like to see Don Mattingly win a championship. And plus, screw the Dodgers. Who wants to see them win? I wonder and if they beat Toronto, I wonder what they'll say about Toronto. Probably praise them up and down just to stick it further to the Yankees. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Be back with you tomorrow for a 5-hour midnight ride, as I'll take you from midnight to 5 a.m. tomorrow. So call in as we get ready for Knicks basketball. Let's go. I'll talk to you tomorrow at midnight. Thanks to Fleegs. We'll check you tomorrow. Warm-up show's next. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York. We will rock you.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Moderna. Well, just like the Joe Carter walk-off in 93 was a 3-run shot that helped lift the Blue Jays.
1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Rosarena turns. Gone! A Springer! Dinger!
George Springer, the go-ahead 3-run blast in the 7th with the Blue Jays by the Mariners 4-3 for their first World Series appearance since 1993. Game 1 against the Dodgers Friday night in Toronto, called courtesy of the Blue Jays Radio Network. Monday Night Football, the Seahawks bounced the Texans 27-19. Lions overpowered the Bucs 24-9. Jahmyr Gibbs, 136 yards rushing and 2 scores. Worse for Tampa, they lost Mike Evans for a significant amount of time due to a broken collarbone. Jets still not ready to name a starter between Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor. Plenty of struggles for Fields, so why hasn't Aaron Glenn and his staff gotten the best out of him this year?
That's a good question, and I think there's blame to go around on a number of things when you look at that question, and we have to continue to figure out how do we put him in the best position to be successful. We also have to look at Justin has to execute.
And Artemi Panarin lit the lamp in the first. Rangers finally scoring at home in their 4th game at the Garden, but still fell to the Wild 3-1. Igor Shesterkin, 29 saves. And this report is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm, lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. 52 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
Hey, what do you say we do this? It's Tuesday. Nice to have you with us. The Eddie Scazzeri, always nice to see you. Across Al Dukes. What's up, Al?
Good morning, there, Jerry. I'm going to start with baseball this morning.
Wow, look at you.
Oh, a little brief, a couple of items from, well, now we know the World Series is the Blue Jays and the Dodgers.
Blue Jays and Dodgers. Yes.
Are we thrilled about this? Or how do we feel?
I mean, I think baseball's happy to have the Dodgers in it. I think baseball had, we talked about this. You had either the Cubs, the Dodgers, the Phillies. They got one of the three in. And in the American League, I'm sure they wanted, I don't know if America wanted the Yankees and Dodgers again, but I think out of the two, Cal Raleigh was certainly a nice storyline, but I do think if you're talking about stars,
yes.
With Vlad Guerrero and George Springer, I think you got crazy Max Scherzer. I think it's probably the best option we could have had.
And I was also reading this from the Baseball Quotes account on X, that Don Mattingly gets his first World Series.
Very nice.
And that he was in baseball since 1982. And we're in 2025.
Yeah, how about that?
And it's his first World Series, and it has to come with a Canadian team.
Right, you
because
forget
Yankees,
that he's with the Blue Jays, I know.
Yeah, I wouldn't not even remember he's with the Blue Jays.
Well, he was the manager of the Dodgers. He was the manager of the Marlins. Never made it with the Yankees, so, hey, good for him.
It said 14 years as a player, 12 as a manager, 17 as a coach. Over 40 years in baseball, headed to his first World Series.
But there's a great example of it, as much as you want to win every year, it's really freaking hard. Like Don Mattingly was a great baseball player to where I've always said, and I've always lost this conversation or argument because clearly he's not in. That's a Hall of Famer right there because for me, for 5 years, he was the best player in baseball, in my opinion. And he was awesome and yet could never break through, not even in the playoffs all that much. And as a manager, he's Don Mattingly, never got there. And then finally, he gets to experience it.
What type of coach is he for the Blue Jays? Do we know?
I would think he's the bench coach, but I'm not 100% sure of that. I'm sure you could check that out.
Let me Google that, Jerry. Bench coach. Why don't we give him one at bat?
I'll bet you he could still slap the ball to left field.
Like when the Blue Jays need a single.
That would be awesome to see him go up there in that crouch like he used to stand.
Yeah, we're sending up Don Mattingly for one at bat.
I'll bet you he still swings the bat in practice during March in Florida.
He wouldn't go up there and whiff. You don't think, right?
No, I actually,
or you throw all these
who's
pitchers
he facing?
Now. He's facing the worst pitcher on the Dodgers.
Is he facing? How about the? No, I think he could put the bat on the ball. Is he facing Ohtani?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I think he could put the bat on the ball. I'm sure the bat's slow.
Well, let's try it just once.
That would be fun.
In a game that's completely out of hand. You know how they let the center fielder pitch? Give Don Mattingly an at-bat.
I like that.
For old time's sake.
What is he, like 63, 64?
Don Mattingly, Jerry, he is
has to be, right?
64. You
64?
nailed it. 1961 he was born.
All right. I would think that career is probably coming to a close soon. I mean, he's been a baseball lifer. I wouldn't be shocked if you told me if the Blue Jays won this series, he retired. Then again, maybe he wants to manage still. Who knows?
He's on his second marriage, Jerry, if you were wondering.
Yeah, it's a tough life.
To a woman named Lori Mattingly, coincidentally, same last name.
No changes needed.
Was married to someone named Kim Sexton from 1979 to 2007.
Wow, 28 years.
28 years, Jerry. How about that?
Yeah. And then found love again.
Yes, just when he thought it was never going to happen, he found love again.
Did it say when he married his second wife? 2007? No, I'm just kidding.
3 years later, 2010.
2010? Wow.
Yep.
Good for him.
He probably went on a tear where he was like just ripping up the town. You know what I'm saying, Jerry? I'm Don Mattingly. How you girls doing tonight? Let me buy you some drinks.
He's now had 2 marriages of 15 years plus.
Yeah.
Wow. Good for him.
A couple of sports adjacent items for this last night, Jerry. People were angry that Fox, where the game was airing, decided to cut to one of those commercials where they
like a picture-in-picture.
Yeah, where they take the audio of the commercial, and they put the game in a box, but they run the commercial. This was ALCS Game 7.
Yeah,
9th inning of a 1-run game on a 1-1 pitch in an at-bat.
Okay,
fans were very angry, feeling that they ruined the moment. You know, like the tension that's building up in that inning, and it's a 1-1 pitch. And I wonder,
so the pitch was thrown as the commercial.
Well, I guess
being played.
I guess it was a 15-second commercial.
It was between pitches. That doesn't bother me as much. If you were going to tell me that no, I don't care.
Boy, people just don't care. This is the problem. People don't care.
So I can still see the game.
Yeah, but
doesn't bother me.
Okay, but here's my question.
Yeah.
When does it bother people?
If you had if a ball was put in play.
But why, if you could still
and I don't
see
have the announcer, because I don't know. The sound of the announcer tells me off the bat what it may or may not be. You ever have like you ever see a game where a ball is hit and you think on the screen, oh, he got into that. But whether it's Gary or Michael Kay, and you'll hear him pop to left. Like, oh, okay. If I've got no audio in that moment and I see a ball that I think is really hit, or even sometimes you think it's just like off the end of the bat and you don't think it's going to carry, and I'm watching a commercial and then all of a sudden the ball flies out, that would annoy me.
What if we did this 5-second commercial after every pitch, but you're not missing anything?
Is the game